Are we live? Did we go live? Are we here? Did the thing happen? Oh my gosh. It's one of those days. Yeah, there it is. Right. It's I've got audio duplicated somewhere and I'm trying to find it. Is that it? Was that it? There, I think we got it. Hey there, friends. Oh, it's it's a good day to be back. Good morning. Hello there. I see some friends on Twitch already joining us. I'm waiting to see if we get some folks over on YouTube. I just wanted to start a little bit early today before we get into the fun that we're going to have because there's so much going on for .NET developers out there right now. So many things that are happening that are moving things forward, that are getting people doing exciting new things with .NET. And it goes beyond more than just, hey, look at the Windows application I can build. Hey, look at the website that I can build. This is a new age with .NET 8 and Blazor and architectures that are available to us and artificial intelligence capabilities that are available to us. Whether you're writing applications, you're adding artificial intelligence capability into those applications and taking advantage of new processing and new capabilities that are available to us as developers. There are so many cool new things that you can do. And that's why some of the folks that are helping present this event wanted to come together and say, you know what? Let's talk about some of these things so that you get a better understanding of what's happening out there among all the really cool things with getting your application in Blazor, taking advantage of those new frameworks, the new language features that are available with C Sharp 12, the new capabilities that you have in different architectures that are available out there, and of course, GitHub Copilot and .NET Aspire. We've got a terrific day ahead of you. There is so much to be done. I am not streaming at 32240. We're streaming at high res. You should start getting resolution at high res. We're at full 1920 1080 on YouTube. It says I'm 720 on YouTube, but it'll pick up. It'll get over to full high res over there on YouTube, and we should be at high res on Twitch as well. I'll just peek in on Twitch real quick. And that should be in good shape. Come on. I know it's out there. There we go. Yeah, it says we're at 720 coming off of StreamYard. Huh. Interesting. All right. We'll work with it. We'll go. Happy .NET to you. Let me say hello to some of our friends that are here. I see a bunch of folks on Twitch. I don't see anybody yet on YouTube. There were a number of folks that were waiting for the event on YouTube. But let's say hello. There we go. Yeah, 720p. Hello, Leonardo. Yeah, there we go. Failed to connect is here. DD Walsh is ready. Yeah. So our friends DD and Sarah and some of the other sponsors are along for the ride today. We've got a handful of speakers joining us that you may have heard before, that you may have seen, that are going to help us to learn more about how you can take advantage of some of these latest features of .NET, and more importantly, be successful. Robert Stefan, hello to you. Arta RCV is here. Good morning. No donuts for Didi. Somebody, we need to DoorDash for Didi and get donuts delivered over there. Let me see what else is going on here. There we go. Now I can see. Now I can see YouTube a little bit better. Turbo Nautilus, hello to you. Yeah, it's showing 720p. Not quite sure why. We normally go at 1080p and 60 frames a second. Happy day to you, Juan Van. Yes, this is Modern .NET Web Day. Let me bring up. We have a handful of sponsors that I want to make sure we acknowledge. There they are. There's the sponsors right there. We want to make sure that we acknowledge our sponsors that are helping us out with getting information out there to you, to promote and talk about all the cool things that we're going to be doing today. ABP Meshius, Sync Fusion, Growth Acceleration Partners, Progress Telleric, Iron Software, DevExpress. Of course, Progress Telleric, Iron Software, Meshius, Sync Fusion, and DevExpress, they all make components, user interface capabilities that you can add into your application. Code Magazine and Growth Acceleration Partners will help get you the knowledge you need, help consult, and give you the capabilities and in your applications to make them go further, make them be able to do more. And ABP Commercial, they make a cool framework and tools, open source framework, other tools that are available that will help you build an application quickly. Take advantage of some of those rapid application development capabilities that we're used to make your application grow and make it more maintainable with pre-built modules and capabilities out there, themes and frameworks that, you know what, means that you don't have to worry about being an expert in identity, in transaction management. You don't have to go through and think about things like software as a service architecture or multi-tenant capabilities. It's all built for you. You have some dropped frames. Check with the TV, see if that's better. Yeah, try YouTube as well. We should be seeing. And you know what? I'm seeing drop frames on YouTube also. That's got to be coming out of StreamYard. So we went with StreamYard for the stability today, and we'll see just how well it goes. How you doing there, George in Belgium? Leonardo's on YouTube watching from Brazil. Good to see you. Um, no, don't have the hat commands turned on today. I have my C# University hat on today. It is noticeable. Yeah, it's coming and going. It looks like on YouTube. Taking a look over there, I'm keeping an eye on all of our feeds as we broadcast here. It's definitely not my full 60 frames a second that we normally go with. Create Code Digital Design is here from Portugal. Hello, hello. I see our first speaker getting online here. I'll give it a few more minutes so that folks can wander in and before we get started. We've got a handful of different topics today. If you're watching on YouTube, check out the list of speakers in in the description just below. If you're watching on Twitch, open up the About pane, take a look, scroll down just a little bit, and you'll be able to see our list of speakers. We did have one cancellation today. We're going to swap that out for an Intro to .NET 8's new features talk that I'll be giving in the second slot here. But I want to make sure that you check out. There's going to be great sessions here from our friend Jimmy Engstrom to get started. We're going to learn a little bit about .NET 8 from me. We're going to hear from Ed Charbeneau from Progress Software talking to us about new OpenAI things that you can do with Blazor and other different techniques you can do to kind of accelerate a little bit of what you can do with Blazor. I'm going to come back and talk about how to get your Blazor application ready for the open web, how to add those fit and finish capabilities that will get your application ready and deployed for the open internet. Our friend Brian Randell from GitHub is going to join us and talk about Copilot, all the cool things that you can do with Copilot. It isn't just IntelliSense on steroids. There's so much more that you can do with Copilot, and he's going to take us around and we're going to have a discussion about some of the great new features that are available to you with GitHub Copilot. And of course, we're going to continue and we'll end the day with our friend Brady Gaster showing us all the latest features of .NET Aspire, that cloud-native, distributed, application-friendly framework that's going to help you build and be ready to go with distributed architectures, just whether you're deploying to Azure or Kubernetes or somebody else's cloud like AWS or Google Compute. Really, really good stuff that we're going to learn about from our friend Brady Gaster. It's rainy in Florida. How you doing there, Sarah? Good to see you. I am not taking over for Ralph and breaking the internet. No, that's not me today. So yeah, it's 7:20. Not quite sure why it's why we're getting 7:20 being broadcast here out of StreamYard. We should have gotten a full. Yeah, we should have gotten a full 1920 coming out of this. So too bad it's not 420. Right. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. So, and our friend Jimmy's having just a little tech issue, but we've got some time before he's supposed to get started with us today. Um, so frame rate's a little bit better. So I can see that I'm broadcasting clearly, and I can see that it's going out just fine on Twitch and YouTube. It's funny because StreamYard's usually really good about this. So randomly picked up a foot of snow the past few days, says Superior Buds on Twitch. Oh my goodness, a foot of snow. What the heck is that? Wow. Hey, Jessica, good to see you. Hello, hello. I'm seeing Jimmy's just about ready to get started. I can see his video popping in here, and he's testing his audio. So he's from a brand new home studio. They've recently relocated, and I'm very happy and excited for them because there's a ton that I know Jimmy and Jessica are gonna enjoy in their new home. Got to get coffee loaded in here. It was a long night last night getting things ready for today's event. And quite frankly, going over and thinking about and looking at some of the content that I'm going to be talking about later today, where we go through and we talk about these various concepts and getting things ready. And I like that we're starting with Jimmy here talking about lessons learned from deploying a Blazor app to production. And when I come back and talk a little bit later today, I'm going to show you, well, here's things that you need to remember when you deploy to the open web so that you get and can take advantage of all those things that happen on the open web that are important to us. So there might be some echo. All right, let's bring in our friend Jimmy here. Let me add him into the stage. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Good to see you. That's just a smidge loud for me.
Should I turn it down a bit?
Just a little bit back off on the gain, and I think we'll be all right.
Something like that?
Yeah, there we go. That I
Yeah.
think so. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I've been talking about how we want to take that next step to get things ready and deployed out there for and take advantage of all these new features that we've had made available to us with not just .NET 8, but new things on the web and AI. You've got lessons learned from deploying.
Yeah, we've been running it in production for, a little bit over 4 years now.
Wow. Okay. So, right, I'm assuming, did you go from server to WebAssembly and now a little bit of both?
Actually, there's no easy answer, but we went from Razor Pages, MVC, to Blazor Server. And then that company, I should say, are still running Blazor Server. But I also just switched companies, and there we're running WebAssembly. So
Okay. Oh, so I'm really interested to hear your lessons learned. Um, we had a cancellation. The session right after you was canceled, so feel free to go a little bit longer here and talk. I'll be monitoring chat and I'll jump in when we're done and we can talk a little bit further about the topic.
yeah, awesome.
Cool. Let me bring on your video here, and the stage is yours.
Perfect. Thank you. So welcome to this talk about lessons learned. This talk is partly from the perspective of running Blazor in production, of course, but also helping other developers in forums, Reddit, and stuff like that. So hopefully it will answer some of your questions when it comes to Blazor. So Blazor, some people love it, some people haven't tried it yet. So I would love to see who is using Blazor today. So please write in the chat and maybe we can talk about it afterwards. And who wants to use Blazor, but, well, I'm not entirely sure about the technology. I would love to hear those arguments as well. So my name is Jim Engstrom. I work for a company called Cab Group. I've been a Microsoft MVP for, 10 years now. And we've been running Blazor in production since its release back in 2019. I'm also the co-host of Coding Off the Work podcast, a Twitch stream, a YouTube channel, a user group. Well, we do kind of all the things under that name. And we talk to a lot of interesting people on the podcast, so we invite them onto the stream, and sometimes we do live coding as well. So right now, as Jeff mentioned, we just moved, so we haven't actually started up yet. But we are building a Blazor call for paper site, or a call for paper site in Blazor, I guess I should say. And so please check that out. You can find everything you need at codingafterwork.com. I've also written a book. Actually, I've written this book, and I'm working on a third book. The third book the third edition is going to be all about .NET 8. And these are the only 3 books with the raccoons on the cover. That is obviously a reason enough to buy these books. But enough about Bean. Let's talk about Blazor. At NDC Oslo, I believe this was back in 2017, Steve Sanderson had a WebAssembly talk. Web apps can't really do that, can they? So we thought, wouldn't it be kind of cool to show Blazor, or is it C# running in the web browser? So we took an open source version of the C# runtime and compiles that to WebAssembly. When it takes the stage, he has a working example of C# running inside the web browser. He had working IntelliSense. He even had the name Blazor. There's not a lot of names that survive that long. So I think that's super cool. So why is Blazor awesome? Well, I saw a Reddit post that embodied it very well for me. This feels like cheating. I feel like I'm getting away with something. And it shouldn't be this easy to build sites. And I saw another one today that was kind of on the same theme, talking about, is there any other technology that I can build client side, server side, and also bringing mobile with .NET MAUI? But we're going to come back to that in a bit. Now, me included, I'm not very comfortable with JavaScript. And with Blazor, we don't have to switch to JavaScript to TypeScript. We don't need to learn another framework. There are no extra skills involved. I don't have to learn React. I don't have to learn Angular, which is something that I really appreciate. At my former workplace, my colleague had this discussion with a person from another company. And that person said, well, I just made a quick site using Blazor. Oh, you're using Blazor? My colleague thought that was super interesting. So, you're using Blazor. What do you think about it? What do you use it for? No. Just use it for this site. I normally work with React. So my colleague was like, well, why did you use Blazor then? Well, I needed to get the site up really fast. So a well-seasoned React developer was more productive using Blazor. I'm sure this is not true for everyone, but for this particular person, he needed to get something fast. He chose Blazor to make him more productive. I think that says a lot. Now, I read somewhere that Blazor is for developers that don't like to learn new things. And that is definitely not the case for me. There is a saying that misfortune never comes alone. And for me, that misfortune is NPM, Webpack, TypeScript, JavaScript, Node.js, Bower, Angular, or React. You can only really be the best at one thing. Now my PowerPoint went haywire. There we go. You can only be the best at one thing. So removing clutter, focusing on one language, one workflow, that's where Blazor comes in. I was contacted by someone on Facebook, a random person that friended me on Facebook, and he said, "So, are you working on Blazor?" I actually don't know if he had his arm crossed at this point, but it kind of felt like it. And I said, yes, I am. Well, do you also work with Blazor? I thought this is going to be a fun discussion. Never going to be a thing. Okay. Why do you think that? Never going to beat Angular or React. Now, at this point, I'm pretty sure that he had his arm crossed. But that is not the point. It's never been the point. It's never meant to replace or kill another framework. There can be more than one. This isn't Highlander that we're talking about. Most developers I talk to are running Blazor server. And 2 years ago, we had Steven Sanderson on our podcast, and he confirmed the same thing that I saw, that Blazor server is more widely adopted than WebAssembly, at least 2 years ago, and I believe that that is true today as well. But general talks like this, or books, or whatever it may be, is often WebAssembly focused. And I think we need to lift server and hybrid as well. It's even more important now, as we will see in a bit. So I will spend the next couple of minutes talking about different hosting models. In some cases, the hosting models are even the solution to some of the problems that we might run into. So let's do that. There are 3 hosting models. It's Blazor Server, it's Blazor WebAssembly, and there's Blazor Hybrid. It's only really small differences between these. Basically, you could say that it's all about access. So for Blazor Server, you can access server internal resources like the database, or server resources like the CPU. WebAssembly, you have access to local resources, local computing power through the web browser. And with Blazor Hybrid, you could access local resources, but not only through a web browser or web view, you can have access to local resources like Bluetooth, for example, which I really enjoy working with. So let's dive into Blazor Server so we have a common understanding how things work. So what is happening is that on the server, we have Razor components. Razor components is going to render some kind of content, which Blazor then takes over. Blazor has a render tree that is a digital representation of the DOM that currently only lives on the server at this point. And then we have, in this case, a header and a button. Nice. Then on the other side, we have the browser. And the browser has a DOM. It also has a little bit of JavaScript. Now, the JavaScript is responsible for connecting the server with the browser using SignalR. So the server knows that the last thing we send to the browser is, well, nothing at this point. So it's going to send over the HTML to the JavaScript, and the JavaScript then updates the DOM. Awesome. So let's say that I click the button. It's going to go an event over SignalR up to the Razor components, and the Razor components is then going to execute some code, the click code or on-click code. This will make some kind of change. In this case, it's a very, very subtle change. It changed the Blazor rules with a Z to an rules with an S instead. Okay, great. So now Blazor is just going to push that change over to the JavaScript, and then the JavaScript updates the DOM. Now, this representation isn't 100% correct because it's not going to send the H1 tag and stuff like that. It's just going to send an ID and the change. So it's even smaller amounts of data sent over. Now, with Blazor WebAssembly, it differs a little bit, but not that much. But first, we need to understand something about JavaScript, or how JavaScript works, and how WebAssembly, where WebAssembly comes in. So normally, the browser would load some JavaScript. It will parse the JavaScript, and then the parsed JavaScript is going to get compiled. And then the JIT interpreter is going to be able to handle the data or run the program. With WebAssembly, we can bypass some of that. So we still need to download it, but we don't need to parse it, we don't need to compile it, but because all of that is already done for us. And the JIT interpreter can use that directly. And WebAssembly is, at least theoretically, faster than JavaScript. So we can bypass some of the things that normally would happen on the browser, in the browser. So what Microsoft did was that they took the Mono runtime and compiled that to WebAssembly. And here is the thing that really blows my mind. It's running your DLL, the same .NET Standard DLLs that you were running on the server. It's running the .NET Framework, same DLLs. And it's running inside of the web browser. And the first time I heard about this, I was a little bit like, it's running the full .NET Framework inside the web browser? And then I realized that it's running .NET inside of the web browser. That is just insanely amazing. In .NET 6, we even got the possibility to ahead of time compile, AOT, which basically takes our DLLs, compiles them to WebAssembly, and put them into the WebAssembly download. And this means that the initial file download is going to get bigger. The initial load time is going to get smaller. So it's a little bit of a trade-off, and the executing code is going to get a lot faster. But we're going to come back to footprint in just a bit. So that's how server side works. This is the same slide as before. So what is happening here is that the only difference is where the code is running. Now the code is running inside of the browser. It's running inside of .NET WASM, which is a WebAssembly compiled runtime. It's the same Razor components. It's the same Blazor. It's the same render tree. We don't use SignalR. We use JavaScript interrupts because WebAssembly don't have access to the DOM directly, and that's a security issue. I think they're talking about opening up that, but I don't think that that is open at this point. So the JavaScript interrupts updates, it talks to the JavaScript, and the JavaScript talks to the DOM. So pretty much the same way of working as with server. Everything just lives inside of the web browser instead. Now with .NET 8, we got something called Blazor United, or it used to be called that. Now it's just really Blazor. It's inside of the framework. So we got something called static server-side rendering, and we're going to come back to exactly what that is. We got streaming server-side rendering, and we got per component render mode and also an auto render mode. And we're going to go through all of these as well. So I think it's kind of important to mention Blazor United, because there's a lot of blog posts out there still referencing Blazor United, but that is not a term that Microsoft uses anymore. So let's talk about static server rendering. So what is happening is that the browser is going to do a request. And the Razor components, same Razor components, is going to render some content. And it's going to respond with that content. It's going to go over to the DOM, and we're done. There's no interactivity involved in this at all. You can use forms if you want to, but it will not work the same way as we are used to. So this is kind of like the same way that we work with MVC or something like that, that we do a request, we send all of the HTML over to the browser, and we show the content. And it's static server rendering, so it's not interactive in any way. Then we have streaming server rendering. Works pretty much the same. The DOM or the browser makes a request. The server is going to render some content, and it's going to render that far that it can render fast. So if you're doing a sync call to a database, for example, it's going to let the database work do its thing, and it's just going to send over the things that it has at this point. Now, when the database is done, we have some data, and then the data is going to get pushed over. In this case, it's another response, but it's actually in the same request that it's going to get that data as well. So we're not going to get multiple responses. It's the same response, kind of like in a streaming matter, which is where the name comes from, of course. So streaming server rendering will give us the feeling of interactivity. So we can't click on things still. It's still static in that regard, but we get data loaded. You're gonna get the initial screen faster. You can wait for it to load, and when it's done loading, you will get that data over. And with .NET 8, we also got some new render modes. And we used to only be able to run WebAssembly or server. But now we can combine them. So we have per component, which can use, so our site can use both SignalR components and WebAssembly components in the same application, where it makes sense. So basically we have SignalR, and we also have .NET WASM running inside of the same application. So we can mix and match wherever we need. We also have something called auto mode. And that means that if the initial load is going to take more than, I believe, 100 milliseconds, it's going to connect with SignalR and get that data fast to the client. Then in the background, it's going to download all the WebAssembly code and all the things that it needs. So the next time you go to the site, we now have everything running inside of WebAssembly. So the initial download time, we're not going to be able to see that. It's just going to be the startup time for WebAssembly. So that's pretty cool. Then we have Blazor Hybrid. So Blazor Hybrid, let's go back to what we talked about with WebAssembly. So we are running inside of the browser, .NET WebAssembly is running. So what does Blazor Hybrid look like? Well, again, it's all about where things are running. So in this case, we're running on an iOS device, Android device, Mac OS device, Windows device, or a Tizen device. We're running inside of .NET MAUI. We're running .NET or .NET for iOS or Android. We're running, or at least we can run, the same Razor components. It's the same Blazor with the same render tree. And then it talks to the DOM. And we can also combine this with native components inside of .NET MAUI. So with the same components, we can use Blazor Server or Blazor WebAssembly or static rendered static server rendered mode to reach the web. We have .NET MAUI, where we can reach iOS, Android, Mac OS, Tizen, and Windows. And we can also reach Windows using a web view, so we can get that into our WPF apps as well. Same Blazor components. I think this is a really good time to be a .NET developer. Now, this is one of the promises, right? You probably heard this. There's no more JavaScript. And I believe that that depends on where you're coming from. Now, I come from, or came from, I should say, a MVC world. I did a little bit of JavaScript, but not that much at all. And in the beginning of Blazor, you had to use a little bit of JavaScript, for example, to update the page title. So that might be an issue, but that is not needed anymore, luckily. I also went down the rabbit hole of creating some libraries, some component libraries, some Bluetooth communication and stuff like that. So for me, I actually started writing way more JavaScript when I started working with Blazor. But there are component creators out there in the community and component vendors that has done a lot of this stuff for us. So for the most, it is true. You don't need to write a lot of JavaScript or anything at all if your project supports that. But if we want to access browser resources, we need a little bit of JavaScript to get that working. Now, the really cool thing is that it is still possible to use JavaScript. So if you have that really cool JavaScript component and you just need to have that in your project, that is still possible. We used to have a chart library, for example, that we really liked. We had everything working. The customers liked it. So we created a Blazor component that wrapped that library. And that is absolutely possible. Now, I wouldn't recommend mixing languages. So think twice. Think about if there might be a full Blazor solution. I think it's always better to have a clean solution and not mix and match, but you can, it's possible. When .NET came out, this was it back in 2002, I said to my colleague, "Oh, this is awesome, .NET, this is a new thing. We should go all in Visual Basic." And my colleague said, "What? No, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go all in C#, not Visual Basic." But Visual Basic, we know Visual Basic, or we knew Visual Basic, so Visual Basic .NET would make sense, right? Well, he said, no, because if we start using Visual Basic, we're going to bring over all of those old and bad habits from Visual Basic to .NET. And this is the same with Blazor. Don't try to bring over old habits. Don't try to, we need Fluxor or whatever it may be. Think about that. Think about if that is really what you need, and try Blazor in the simplest form, because in my experience, that is quite enough for most projects. Now, I mentioned that I don't recommend mixing, but with web components, you can add JavaScript libraries using web components. You can use JavaScript web components in Blazor. You can use Blazor web components in JavaScript and in MVC. You can use both WebAssembly and server, which is really, really cool. So that is an option. If you have that awesome framework, you can use web components and wrap that that way. Now, this is a question I get quite a lot. Where should I put the code? Should I put it in Razor files, or should I put it in code behind? What is really happening when you compile the Razor file is that it's going to take the Razor file, it's going to compile that to, or convert that to C# code and compile that. So everything is really in the same class anyways, even if you use code behind. When Blazor came out, Razor files was the only real way of using Blazor. So I would recommend you to try writing the code in the Razor files, because if it gets too complex, break it out, make it a service, or in that case, use the code behind if it's you still can't get that to work nicely. But switching between different files is a little bit tricky. It takes time. So having everything in the same file, I think that is really, really nice. It's boosted our productivity a lot, not having to switch files. Which component library should I use? Well, this is a very common question as well. I don't know where that comes from, because I get that question from people who are like, well, I'm going to start with Blazor. I'm going to try Blazor for the first time this weekend. And what component library should I use? I usually say, calm down, try the plain vanilla first. Learn the component model, learn how bindings works and stuff like that, because then you can use different component libraries. Having said that, a lot of component vendors has Blazor components: Progress Tailor, DevExpress, Syncfusion, Radson, Blazorize, Matte Blazor, Mud Blazor. A lot of community-driven projects out there. So think about what you need. Try them out before you decide. But always use components. In the time of web forms, it was a little bit tricky to create your own components, but with Blazor, everything is a component. So think of it like in a component-centric way. Can the component be reused? But also, can we simplify the usage? Component vendors, they have, or open source project for that matter, needs to support a lot of different businesses, but we only need to support our own. So we can limit the functionality that the vendor libraries offer and set the best default values for our team. So we are removing cognitive load from having all these things in memory, and also imagine how easy it is for a developer, for a new developer in the team, to learn how to use it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to build a reusable component. I'm going to pop over to Visual Studio here, and we are going to create a, let me dial that font up. There we go. We're going to create a to-do button. Now, it doesn't have anything to do with a to-do in this case, but the project that I'm showing it in is a to-do app. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a parameter. Now this parameter is going to be a render fragment. Render fragment is a piece of code, really, that we can just throw in and render and show for our users. So this is going to be the text for the button. I'm going to name it child content. And by doing that, we can add that content inside of the to-do button tags. And I will show that in just a bit as well. I'm going to create another parameter, which is the confirm message, because we're going to use this button for a delete function. And instead of adding this confirm message dialog logic everywhere, we can do it as a helper perhaps, but I want to have that inside of the button. I don't want to write any specific code whether or not I should execute the logic. I want that to live inside of the button. So we're going to do that as well. We're going to add another parameter, which is the event callback, which is the on-click event. So we're going to add the on-click event like that as well. Pour myself a little bit of energy drink here. There we go. There we go. All right, so let's implement the on-click method. Then I'm going to create a on-click method. It's going to check if it may run or not. In this case, we're going to set it as a default no, not possible. And we're going to check if we have a confirm message, because we might not want a confirm message to every button. So if we do have one, I want to inject a JavaScript object for reference. I'm going to say to the JavaScript runtime that I want to get or import the script that I've hidden in the mana components library. And this project is called mana because I'm really sorry. I like puns. Most of my projects has some kind of pun involved. And we're just going to say that the JavaScript lives in the to-do button razor.js, like so. So if we're going to check the JavaScript, we're going to run the JavaScript. We're going to expect a bull back, and we're going to run the show confirm method, and I'll show that in just a bit. We're going to send in the confirm message, and if we don't have a confirm message and run on click is true, we're simply going to await or invoke the async on click method, like so. Awesome. So the JavaScript we are doing or using is just a method show confirm, which is using the JavaScript show confirm method. Great. So let's pop back here. We're going to add another parameter, which is capture unmatched values. And this is a way for us to capture all of the properties or attributes that we don't have a parameter for. So for example, styles or classes. If we put a style in there, we want that to be shown here as well. So we're going to say capture unmatched values. It's going to be a dictionary of strings and objects, and we're going to call it additional attributes. Now it's time to get some styling done. And when it comes to styling, I want to abstract that away. We're using Bootstrap in this project. I want to abstract that away. I want to use my own language, or I want to use, be able to say, you know what? This is a delete button. This is a save button. This is whatever button it may be. I don't want to say it's a red button. I don't want to say it's blue button or a danger button. I want to say what it's actually used for, because that is going to be way easier to understand and follow. So let's add another parameter here. So this is a to-do button enum. which is the type that we're going to use to show the button and to use abstraction that we're going to use to get the correct style. So I'm going to create an enum here as well. I'm going to say we can add, we can cancel a button, we can delete the button, or we can have a delete button, we can have an edit button, we can have a save button. That's enough for now, I think. And then we have a button class. So I need to get this, I need to translate this somehow. So we're going to do that as well. We're going to create a button class. And we're going to do a switch statement over the to-do button type enum. So if it is add, I want it to return btn and btn primary. So I'm returning btn and btn primary. All of the styling that I need is already inside of this class. I don't have to add that to every single button that I create. I'm going to create one for console, which is going to be danger button because that is a little bit more dangerous. I'm going to create a delete button. It's the same thing. Doesn't matter. I can have multiple types that return the same thing. And I'm going to create one for edit and save as well. And one for default, because that is good to have. Fix this, there we go. Now we need to add the actual button. And up here, we're going to just add a normal HTML button. It's going to be a type button. I have a class that we're going to retrieve from the button class. We're going to have an onClick method, or the onClick method is going to be, if I click the button, I'm going to link that to the onClick async method. I'm going to add attribute, which is the way that we can add all of those styling or whatever disabled, for example, can get caught by that as well. And I'm going to put child content inside of the button. Now our component is done. So this is the way that I would recommend you using components when you are using third-party libraries or open source libraries, because it abstracts away their logic and substitutes it with your own logic. In this case, I mean, we have a default that it's a type button. We have the class here. I have some suggestions by the end how you can even expand on this even further. So if we go into our to-do list here, I'm going to be able to add this to-do button. I'm going to say that it's a button type of to-do button type enum delete. The reason why this looks a little bit wonky is because I defined the enum inside of the component. It should probably be a separate file, but it was easier to demo it like this. I'm going to say on click, I want to run the delete item method. We're going to come back to that, what that contains. I want to add a confirm message. So I can add the confirm message right here and said, you know what? Do you really want to delete item with that title? And I put delete, which is the child content in this case. Awesome. So if you take a look at the delete item method, this is what it looks like right now. So for every moment that I need to show a confirm dialog, I need to add all of that code. But now I don't have to check if it should run or not, because the button takes care of that. So I can actually just remove Remove all of that code and all of that code. And only concentrate on the thing that is important in this case. I think this helps a lot when it comes to understanding and reusing components. So let's pop back to the slides here briefly. Let's see what we have here. So I promised you some button ideas. Well, for example, we can disable the button if the form isn't valid. We can automatically show a confirm message like the one we did. We can disable the button when we click the button so we don't get double click issues. We can show a spinner while it's working. We can add permission handling. And we also talked about styling, getting styles that is more in line with what you are doing with your components. So my advice here is that build reusable components and build helper components like the one I just showed you. Now, does companies use Blazor? Well, in short, yes. I've talked to companies that are really big here in Sweden. I'm talking about top 10 big companies that all of you have heard of. They are using Blazor internally. I have consultant friends that has a lot of customers that are using Blazor. And the biggest question is always, is Microsoft using Blazor? And they are. The latest, or one of the latest products from Microsoft is .NET Aspire, which is using Blazor inside of the portal, which is really, really exciting, I think. So let's talk about some Blazor specific things that we might run into. I promise you lessons learned, right? So one of the things is memory consumption. Now, we have a SignalR connection, everything, all the state is stored on the server. And one day we had a problem with the SQL server. It's not Blazor related, but the site was a little bit sluggish. So people started pressing F5, right? As people do, which killed the connection, but saved or the state was still on the server for 3 minutes. And they were keep hammering F5. So they left the old connection, started a new, left that one, started a new, left that one, and suddenly the server had a little bit of problem handling it because we didn't scale up this particular server. So how would you solve this? Well, add a refresh button inside of the UI so that people can click that instead of pressing F5. Don't mix Blazor pages with non-Blazor pages because the SignalR connection gets disconnected and it's going to start a new one. I actually don't know, but I think this problem is handled way better in .NET 8 because that is one of the things that we might run into if we have per component render state. And make sure to notify the user if something happens. Sometimes we just press save. We don't know if something happened because it loads so fast, it doesn't reload the whole page. So show the user that something happened. Now for us, the development speed was insane. We were 6 developers compared to companies that were doing the exact same thing we were doing that had 10 times more developers than we had. In some cases, it was even faster to rebuild the component or the functionality in Blazor than to fix the issue in MVC. So, and as you heard in the beginning, some React developers are actually more productive in Blazor as well. So is Blazor server slow? This is one of the more common things that people say, right? I mean, if I press the button, it's going to send the call over WebSockets. It's going to, or over Signal or whatever technology that is using for the moment. It's going to send over the data or the action. It's going to re-render on the server. It's going to push that back to the client. And I think it depends on what you're comparing it to. Is it slower than MVC and Razor pages? No, absolutely not. It's faster, way faster. And we've been running it, as I mentioned in the beginning, for over 4 years in production. And we never, ever got the feedback that the site was slow. At least not that was related to Blazor. Now, if the SQL server is not working, that is going to be a problem. That's going to show the users a slow site, but it's not related to Blazor. And it's only sending the changes, not the whole page. Not it's way less payload than Ajax that we used to know, right? So depending on the JavaScript implementation as well, I mean, if we're getting data, we're retrieving data, it's going to go over to the server. The server is going to re-render. It's going to get all that JSON, push all of that JSON over, and then the JavaScript framework is going to check, okay, so what is the information that I need? Oh, it's just one line that I have to change, and then update the DOM. Blazor server knows what we have on the client. It knows what we have on the server. So if nothing needs to update, it's not going to send any data over at all. So in some cases, I would even argue that Blazor server might be faster than some JavaScript implementations. Now, let's talk about WebAssembly things or specific things. I asked in a Swedish Facebook group, what kind of questions would you have me answer in a session like this? And there was one guy that was very hostile towards Blazor, and he was well, download the whole runtime into the browser. It's just insane. The amount of bandwidth. So I thought, what are the bandwidth of sites today? What are we talking about? So this is not a completely fair comparison, but I think it gives a little bit of at least some ideas of where the problem lies. So Facebook has 16 megabytes of JavaScript. I'm just counting the JavaScript. We have 6 megabytes from Pinterest. YouTube has 4, Twitter 3, Stack Overflow has 1.5, Apple's page has 1.25. And I believe that the Blazor demo is a little bit less than 1 megabyte now. And some person wrote that, well, this is not a fair comparison, but because these sites are huge and way larger than Blazor or the demo Blazor site. Absolutely, I get that. But the point here is that it's not the megabytes that is the problem. It's really the loading time, the time it takes for Blazor to start WebAssembly. Because even if we have everything downloaded, it takes a little bit of time to get content onto the screen. Now, how do we solve that? Well, progress bars is a really great solution. It's actually included in the .NET, I believe it was included in the .NET 6 template, and it's definitely included in .NET 8.1. And we get kind of a perceived sense of speed. It's you feel like as long as something is happening, you feel like the site is loading. You don't feel like it takes a lot of time. You can use Junichi Sakamoto's fellow MVP's pre-render functionality, that it's going to pre-render everything at publish. So it's going to make the SEO work better, and it's going to load faster. You can use ahead of time compiled. So problem, larger file, faster load. So if you have a really bad internet connection, that might be a problem. But if you don't have bad connection, it's going to load faster. We also have the server pre-rendered way. So we can pre-render it on the server, and then we're going to get the data, or the WebAssembly is going to load afterwards, which is going to speed up everything as well. And we also have the new auto mode, where we first get SignalR connection or Blazor server and then WebAssembly. Now I want to show you my ZX Spectrum emulator, which is one of the things that I am very happy with. I'm going to jump over here. Let's see here. Here we go. So my first computer was a ZX Spectrum emulator. And I see that my internet connection is a little bit wonky. There we go. So this is, my first computer was a ZX Spectrum. And when I became a developer, I wanted to see if it was possible to build an emulator using C#. So I built this emulator. So if I start it, you'll see that it loads. I can type some basic here. I'm going to turn off the sound just in case that would go over to, there we go. I don't know if you can hear the sound, but the music that I'm going to play in just a minute is horrific, so I don't want you to hear that, I guess. So this is a game. So this is running Blazor ahead of time compiled WebAssembly. And we can even play the game, or actually I can't play the game because I've done this version. I've done it for Xbox 360. I've done it for Windows Phone, Windows 8. And I have still yet to beat this first level. Apparently, oh, come on. Let me at least reach the first platform here. There we go. So, and if we check the load time here, if I just reload the page, you see that the load time is pretty fast. Granted, this is cached in the browser, but this is ahead of time compiled. I don't think that the load time is an issue here. It loads pretty fast. Now, the next thing I want to show you is an extension that I've built called Blossom extension. And this solves some of the issues when it comes to Blazor development. So it has a couple of helpful tools that you can use inside of Visual Studio. For example, creating an isolated CSS, creating an isolated JavaScript. It has, you can create code behind, a code behind file. You can move namespaces to the closest import file, extract to components, or find where components are used. So I can show you just briefly here. If I right click, actually, let me remove these files. I can show you it in action. So if I just select my counter components, I right click here and I can create an isolated JavaScript. Boom, we have an isolated JavaScript. We can create a code behind file. Boom, we have a code behind file with everything set up that we can use. So there's a lot of things that you can use in that extension, and it's open source. So if you feel like you want to contribute, please do. And if you have any ideas, I would love to hear them. So let's see, there we go. So should we go in all Blazor? Well, it depends. Is it production ready? Yes, it is production ready. Should we invest time in exploring Blazor? Absolutely. Now, will it replace Angular, React, or Vue? Yes, for some developers, it's definitely an option. So thank you so much for listening. And if you have any more questions, I hope that we have time for some questions from the chat. Or please follow me on X. or whatever social media that you can find me in.
Yes, use all the social medias. Jimmy wants to hear
Yes.
from you. You know, I love getting that question that you touched on there at the end. Is it really production ready? Like, yeah,
Yeah.
it is. And I've been building sites with it, and I've got a number of sites out there that are live and facing the open internet. There's governments. You touched on. There's a bunch of very large companies that are using Blazor even internally.
Yeah.
So way on board with that. We do have a couple comments. You asked for some feedback also from some folks who are working on Blazor projects. Fuel Snable mentioned that they're using Blazor for building internal tools. Panayatop, I think that's how you pronounce that, says that they've been writing with Blazor at a previous company and they want to work again with Blazor. They love working with this SPA framework. Um, Dirtborn was asking, have you tried the Fluent UI Blazor library?
I have not. Have you tried it?
No. I was expecting you to say something else about it. So Fluent UI.
No, there's really no reason that I haven't tried it. I kind of enjoy writing my own components, so I've been a little bit hesitant of using a lot of component libraries, at least in the beginning of everything, because I want to learn the basics first.
Sure. I think there's a place, and I ran into this. I was using the Progress Blazor components with the Clip Talk website that I was building previously, where there's a place where once you get beyond some of the basic form components, and it's not, oh, I need a component that's going to be my header, or I need a component that's going to be contain everything from my sidebar. Those type of composite components that we all need. But when you know what, I need a little bit more from a combo box. I want that type of head combo box.
Yeah.
That's where I think component libraries like Fluent UI and libraries from the various sponsors of today's event, where they really help. Right? We had a comment earlier from folks about the quick grid, and what do you think about the quick grid?
I haven't used it a lot, but I think that I mean, grids is. I've built my own grid. That was one of the first component that I built,
Yeah,
and it's a lot of work. So,
absolutely.
I mean, using a third-party vendor or the quick grid makes so much sense. And I think that the quick grid is just enough for most people.
Hmm.
And if you want to go beyond, lots of like the folks at Progress, for example, they have amazing components, and all of these vendors has really good components that you can use instead.
I totally agree. Right, when you start looking at advanced capabilities regarding not just virtualization, but being able to export things to Excel, being able to get advanced templating capabilities inside of components, like yeah, folks have already gone in and built some of those things, and
And
let's
I
kick
think
it
I
off.
think that is a very good point, because I mean, a grid is, I mean, it's not a lot of work to. No, I mean, I spent many hours to create the one that I built, and it's open source. If you want to check out how much work it is, it's up on GitHub. It's called Blossom as well, blossom.components. And as you mentioned, like all the things around that, like exporting, importing, all of those things, that's where you get lost with time.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So there's three more questions here that I want to touch on, and some of them are looks like a little bit more design focused around how you use Blazor capabilities. Let me start with this one from Polka Pips asking, what's the Blazor way to replace client state management with Fluxor, for example?
Uh, First of all, there is a component library called Fluxor that you can use,
Yep.
which works very similar to the client side libraries that we're used to with NGRX and all of those. But the first question, you kind of need to ask yourself, do I need to have a state on the client? Do I need to preload these things, or would it work to, for example, if the component itself has handles that state? Because when we're talking about WebAssembly, it's only running inside of your web browser. That state belongs to you.
Yeah.
Now, previously, what we did before, since I don't come from a world where we used Angular or React or whatever, I didn't even know about these frameworks. So we solved it simply by using dependency injection. So we used a service, we dependency injected that into a singleton or to scoped, and we used that to store state that we needed to use in different components. But when it comes to like a form or a load data or whatever it may be, I would argue that let the component do the work. Let the component load the data when it's needed and then discard the data when it's not. Because one of the most problematic issues is naming, of course, but also when to release the cache.
Oh, yeah.
And without using these other frameworks, we don't need to think about that. When we load the page, we load the cache or we load the state, we destroy the state when we're done.
Yeah. And I love that built-in management. Otherwise, stuff just kind of hangs out there, and you're like, I don't know.
That's exactly how I feel.
Right? There's stuff littered out here. I don't know if it's any good anymore, or if it's from a previous version of the application. It's just stuff.
And there's also one of the more common problems with the Angular site is that it has way too much state in memory and it's going to run sluggish, and basically you need to reload the whole site. I understand that that is not true for every site, but you need to think about this. It introduces very, very many potential problems, I would say.
All those touch points.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Let me go to this question from Eric. When building out application pages, is it a good practice to build them with Razor components? That way, the DOM only needs to update the pieces that change within the component and not a full page refresh and re-render, and therefore reduce the needed computing time. So I think Eric is tiptoeing up to Blazor SSR mode. And
Yeah.
and when you do start thinking about Blazor as something more than just server interactive and WebAssembly interactive, when you look at SSR and you think about auto mode, yeah. What's your experience been, Jimmy, with building using more Blazor in those new render modes?
I've only like played around with the new render modes, but what I'm seeing is that I think that there are quite a lot of sites that don't need interactivity.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
SSR, either static rendered or streaming rendered, is going to solve a lot of problems for many sites.
Absolutely.
And I mean, even though SignalR is fast and WebAssembly downloads and starts up pretty fast, not having something that needs starting up is going to be faster, of course.
Absolutely. Or you have an embedded WebAssembly component and it's just below the fold, or it's a little bit further down the website, and we can start to cache that as you're beginning your initial interactions with the application.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff what we're seeing and what we're learning about. The last question I want to go to here is from Robert. Robert says, I'm thinking about making a proof of concept project, migrating a Web Forms 4.5 application, Okay, I'm going to shudder right there, Robert. What- this application was built with lots of Telerik components. Would it be doable to migrate that? And how much time would I have to invest to make it work? I think the doable question is how determined are you is the answer, right? What experiences have you seen, Jimmy, with folks migrating from web forms to Blazor?
We didn't move from web forms. We moved from MVC, and
Okay.
we for us it sped up the development cycle like insane,
Mm,
and it made our site more interactive. It made we could tell that users were really happy with all the new stuff that we built. Now, depending, I mean, the answer is, of course, it depends. It depends on how large the site is and stuff like that. But you can start moving just parts of it because this is part of the of .NET framework, right? So you can add these components inside of web forms if you want to.
yeah. Isn't that interesting that even though, right, .NET framework is how old, we can reuse and move very easily between these. Like, I think about I keep bringing up this example. I go back to that schism that happened between Python 2 to Python 3, and the migration was just such a nightmare for folks trying to get from version 2 to version 3.
Yeah.
Um, so there's something there's something to be said there about how backwards compatibility is baked into these things.
Yeah.
So,
But to answer the question, is it worth it? Yes, it's going to be worth it.
oh yeah, oh yeah, absolutely worth it. You're going to see performance. You're going to see security improvements, the ability to do some of the new modern things on the web, support for Brotli compression. Let's start there, right?
Yeah.
HTTP2 support, all these good things. So definitely significant benefits there moving forward. Um, Panaya Tap on Twitch comments Microsoft has an ebook comparing ASP.NET Web Forms to Blazor and a tutorial how to do this. Am I remembering that correctly? Yes, and I think I know the person who wrote those. I'm not going to name any names, but it might be familiar. Anyways,
Might be.
so well, thank you so much, Jimmy. I really appreciate you taking time out of your afternoon here to join us and talk a little bit more and give folks some of the assurance of what you're seeing, getting Blazor into production and making it something that is. And I feel like it makes these frameworks real when you're actually using them at work.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. Well, I'll
Thank you
let
for
you.
having me.
Yeah, it's been great having you here, and I'm going to move on to our next session where I'm actually going to talk about things that are new in .NET 8. So have a great one. I appreciate you joining us.
You too.
All right,
Bye.
and there we go. Back to me. All right, so excuse me. So Jimmy really covered a number of things there about how Blazor works, how you can take advantage of it, and even tiptoeing into Blazor hybrid there and talking about how you can take things into that hybrid ecosystem where it's more than just your normal, your garden variety um, interactions with a website. Now it's a native application. That's really cool to see. Let me make sure I go back. I want to make sure that I call out and thank our sponsors again. There they are. Big thanks to them for sending out messages, getting folks aware of this event that we're doing today. That we've got a number of great component vendors, companies, organizations that support the .NET ecosystem. Code Magazine makes all kinds of great materials available for you to learn more about .NET, about the tech ecosystem that's going on. They've been covering AI capabilities recently as well. Really great stuff, and of course, folks like Growth Acceleration Partners that are going to help you migrate, update, and modernize your applications. Make sure you check out them and some of the other folks that we have listed there on our sponsor slide. Much appreciate all of their support for today's event. So I wanted to kind of back up a little bit and talk about what's new in .NET 8 and really hit some of the interesting things that are going on there. So let me share part of my screen here and let's dive in and have some fun with this. I'm trying to select a window here, and it is it going to give me is it going to give me what I want? Because I see screen one, screen two, and what is that? I don't hang on. Let me try this one more time. Yes, I know. We're going to present. We're going to share my screen, and there it is. That's the one I wanted. There we go. What's new in .NET 8 is what I want to talk about and dive in a little bit to some of the interesting things that we've had added into .NET 8 as part of this release we saw back in November. So, of course, I'm watching chat. I want to respond to your questions as we're going through here. So please, anything that I'm talking about, anything that we're going into, and I'm going to skip a little bit of the Blazor content because Jimmy covered that quite nicely for us. But as we're going through here, please ask questions. Please drop your comments in the chat. I am reading, and I will respond as I can here. .NET Ryan's been building a music artist website with Blazor. Absolutely love it. Much less painful to work with. Updates and state. Highly recommended. Thank you, .NET Ryan. Really appreciate that. Oh, I nearly forgot. I just saw the messages come into chat. There are swag bags we're giving away from our sponsors today. Hang on, go back to that other slide. Go back to the other slide. These sponsors, they're giving away a swag bag. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch, check the link just below. They're actually it wasn't posted into. I don't see it posted into chat on YouTube, but over on Twitch, you definitely see it there. I will update the YouTube and put the click through over there. But there is a swag bag that we're giving away. You could win a swag bag that has literally a couple $1,000, a little bit more than $1,000 worth of goodies in there. I see Amazon gift cards. I see licenses to various component libraries and products. I see tickets to a conference. That's really cool to see. So let me drop this message into YouTube chat as well. There we go. So you can, so you can get a chance to win one of those swag bags. All right. So let me back out of there and head back over to my slides. There we go. And I think, yeah, there we go. Let me head back to the slides and let's talk about what's new in .NET 8. Now, of course, .NET 8 is the latest version of .NET. There's all kinds of support available for you. There's always been support available for you. But when you want free support, you want to be able to call someone at Microsoft and say, hey, I need help with this. .NET 8 is the version that was released in November 2023, and it's called a long-term support version. That means that you're going to get 3 years support. You're going to have support for it well through November 2026, okay? Now, .NET 6 was the previous long-term support version. You see it's got the pink and purple gradient bar there. That was released. .NET 6 was November 2021, so it's going to run up on support here in November 2024. All right, so you have 3 years support, so plenty of time if you want to upgrade from an older version of .NET and you want to use .NET 6, or you want to go right to .NET 8. .NET 7 was our standard term support release. All the odd numbered versions are standard term support. That version, .NET 7, is going to go up. It will expire its support in May 2024. So all kinds of options for you. I highly recommend you go to .NET 8 because with each version of .NET, there's always performance enhancements, security improvements, new techniques and ways that you can interact with our APIs. And when we get to talking about Blazor, There's all kinds of new capabilities for you to build and design applications and architect applications. You want to make a bank that makes use of AI, says Sean on Twitch. Good luck with that. I'm not quite sure what you would do, but good luck with that. So let's talk about some of the new C# features. I've got a couple of code examples here that we can take a look at that show some of the new features that are available in C# 12 that was shipped as part of .NET 8. So I've got some code. We're going to look at code. We're actually going to be here in Visual Studio. Let's take a look at this. First thing that I want to talk about are primary constructors. So why do you have to write an extra block of code to capture fields and assign them to properties, right? I want to capture birth date and assign it to the birth date field. Like, that's annoying. Like, it's all this extra code that I have to write that just kind of is a waste of my time. I know I'm capturing it. I'm going to put it in a read-only field. Why are you bugging me? Well, when you declare a class now, you can include those primary fields, those properties that you want to capture and expose right there next to the class name definition. So if I declare a person with string first name and string last name, now I have that person able to be created with, there we go, right there, with those as initial properties. So I can create a new person, Jeff Fritz, and I can even pass in an overload constructor here that includes a birth date as well. But that's an optional constructor. You must always backfill and include the properties for the primary constructor that's defined up here. So if I didn't put the descendant interaction there and I let it go, notice I get a red line here. You declared a constructor and it doesn't allow for initialization of the primary constructor parameters there. So I put that back in and it lets me have that person declaration. And of course, because I have that, definition, right? I can do something like say people dot, well, give me the 0th person, and you see why don't I see their names there? Oh, because they're not exposed. Those are internal fields, so I can reference things like given name, that property, and it'll expose that first name parameter, right? It's a parameter. It's not necessarily exposed outside of the class. Danielle on YouTube asks primary constructors versus event handler subscription and release in the constructor. That's a little bit dangerous to do event handler subscription and release in a constructor, right? Because that a constructor, you don't necessarily have full control over when it's going to fire, right? A constructor is something that should return immediately. You hope you know when it's going to fire, but if you're doing something like dependency injection, well, putting an event handler in a constructor or as part of a primary constructor like we see up here, you don't know where it's coming from and you don't know when it's created, which then means you don't know when it's disposed. So you could inadvertently create a memory leak. So I wouldn't recommend doing that. Feels like something you could do. I haven't tried it because it feels like it could get a little bit dangerous. Pac-Man Jr. says that it looks like birth date should be nullable. Birth date. Where did I put birth date? Yes. So I did make it nullable by adding the question mark there, because when you do declare and you do create a person, well, birth date might not have a value. So thank you, Danielle. Appreciate it. And I'm glad you're tuned in and joining us here today. So that's a little bit on what primary constructors give us the ability to do. Yeah, there, look at that. We cannot access the properties injected. I knew I had notes about that part of the demo. I just didn't scroll down far enough. But I can also then inherit from that and use that primary constructor. If I inherit from person and I declare a type called text speaker that might have, right, some other property out here, right? Expert. Thank you, expertise, right? That I want to assign for a text speaker, and right, of course, I would type something like this, and it, when I go to declare a text speaker, I'm required to give a first name, last name, and it will apply those to the person object directly. So you can inherit, but you must carry that primary constructor forward. It becomes a little bit viral to carry that through and apply it to any descendant classes. Anonymous 1221 is trying to look for a project to do in C sharp. There's all kinds of stuff to do. I always point back to the idea of building a collection website or a collection application. We've all got collections, so what? How do you store and maintain your collections data? Can you, Pac-Man Jr. on Twitch asks, can you use DI to inject those? Sure, absolutely you can. For a DTO type of object like these that I've created, this person, and of course down here text speaker, you wouldn't do dependency injection on that. However, if you had some sort of a repository class that needed to receive an HTTP client, you could certainly do that as a primary constructor. So, or a repository that needs to receive an entity framework context. You could put that in a primary constructor as well. So, and then right, it allocates and and stores that entity framework context for you, right? That data access context off to the side and kind of hides it from any of the public APIs. Let's talk about collection expressions. This, in my mind, is a thing that was like, why didn't we have this before? I like this because we can now declare with one unified syntax. Here's all the types, here's all the objects that make up a collection. And it doesn't matter if it's an array or if it's a list. I can declare, right? I'm used to seeing, hey, here's an array of ints. And right, I would normally do something like this, and I'd have curly braces around that. And that's kind of how we're used to seeing an array of numbers declared as like that. But because I have collection expressions, I can just say, well, and here's the value in square brackets. Simplifies it because then I can use list and other collection types and specify, well, in this case, a list of strings, names, and there's 3 names that I can put in that list. But what that also does for me is I can just change this up here to a list of type int, and that's still valid syntax. I initialize it with the exact same syntax. I put the exact same values into it. So just using square brackets around it, the C# compiler just figures out the right type to shuffle and put in there, and it just works. We can also do jagged arrays, you see there, and being able to declare and have multiple sets of square brackets if you need multiple dimensions that you want to initialize with a collection expression like this. Burger B, that's exactly what this is. This is a readability improvement that helps our human eyes read code. The compiler is going to do a little bit of work to massage that into the correct type that's declared on the left side of the equals expression. But for us reading this, real easy to pick up instead of having to right. If I were to do this as that list, right, it'd be new list of type string, and right, it would have to be something like this, and I'd want to put these on different lines, and right, okay, that's nice, right? Versus it gets really clear just doing that. So nice collection expression. You love the syntactical sugar, says Pac-Man Jr. Yeah, right. Um, fantastic. All right. CodePuter thinks they have a silly question. How do you easily add a code page to a Razor component? I keep thinking it should be a right click and a add code behind. Um, if you want to add a code behind type expression, remind me when I get to the Blazor demo here, and I'll show you that. Quick Fix will do it in Visual Studio. Marcus is correct. You basically name a class the exact same thing in a different file, and mark it as partial. Done. Make sure it's in the same namespace, and you'll be good to go. Let's talk about some of the other features that are in here. And I forget what I put in here. Oh, you can alias any type. So we declared the type person. So I can alias with a using statement. So I can say using p equals new C# features dot person. So that person object that I declared over here, I've just aliased and it's available to me. So instead of saying new person here, I can just say new p. And I've got a new person object there. And when I mouse over it, it will show me, hey, I've aliased that back to the person object. So yeah, thank you. Stream Elements posting a link to upgrade to .NET 8, and there's a link there to get .NET 8. So that makes it pretty easy to do. There's now also a ref read only keyword that you can use when you're interacting with methods, right? So when you have a ref keyword, if we specify something is a reference type that we're passing in, it doesn't pass in that object, but it passes in a reference to something. And that works nicely when we have a value type and we want to say, well, it's a reference to that. But the danger with that is you might actually change something under the covers as you're interacting with it. So if we want to make sure that we're passing a reference, but we don't want you to be able to change it, we can mark it as ref read only. And it kind of says this method is not is going to reference that object and allow me to interact with it, but I'm not allowed to touch and break things inside there. So if I uncomment these, I can say person. Well, if I try and overwrite that with here's a new person, Mads Torgerson, well, you can't because it's read only. But I can modify that content. So I can't assign a new value to that incoming parameter, but I can change some of the properties on it. So that's right, Marcus. You don't have to make a copy every time. Yep. Eric on Twitch mentions keeping things immutable prevents bugs. It it prevents a class of bugs. Yes, I think that's a great way to describe that. Pac-Man Jr. highlights that aliasing capability that I showed up here makes it real powerful. That's a real powerful thing when people use bad name that conflicts. Totally agree. Totally agree. Abby Knight or is it A by Night? On Twitch comments doesn't allowing you to change the properties negate that it's marked as read only. There's read only and there's immutable, right? Immutable would say, well, you're not allowed to touch this at all. But read only says you're not allowed to replace this. And I get that. I do. Let me touch on just one or two more things here, and then I see our next speaker is actually ready a little bit early. Thank you so much for jumping in there. Jimmy talked a little bit about building interactive UI with Blazor, so I'm going to skip that. Lots of great stuff there. I want to make sure that you know about static server rendering, SSR mode. This is something that we're pretty excited about. We web developers, I'm not as a Microsoft person saying that, because now I can take that exact same Blazor capability and use it to render HTML on the server. So I don't need to have 2 or 3 different frameworks that I use to build and render and deliver content. I can use one framework, use the exact same components that I might the UI components that I might use in WebAssembly or I might use on interactive server or maybe even on a mobile app and render HTML on the server directly. So let me touch on that just briefly. So we're used to seeing with Blazor Server, Jimmy showed us this, there's a WebSocket that sends information back and forth, and all the business logic for rendering a component and our user interface is on the server, and it just repaints and updates sections of the web page. He mentioned WebAssembly. Well, you have your stuff running in a cloud somewhere, but it ships down the entire .NET application and it runs on top of WebAssembly completely in the browser. But static server-side rendering, SSR, means our .NET code runs in the cloud. We receive an HTTP request, and we send back HTML just like we're used to, and the browser just renders and displays HTML. I'm going to talk more about server-side rendering in my next session coming up at 2 o'clock, when we want to talk about getting your application ready for the big bad open web. Ed, are you about ready to go over there? Can you give me a nod, a heads up or something? Yep. All right. I'm going to back out of this. Thank you so much to our friend Ed Charbeneau for joining us. There he is.
Hey, how's it going, Jeff?
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Not a problem. Hopefully you can hear and see me well. It's been a little bit since I've been able to live stream, so I was fighting all the dragons this morning of trying to get my hardware set back up.
Oh my gosh, I felt that this week because I took all my studio stuff that I use at my other set. I took it to this event in Bulgaria. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Maybe I've heard of it.
So I got that all set back up again, and was recording some content for the event today. So yeah, I'm right there with you in getting things set back up. So I know you wanted to talk about Blazor and artificial intelligence today, and some other things as well.
Yep, I've got some fun components and things to show folks that might be interested in AI. AI is something that I've been dabbling with for almost 10 years now. It sounds crazy, but it's been with us for that long. It's just kind of really blown out of proportion lately.
Yeah, right. I mean, we would think about things like sentiment analysis and doing image comparisons and identification and OCR types of things. So I'm really interested to hear more about what you have for us here today.
Yeah, I was looking through some of my old slide decks, trying to get a grasp on the time frame of this stuff, and it was back in early 2016. I was warning people. I was like, if you don't put AI in your apps, or at least consider where it will fit in about 5 years, you're going to be behind your competitors. So you better keep your eye out.
Yeah.
And here we are, and things are just totally just out of control right now. There's stuff, popping out of every place in the ecosystem that we can imagine.
Tons of excitement, some good, some a little over the top.
Some scary, right?
Yes. So I'll give you the stage, and but I don't have a screen share from you just yet.
I am trying to get that. There we go. You should have that now.
Yep. I see your slides. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
I brought slides to a live stream. I'm sorry if that's a taboo thing, but I like a visual. What can I say?
Absolutely. Go for the visual, and I'll let you go here for a bit. And when you're done, I'll jump back and we can talk to chat and answer some questions.
Alrighty. So this is part of a session that I gave called Level Up Your Blazor UI with OpenAI. And I'm going to start with a little bit of a quote that I like. I saw this and I thought it was very appropriate. This is how I feel about the whole thing. So I thought I'd share. It says, some people call this artificial intelligence, but the reality is this is technology that will enhance us. So instead of artificial intelligence, I think we'll augment our intelligence. And this was a quote by Ginny Rometty, from CEO of IBM at the time. And I think this is really appropriate. Like, AI isn't taking our jobs. It's not taking things over. It's not going to, become the Terminator and end us all, but instead it's enhancing us. And you see this happening in applications, right? And this is out in the wild now. You can go on Bing. Microsoft has Copilot. It's integrated into Bing and some other really cool places. I'll actually try to show you some of that as we go throughout some demos today. But you see these UIs popping up that are interfacing people with AI to help enhance your workflow, make things easier throughout, your workday. So one of the things that you see in Bing is this Copilot tab, and it says, ask me anything, right? And inside of this UI, there's some options as well. So you have kind of a radio button here that says, be more creative, balanced, or more precise. And these things help you balance like what kind of output you want from that AI conversation. And these are all using large language models behind the scenes. Sounds like some really crazy stuff that is going to be super hard to implement in my app. And actually, it's not that bad, and I'll show you how to do that. But I want to show a couple more examples here as well as we kind of learn more about this. And this is one of my favorite apps. This is called Markdown Monster. If you're on Windows and you do any blogging or maybe some documentation in Markdown, Markdown Monster is one of my favorite tools. Makes me super productive. And there's this new feature that was added. And I clicked on it and it says, enter your open API key and let us generate images inside a Markdown Monster for you. And I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. I was writing this article and I wanted an image of this progressive enhancement theme that I was running with. So I kind of fed some prompts into the chat box there, and it produced this image for me of a robot kind of evolving into kind of a more modernized robotic species. And I thought that was pretty cool because it keyed off of that progressive enhancement term, and then it produced like this elaborate description of the image for me, so I could improve on that image. And you see all these little knobs and switches on this UI that help you determine the size of the image, the quality, the style, the language model that we're using to create it, and etc. And these are things that are user interfaces that we're going to have to put in our applications if we want to include stuff like this in our apps. So how do we get started doing that? Well, first thing you're going to need is an API key from either Azure, OpenAI, or OpenAI itself. There's no wrong route to go here, except keep in mind that Azure OpenAI is in beta and you'll need to request access to it. Whereas OpenAI, you can just log in, supply a credit card, and you're up and running. The next thing you'll need is some components. You can build these things yourself, but there's some off-the-shelf things that you can get that are going to make your life a lot easier. And there's problems that are solved out of the box with these components. And you can just get started today with an OpenAI key and a little bit of code. And all you have to do is connect to these things, these components to your backend. And we'll do that with Blazor in some demos. One of the demos I'm going to show is something called the Telerik UI for Blazor AI prompt. The AI prompt is a lot like that Bing interface that you saw, that Copilot. And it has an Ask AI prompt screen, it has an output screen, and then it has some various other views that you can customize. You can use templates, you can hook into events, you can do all sorts of cool stuff. So we'll demo that, and I also have something that's brand new that just came out of Steve Sanderson's GitHub that I want to show as well. And this is called Blazor Smart Components. So we'll just jump over to the web here and Google Blazor Smart Components if you want to look that up. It's a quick search, and you'll see a blog post by Daniel Roth talking about Steve's project. There's a nice video here on what they do and how to get started using them. And I'm going to show you that here live in some demos right now. So I've got Steve's project. I've cloned it off of GitHub. And you will see in that project this repo shared config file. Now, in this repo shared config file, you are going to want to enter your credentials for either OpenAI or the Azure OpenAI service. Now, I don't want to show my keys here on the stream, but I've got the config file open from this repo shared config.json, and Steve's marked it as do not commit these changes to source control. But here's the schema for getting your credentials plugged into the app. I personally like to use user secrets. So I have already right-clicked on my project here in Visual Studio. Let's get my Zoom tool up and running so we can take a look at the dialog boxes a little bit better. And over in this server project, you will see a manage user secrets menu item here. If you click on that, it will open up a schema that looks a lot like this, and you can just paste in any of the keys that you want and the values. I've already done that myself, and I'm not going to show that on stream. All right. So we've got a Blazor app over here, and there are some components in it with various demos. So let's check out what some of the demos are that Steve's prepared for us. So go ahead and just run this guy. We'll skip the debugging process here. Helps it run just a little bit faster. And let's zoom in nice and big so you can see everything on the stream here. So the first component that I've got from Steve here is the Smart Paste component. Now the Smart Paste component is something that you can add to one of your existing Blazor forms, and you add this Smart Paste button to the form. Now, Smart Paste is really cool because I've got some sample content down here with some various things that I can paste into my form. So I'm going to grab this and drop it on my clipboard with a quick copy, and then I'll hit Smart Paste. And you'll see that it picked the name out of that content there, and all the content said was a name, first and last name, but there's nothing denoting that that is a name. There's no text there that says this is a name field, anything like that. So it's already able to pick that out. Let's look at the next demo here. It says from, and it has a name and it has a date on it. And notice the date format. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that one and hit Smart Paste. And the AI kicks in here and says, okay, this is the name field, and we're going to take this date and convert that to an age. So it's doing this all automatically without any kind of custom logic or anything involved. It's just processing it through an AI language model and figuring out, okay, this is the best choice to fill in the age property for this field. And we can keep doing this. We've got another one. This one says born September 9th, 2003. Hit Smart Paste there. We've got an age of 20. Let's see. This one says 6 Maple Street. Let's see what pasting that in does. Let's try one more time here, I think. All right. We need to reset it. Hit paste. There we go. It's not finding anything intelligent here, so it's not entering anything into the form. Is the age wrong? Is it the AI making some mistakes? That's the thing about AI. You got to make sure that you double check some of the data after it processes it. All right, so you can see that it's doing its best to pick these things out. If it has an explicit name and age, then it will fill those in appropriately. All right, so let's try the mailing address one. We've got some more pieces of data down here, and we'll go ahead and grab this one out, and we'll do a Smart Paste on that. And notice it's grabbing the context out of this piece of data here, and it's pasting things like the phone number and the addresses into the appropriate fields in the form. So this is just a really nice way to add some productivity to your applications. And again, with chat telling me like some of the birth dates might have been wrong or ages might have been wrong, you do want to still have a human behind this going through and double checking some of the data, but it takes a lot of the busy work out of the equation of copying and pasting between individual fields into each individual box by hand. So that's always nice. And here's another one that might be something that you might use at work as a developer. Say you have a bug report to file against the software that you're writing. And you could take say an email. Since I found a small problem with the UI in version 2 and some text here, we can copy that, smart paste it, and it's going to take a second here, but the AI has actually selected an item from a drop-down box, chosen a bug type, so it's kind of getting the context of what is happening in that email. Let's try another one here. It says, hey, can you add a new current CMS provider feature to the customer data in the sales intranet? Let's go ahead and reset. That sounds a little bit more like a feature suggestion. We'll go ahead and hit smart paste there. Look at that feature request, not a bug. It says in here, I need it by the end of the week. So it's actually flagged that as high. So it's doing some pretty intelligent processing of this data. Another one we've got here is the smart text area, and this is more of a predictive typing and texting type of a thing. So you can actually configure this as well with predefined phrases. So you can help prompt the user as they type. So maybe you're doing like customer support and you want to say thank you. And it'll say thank you for contacting us. It's actually prompting to investigate. We'll need a GitHub repo. Then there's things in here like we don't accept zip files. Let's try zip. Zip files are not accepted as errors. Could you please provide steps to reproduce these issues? It's starting to predict the things that I want to say as I go based on some of the phrases that we've kind of keyed up. So if you have somebody doing support, they can have these contextual driven conversations with customers without having to know everything that they need to say right out of their heads. They can actually do it with the predictive text. We also have smart combo boxes here. Let's see what we've got in here. We've got bugs, doc security. So these are nice because, you know, we've all seen combo boxes before, but say we have a bug in there. Let's type in error. And notice it picks bug out of the drop-down box. So the context is the same, but we didn't type in a search that would have picked bug out of the labels in this drop-down box. So it's more contextually aware than it is a kind of a fuzzy search for a combo box. And these are all things that you can add to your application just by adding the Blazor smart components into your app and configuring the API keys for it. So if you want to check this out, I've got a link in my slides here to go to the smart components repo. So I'll try to drop this in chat real quick, this little bit.ly link. And let's see here. It's asking me to connect. Give me one sec. Oh my, it's got like 100 checkboxes for me to hit. Now I can paste a link in chat. And then it says it failed to post. So we'll get those up into chat. I'll drop it in the private chat here, and then maybe Jeff or somebody can pick that up and paste it into the stream chat. Jump over to Smart Components, check those out, and see how they work in your app. Give feedback to Steve Sanderson and his team so they can decide whether they need to go into Blazor proper or be worked into any other products. All right, so we're going to start another example now. And we're going to build this one a little bit more from scratch. We've got, in Marcus Voice Coder, says they also work in MVC and Razor pages, and that is 100% true. I'm just a big fan of Blazor, and I just happen to show them in the context of Blazor today. All right, we're going to jump over and check out something that we built at Telerik that is called the Telerik AI chat component. And we're going to try to build this out from scratch. And we're going to start, this is a 1 hour live stream, or at least my portion of it is. So I only have so much time. So I do have a little folder here called cheat codes. You will see me in here pulling code out, so you don't have to watch me type all of this out, but we are going to try to build this in somewhat real time. And I'm going to start just by running what I already have here. And this is going to be a Blazor application that is set up with auto render mode. I know Jimmy Engstrom was on a little bit earlier talking about auto render. And what that does is we have a Blazor app that initially loads the application from the server, uses SignalR, while we load in the background our Blazor WebAssembly files for support in the browser. Once we have that and we refresh the app, we'll load up in Blazor WebAssembly and go from there. So keep that in mind, that we're going to be doing some of this auto render mode as we work through adding some things to our application. All right, so let's close that demo out there. That's the basic hello world. You saw we had just a button on the page. We're going to start by modifying the client application. So I'm going to jump over into Pages and open the Home component. So I'm over here in the Client app, in the Home component. You'll also notice that I have a Blazor server application. So this is for the Blazor auto render mode. So when I start the application up, I start in server mode. And then when I hit it subsequent visits, I will go over to the client part of the application. The end user does not know this is happening. But as a developer, keep in mind we have a server and a client application running. On the client application, I have my home component. Right now, it just has a simple button to click on and display a message. And what I really want to do is add in a new chat component from Telerik. And I'm going to do that by pasting in some code. And let's walk through the code really quick and see what I added. First of all, I have the page directive. This is going to get us to the home route in the application. And then I have a Telerik AI prompt component. Now I've set up a reference to that component in case I want to do anything directly on that component's API later. I'm binding to a value called prompt. This is going to be my chat prompt. I also have an event called onPromptRequest. So when I click on the AI to do some sort of activity, I'm going to hit that function there. So I'm going to delegate to handle prompt request. And then I just simply have a width here. How big do I want to render that component? This is the prompt backing field. It's just a simple string that I'm going to bind to. There's my Telerik component reference in case I want to access any of its APIs directly. And when my page initializes, I'm going to set a prompt suggestion. This is just a really simple list that I get random suggestions from, and then put those in the prompt suggestion box. So I have things like act as a marketing specialist. I'm looking for a type of text that will convince a customer to sign up for my product. Write a Twitter thread idea to go viral and attract high quality leads. So these are things I want to prompt my chatbot with. So let's go ahead and run that and see what it looks like. All right, so here's my out-of-the-box component from Telerik that has that interface that I showed in some of my earlier slides that you might feel is familiar. It looks a lot like the one that you see in Copilot. So the idea here is I want to build a custom Copilot type interface for my own application and integrate it with my user interface, my branding, and integrate it with my product's features. You can think of maybe a scenario where, you have an application that handles claims for like insurance or something like that, and you want to prompt, your end users to write better insurance claims. You could do things like that. So I've got my Ask AI prompt here, and this is one of the predefined prompts that I pulled out of my text. This is act as a marketing specialist, and I'm going to hit generate. And right now it says do some work here. So we haven't hooked this to anything yet. All we've done is put the component on the form or on the page. And in the handle prompt request, I've got an argument with an output property, and I've set it to do some work here. And that's where you see the text inside of the reply coming from. So what we need to do is actually implement OpenAI in our application and have it actually do work and reply back in that box. So let's start doing that. The first thing I'm going to do is just go ahead and implement a service on my client. And I'm going to come into my client app here and say add new folder. And on my client app, I'll call in services. And in services, I will create a new service. And I'm going to call this one OpenAI Fake Service. So let's just get a feel for the component before we go out and start implementing the full API with OpenAI. All right, so I'm pasting in a little bit of code here, and I've got the OpenAI fake service. We're going to run a task that returns a string called make AI request, and it's going to take our prompt and do a little quick pretend delay here and just return some text called that says, hello, I am Hal. And this is just going to exercise the component for us. Maybe we want to do some unit testing, something like that. Now we have at least a fake that we can work with. And if we're going to have a fake service, we probably want to have an interface. So I'm going to use Visual Studio here to extract an interface for this called OpenAPI service. I'm going to take the word fake off the end there and go ahead and generate that. Now I can go back over to my home component here, and I can inject the service into the application. So I'll say inject. And I want my OpenAI service. And I need a using statement there, bring that in. I'm just going to make this really simple and call it service for now. So interesting question there. How would you segregate your customers' input so they don't pollute other customer sessions or prevent any other customer data from escaping where it shouldn't be? That is something that I haven't quite looked into, but I would assume you need to create your own OpenAI model and make sure that those concerns are handled in that model. That would be something that you would do through the Azure portal. If you're using the Azure OpenAI, you can create your own models within that that OpenAI system in Azure Cognitive Services. All right, so we are injecting the OpenAI service as service here, and then down in my do some work here, I want to make use of that. So we will take a string output, and we'll call this result, and we will say await the service, and we have a method there called make AI request. We're going to take args.prompt and pass that into the fake service. We'll take the result and we'll drop it where we once had the do some work here. And this was a little placeholder to make the async task not light up with some ugly squigglies. We'll take that line out. And the next thing we need to do is actually come over to Program CS on the client side and inject that service. So we need to use dependency injection here. We'll say builder services add scoped. And then we will say open AI service, and we'll pass in our fake service there. So registering that fake service with our DI system. And now we should be able to run the application and we'll get a different response back. It should say, I am Hal. So I'm running the application and notice the exception. So what's happening here? It says it cannot provide a value for the property service on type. Telerik Blazor demo app client pages home. There's no registered service of type OpenAI service. But you just saw me add a service to the service collection. So what's happening here? As I try to figure this out, I want to point out a cool feature that I spotted today while I was troubleshooting some things. I've got a failed to load resource. The server responded with a 404. And notice this icon down here in my DevTools. That icon looks familiar, doesn't it? That looks like the Copilot icon. And it says, ask Copilot to explain this error. Click on that, and it's going to actually take this and shoot that over to Copilot and have it answer that for me. It's going to give me kind of the generic answer for the server responded with a 404, which is status not found. It's not going to quite give me what I need to know here, which is why am I getting the service provider wasn't created or registered for the type OpenAI service. All of you saw me do that in my client application in Program CS. Well, remember, this is a Blazor auto render application. So it will render the component on the server if the WebAssembly runtime isn't present, and it will also do some pre-rendering on the server. So the server also has to have that service implemented. So let's go over to the server side and make sure that we register the service here as well, because when the server does some pre-rendering or it's in Blazor server mode, it needs access to that service as well. So in here, we'll say builder services, add scoped, and we'll say OpenAI service. And I also want to put in my fake for now because I don't have a proper implementation for that yet. And thank you, IntelliSense, for the weird extra bits. There we go. All right. So now I should be able to run the application successfully. Is the Copilot error explanation only in Edge? I believe so, Matt 1567. All right, so I'm going to hit generate this time, and in my output, I have hello, I am Hal. So I know my fake is working. Again, this is great if I'm going to do some unit testing here. I want to pull in B unit, make sure that things are wired up, and do some testing without hitting a live OpenAI backend. All right, so the next thing I need to do is, let's see here, I need to pull in the actual OpenAI service. And I want to use, I can use either Azure OpenAI or OpenAI. And I could take this package reference here and just drop it into my server app, or I can come into dependencies here. We'll do it this way just because it's a better visual on a stream. And I need to browse for Azure OpenAI. And I should get a list of packages here. And let's try sticking the OpenAI together. Still packages not found. Let's try .OpenAI. Oh, my package sources is wrong. Make sure you have your package sources set to all, or at least the official Microsoft ones. I had it set to a private one. And I've got Azure OpenAI. There's also another one just called OpenAI. This one's great if you're just using the OpenAI APIs directly. If you want to use Azure OpenAI or the OpenAI APIs, you can use either with this one. Do keep in mind this is under a pre-release, so you need to check the include pre-releases box on your application or on your NuGet manager. We'll hit install on that and toss the 1.0 beta 15 version of that dependency in our server project. Now remember, this is going to be for our server project and our server project only. We don't want to call this from our client. If we call it from our client, we could expose our API keys. We don't want to do that, so we're going to be creating a proxy API endpoint in our application next. So that's what I want to do next. I want to come into my server project here, and I'm going to say add new item, or let's do it in a folder first. We'll say services. And then I want to add a new service here. We'll say new item. We'll call it Open AI Service. And this is going to be the concrete OpenAI service for actually calling out to Azure OpenAI and doing work and pulling back that chat. So we'll go ahead and drop that in here, and I'll explain the code that I just added. So the first thing I'm going to do is implement the OpenAI service interface that I created, which is going to give me the make AI request method. And then I'm going to use the configuration so I can use those user secrets that I talked about to configure my API keys. So I've got my API keys in those user secrets, and I'll pull those out of configuration from user secrets here. Now I'm using the OpenAI API directly. I'm not using the Azure AI in this example. There are some more configurations here. The only reason I'm not using the Azure version of it is because I just got access to it this morning, and I haven't updated my code yet. Under chat completion options, depending on if you're using Azure or not, you will change the deployment name to your custom model. Eric had a question earlier about how do you do data separation and stuff like that. You can create your own models with Azure, and you would reference that custom model name here, and the deployment name for that model would go in that string. Under messages, there's a couple different kinds of messages that we can put in to this message queue here. And this one, we're getting a fresh new prompt response or prompt from the user, and we're going to call that the chat request to user message and pass that in from our UI component directly into this method and get back a response from ChatGPT 3.5 Turbo. When we get that chat response, there is the option to include multiple choices here. So when we get the response back, we're going to go to the value property, and out of the choices array, we're going to grab the first message off the top of that stack, and we'll return that content back to the end user. So that's what's going on in our make AI request method. So this is actually doing the call out to the AI service and getting back the response. We don't want to put that in our client. We want to have our client access this through the proper channels. So the next thing we need to do is create a proxy within our application. And to do that, I'm just going to open up my program CS file here. Before I get started with that, I'm going to go over to Builder Services Add Scoped, and I'm going to change the implementation of this interface out and replace the fake service with the actual OpenAI service that I just created. Bring in the namespace for it and make sure that I've got that plugged in. So we're not on the fake anymore on the server side, and we need to go ahead and proxy this through, and I'm going to use a minimal API for that. So in this section here, I can't remember all this off the top of my head, so I'm going to cheat one more time, and I'm going to grab the OpenAI proxy minimal API from my notes, paste that in, and I'll explain what it does. So on the app chain here, I'm going to call in map post, and this is going to map an endpoint called OpenAI. And I'm going to get from the body of the request a string called prompt. the name of that JSON property, this will be JSON serialized, is going to be prompt. And then to respond to this OpenAI endpoint, when I get this body from the request, in the response, I'm going to say from my services collection, go ahead and get OpenAI service. And we're going to go ahead and await a call on the make AI request and pass in that prompt we got from the body of the request. That will respond back with the results from make AI request, which is coming from OpenAI. So we have the web endpoint set up now. Now we need to go over to our home component and implement it here somehow. All right, so we're going to need another service in here. I'm going to go ahead and add a new service. We'll do new item, and we'll say OpenAI service, or sorry, HTTP service. So we're going to do the OpenAI request, but we're doing it from HTTP client here. And again, I'm going to copy and paste some code so you don't have to watch me type and fumble with my keys. I'm not a good on-screen typer. All right. So I've got my OpenAI HTTP service, and it implements also the OpenAI service. And we're going to use HTTP client here. So we need to make an HTTP call to get to that minimal API I just created on my server. We'll do that through dependency injection. So when we new this up, we'll create a new HTTP client. And then I have to implement this method called make AI request. And again, it's going to take a string called prompt. And when we do that, we will call HTTP client post as JSON async. We're getting, or we're passing up a string value to the OpenAI minimal API endpoint that I created with the value from the UI's prompt. And then we're going to get a chat result back. So we'll await that result, and it's going to be found in the content read as string async. So we're going to get a string value back from that API, and we'll go ahead and resolve that back and return it to the application. Should the method not also end on async? I'm not sure where that question is headed there. We've got our async method here, and we are awaiting this result. And then once we await it, we can just simply return it. Oh, on the suffix of the name, that's up for personal preference debate there. If you want to put async on that or not, everything is pretty much async these days, in my opinion. So yeah, C# Fritz seems to agree. Not such a big deal anymore. You will get IntelliSense from the compiler, and you can see it's awaitable. It's kind of hard to see in that ghost text there, but it says awaitable task. If it's awaitable and it's a task, you can assume that it's async. It's a bit redundant. Yeah, so that's personal preference. Whatever your team uses at work is what I suggest you use. All right, so we've got our HTTP client service created. It's HTTP-based service created. And we need to come back into our application here, and you'll see OpenAI service. We are currently on our fake service, and I want to take the fake service and swap it out for OpenAI HTTP service, because I'm going to use an HTTP request to get to the proxy, which will then request it on the server side using the private keys and keep those keys secret for us. All right, I'm going to go ahead and run this, and let's see what happens. All right, it says building, deploying, successful, and here is our prompt. It's act as a marketing specialist and write some content with compelling text. Generate, and I've got an error. All right, what's happening here? So let's take a look here. It's a good learning moment if you're doing .NET 8 Blazor applications. You might see this come up. It says that the circuit was terminated. Doesn't really show me anything worthwhile here, but I'm going to go over to my console and see what happened, because it does have a little bit more of a verbose output here. It says I didn't provide an API key for the authorization tokens. So it looks like I didn't set up properly my user secrets for the application. So to do that, I'm going to come over to my Blazor app demo. And if I accidentally show my keys on the air, I'll be deleting them very quickly. So don't worry about that. Show user secrets, and there are no user secrets in here. So what I need to do is paste an API key in here. And if I look on my service, you'll see I have a config of OpenAI key. And that tells me I need to go into secrets and say OpenAI key, and then I'm going to paste my OpenAI key in here from my control panel in the web. And I'm going to do this off screen because I don't want to share it with the world, because I don't want to have to go back to the application and delete it and regenerate a new one every time I show somebody how to do this. So doing this off screen. All right, so I've got my user secrets pasted into my app now, and I should be good to go. So we'll go ahead and run that again. Let's see what happens. So we learned a little bit about what the error looks like for when your keys are missing. So it said there was a missing bearer token. And then, oh, I've got another error here. What has happened? So let's take a quick look in my console, and there's a lot of stuff being dropped in here. And it says unable to resolve service for type. And again, this is pretty cool. I could ask Copilot what this means, but let's see what it comes up with. Let's give it a second. I think we have a little bit of extra time here today. So what does Copilot say we need to do? And it says the error message indicates that a service resolution with the Blazor WebAssembly app. Here's a brief explanation. The app is trying to activate a service. You can't find a service called HTTP client. It's likely HTTP client wasn't registered correctly. To ensure it is, go into services and type add HTTP client. It's actually pretty close to the actual problem that we're facing. So the Copilots are giving us a point in the right direction here. We do need to go in and register HTTP clients. This is a .NET 8 change that not necessarily a big fan of. The HTTP client used to be configured out of the box with the file new project template in Blazor, and as of .NET 8 is no longer pre-configured for you. So I've got in my cheat notes here the configuration for that. It's something you might want to just throw on a little cheat sheet on your desk or something if you're spinning up new Blazor apps frequently, because you want to have this line of code ready for when you see that error on brand new Blazor .NET 8 applications. So we have builder services add scoped, and I'm going to new up an HTTP client with a default base address of the host environment's base address. So this is just going to shortcut local host in my scenario here, and if I deployed it, it should pull up the right address for me, the right domain. And then let's go ahead and close all the other tabs out here and rerun the application again. I think we should be good to go with our application working properly this time. Okay, so no errors that time. And again, we have the Ask Marketing Specialist thing here. We'll go ahead and generate and see what the output is. And we've successfully fully wired up our AI user interface here. And here's our prompt, and it says social media ad. The ideal customer persona avid travelers in their 20s and 30s who crave unique experiences, love to explore the off-beaten path destinations, and value sustainable travel practices. And it just keeps on going. So this is now working with the live OpenAI chat. So we could do something else in here and say, how does Blazor WebAssembly work? Did I? Let's see if I misspelled that or not. It's a totally different prompt, and it's going to let me know how Blazor WebAssembly works. Blazor WebAssembly allows you to build interactive client-side web UI with .NET instead of JavaScript. It runs in the browser and so on. So we've got a nice reply from that. So you can see I'm actually hitting the live OpenAI system there. All right. So we could actually do a lot more with this. I won't go into every single step in the implementation details like I just did. I do have the GitHub repo up on my site with this code in it. But let's go ahead and switch over to another demo that's completely baked with some additional features in it. Basically, I've added or expanded upon my HTTP or my OpenAI service here. Let's make sure it's fully loaded before I go. I can see it's spinning up something in the background here. Actually, let's stop it for a second just to make sure I get the right application up. DevTools is being weird. My browser seems to have froze up. Let's try that again. It's still running the incorrect one. Let's try closing these out. Visual Studio seems to be having a hard time deciding which app I want to run because they're in the same project. There we go. I think that did it that time. All right, so it says open or ask a question here. Let's say, give me something interesting to say on a live stream. A lot of ideas, folks. Let's let AI jump in. Stay positive, work hard, make it happen. And then now you can see I've got another view here that I didn't show before. And I've got some pre-defined like prompts that I can use to improve upon the output here. So this is part of the Telerik UI component. This is called the command view. And in here, I can put predefined commands for my users to use. And I could say, let's do this in a brand voice. So it's going to ask it to rewrite in a brand voice that same sentence. It says, do you know that there are more possible iterations of a game of chess than there are atoms in the observable universe? Wow, that went really deep, folks. Let's try that again in a personal voice and see what happens. So we've got these nice commands now that will help us rewrite the thing that we initially prompted with. And we're feeding this back into chat. So how are we taking the outputs that we previously had, feeding them back up into our chat system? So let's kind of do a little code review here of how that happens. We have our initial API that you watched me write that has the make AI request from a single prompt. I've added another one here, and it's using the same endpoint. It's just overloading it with some new options. And I've got one that takes a chat or an AI conversation. Now, this AI conversation is just real simple. It's a record that has the user message, which is my prompt, and then the assistant message, which is the response that I got from the last time we chatted. So this is basically the previous prompt's output and then the current prompt. So we're going to take those and we're going to pass those as a post.json async up to our server. If I go over to my server service, you can see a similar setup here, but this time I'm taking this AI chat conversation, which is just 2 pieces of data instead of 1. And I'm going to plug those into the appropriate message queue. So the first thing I'm going to do is say chat request. I want the assistant message And if I highlight over this, you'll see, I thought it gave me more help than that. Maybe I caught this from some notes earlier, but the assistant message versus the user message is, this one is a previous chat history from a chatbot or an AI assistant. So you want to pass that into the assistant message. So I actually have these backwards, so I don't know how this is working, but I just noticed a bug in my code here. That needs to get swapped with this one. And my assistant message should come from that part of my object, and then my user message there. So we'll pass the user message in the assistant message here and get that chat flow going. And then the rest of the code is about the same here. We'll just get the response back and pass that down to the component. So that's how you continually have a conversation with the chat, is you take this response and the new question, pass that back into the service and have it give you a new output. And in this command, that's all I'm doing here. If we look at the UI portion of this, if I jump over to the client side of this application in my homepage, you can see I have another set of commands here. This is the initial prompt request if I want to start a new chat, and this is the on command execute method if I want to continue a chat with one of those predefined commands. This is my list of commands that I want to prompt my user with. So I could write in any kind of prompt that I want here. Another thing that I could add here is, we'll duplicate this and just say translate to German, for example. So maybe I want to do some language translation in there. I could prompt for that, have that part of my predetermined UI. And then down here in the handle command execute, we're just going to queue off of whatever command somebody picked from that list. And we'll go and get from my user state history. I've kept a little object here that just records the chat history for me so I can get the last output off of it. We'll pop that off the stack and we'll say, go ahead and make a request with a chat versus just a prompt. And then we'll get the results back to the output, and then we'll go ahead and pop the new conversation onto the stack so we can recall that if we want to continue again later. And that chat queue that I just talked about is just a real simple service object in here called conversation state. It's all custom code that just takes a record of the title of the chat, the output of the chat, and a date stamp on it so I can make sure I got the latest version of that chat. Pop those into a sorted dictionary, and then there's a couple helper methods on here to get values in and out of that queue. So real simple stuff, but it wires everything up nicely in a UI for us, so we don't have to build out all of this UI ourselves. And if I save this out, we'll go ahead and reload that one more time so we can see. Let's see if our translation works. So I did add in here hello world. Let's see what it says back. How can I assist you today? Translate to German. Did not work. Did not work. So it may have translated my question and then answered back in English. So we'll have to work on that one. But that's kind of the gist of wiring up these components. So you've got two new things to try. You can either build out something like a Copilot interface. With the teller component, you could go ahead and add something like this as well, where you're generating images out of Dolly. Or you could use smart components to copy and paste into your forms and be productive with those type of things. So here's some links for you to follow. You can go to demos.teller.com, click over to the AI chat component if you want to see more demos of the chat component, all of its crazy features that it has, templates, all the event handling it can do, and making it easy for you to create a prompt engineering experience on your own app. There's even things like upvoting and downvoting is included on that, so you can help improve your chatbot model. All of that stuff is in there. The smart components you can hit off this bit.ly link. And then my GitHub repo you can find at edweb.me/AI chat. You can go in there and grab that GitHub repo. It does require a Telerik UI for Blazor license and an OpenAI API key. So if you want to use that, there are some bits and stuff that you will need to subscribe to. So you may need to get out your wallet for some of that. I know I had to get a OpenAI license or API key myself, and now I've got an Azure one to dabble with. So make sure you have those things lined up before you begin. That's all I've got, Jeff. I can take some questions for the next few minutes.
Hey there. You did a great job of going through and answering questions as you're going along there. It's like we
Awesome.
live stream and have done this before. You know what I'm saying?
I may have done it in a past life, I think.
So, I mean, when I'm going through and looking at this, I love the way you're showing, here's how you continue a conversation. I love the way you're showing, here's how easy it is to wire up and use the various components. And something that I've been struggling with, and I know some of the folks over here on the chat room, whether they're on YouTube or they're on Twitch, they've seen my chatbot run, and I've got a chatbot that I wrote literally in 2020 that uses the Q&A features from where's it called? From Azure Cognitive Services to answer questions based on an FAQ that I have hanging out over on my GitHub, and I haven't updated the FAQ in a long time.
Yeah.
But I feel like the language model that you showed us how to load up here is a heck of a lot easier to use, and I could load up that that markdown from GitHub a heck of a lot easier, parse and respond to questions from chat with that.
Yeah, I can show here if I log in without displaying too many IDs and credentials here. Let's see if I can get this up. I'll show the AI portal. I didn't get a chance to do that during the demo, but there is, I think this is okay. I don't see any real crazy keys here. This is the Azure portal as long as I don't click on endpoints, but I click over to models here. And then this is often another portal, but this is where you'd create your custom models and deployments. And as this opens up here, this is a preview, by the way, so things are subject to change. You'll see I have deployments, and the one that I was using for the...
Zoom in a little?
Yeah. The one I was using for the smart components, I just went ahead and grabbed one of the ChatGPT 3.5 turbos and deployed that real quick. And this demo 35 or 3.5 is what you would put in your application's configuration to know which model it's choosing from Azure AI.
Okay.
But in models, you can create a custom model. Like you've got predefined models, you got ChatGPT 4, whatever you want to pay for, DALL-E 3 if you want to do images, all of that. So I could deploy a DALL-E 3 if I wanted to do some image stuff. So if I just go ahead and hit deploy here, we'll call this one.
Now, is that
image demos?
Is that doing image generation or image detection?
This is image generation. I did not sign up for the preview of the image detection one just because I don't have a use case for it myself yet.
I might have one.
That would show up in here as well as ChatGPT 4 Vision, I think.
Gotcha.
Which I didn't sign up for that one just because I didn't need it at the time. So I could always go back and ask for access to that if I wanted to. But that deployment, if I go over to deployments now, I have an image demos deployment to do image generation. So I could go in and use that. But this answers kind of part of the question. Like if I wanted to separate some user data or create something custom, I could go in to create custom model, and then you're going to have to go through and train and validate and all of that. You're going to have a little bit more knowledge of the domain here, but this is where it would all take place. And then you would deploy that custom model. So this is the the Azure AI Studio, and I've done some stuff with custom models before, quite a while ago, and there's some really cool UIs in here that you can use to generate models. You don't have to be as much of an expert as you might think, so it's something worth checking out.
Yeah, I think about that basic Q&A that you would have for that help desk bot that you want to be able to load in, train the model so it does pick up your domain, and you started showing a little bit of that. That's the type of thing that I want to load in for that Q&A that we always get in chat to be able
Mhm.
to answer and help folks out. Ryan asks a good question here, saying it kind of hints at a good question, saying ChatGPT 4 is pretty expensive. What's so you started up a GPT 3.5 there.
Yeah.
What's the pricing model for that? And
I don't think Azure has a pricing model yet. It's in preview, and you have to request
you have to
to
request access.
request access to it. But I can tell you what it costs on OpenAI. If you go to openai.com, and let's see, where is the? It's actually a different URL. I think it's OpenAI products. Let me try. I don't want to log into ChatGPT. Let's do this. Hang on one second. And it's all Microsoft at the end of the day, right?
All
Is it
rolls
not?
up into one big
Yeah.
bill at
So
the end.
this is the fork in the road that I kind of wanted to get at. So you get either ChatGPT, which is the interface with the chatbot you want to do non-programmatically, just you and the chatbot, like a prompt. And then there's the API where you want to integrate it into an app and use maybe a Telerik UI prompt or something like that. And then you can go over to usage, and you'll see there's like a spending limit in here, and then where is? Oh, that's not it. They have a breakdown of cost. Let's see.
Yeah, I see on the
That's
Azure
not it
OpenAI
either.
page, there's price per 1,000 tokens, but how many tokens am I using on each chat request?
Yeah, so just a couple simple ones that I've done. I mean, they remained under a few dollars. So, I mean, I'm not hitting this with like 100 users, but just my own personal use, it's like staying very low. So it all depends on how much you're feeding it, I guess. If you put in large conversations and get large conversations back, a token is, it can be as much as just a character. It can be a couple characters together. It depends on how it's tokenized, but it could get expensive pretty quickly, I imagine, if you're feeding it large data sets and getting large stuff
Oh, yeah.
back. So it all depends on how much you're shoving across the wire
Definitely.
and how many users are doing it.
Right, and therein lies the rub.
But you can set caps and turn it off and stuff like that, and I'd say put it in like a beta and ship it out to a couple users and have them bang on it for a while, and kind of gauge the pricing that way, instead of like don't deploy it to either the public ecosystem or like the whole organization or whatever. I'd go with a test group first, and see how it works out.
My first personal and me thinking of only myself, because that's what I do, is right dropping it into my chat bot, so it's listening to the chat going on in on Twitch, on YouTube, and deciding how to answer questions. So running for a couple hours a week, looking at questions that are coming in and running off of that. It'd be interesting to see how that runs after a stream, after a little bit, see just what the usage pattern looks like.
Yeah, baby steps with these things. Don't feed it the entire SQL database and then get sticker shock when it comes out to be thousands of dollars or something. Like feed it small data sets first,
Right.
see where that goes, what kind of output you get. Is it productive for two? Like, justify the cost that you're spending on it,
Hmm.
and go from there.
Yeah, that type of analysis can get expensive, but can also find some interesting things from it too, right?
Hmm.
To ask it, hey, what do you think of the data set you're analyzing here?
Yeah, and as
Little
people
meta.
pointed out too, you get false positives out of it. So you get like the dates being put into some of the boxes were incorrect,
Yeah.
guessing the ages and things like that. So you got to be careful and kind of educate users and teach them like that the responses coming out of this might not be 100% correct. I remember putting some Blazor questions in to Copilot and getting back like Razor Pages code as the result, which is not correct, but it was
Not
giving
correct,
me,
but
yeah,
close. Like we can see where it's making that mistake.
yeah, but it was giving me things that didn't exist, which was weird. So it was giving me like its own interpretation of what Blazor mixed with Razor Pages should be. And it's like these directives don't exist. Why does it have a directive of whatever it was telling me? And I was like, this is like a combination of, some MVC domain language with like the Razor syntax, but it's not a real thing.
Yeah.
So you got to be aware of that stuff.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you joining us. Thanks for joining a little bit early and helping with the time here.
Yeah,
Really
not a
appreciate
problem at all. And I appreciate the invite and being able to come talk to folks on your channel.
it. Yeah. All righty. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to take down. Appreciate it, and I'll catch you next time, Ed.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right.
Have a good
See
one.
ya. And there goes Ed. Thank you so much. We've been having a good time today. So we've heard from Ed Charbeneau. We heard from Jimmy Engstrom. I talked a little bit about some of the new features in C# that we have there. We've got a handful of sponsors that have been helping us out today, getting the word out. We see how many folks are watching. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. There's a swag bag that these sponsors have made available for you with a bunch of valuable items in there. Amazon gift cards. There's product licenses. There's even tickets to conferences in these. Check it out. Make sure you click the link just below. It's in the description on YouTube. It's in the description in the About page on Twitch. Check it out. Click through. Sign up. You have a chance to win one of. I think there's 15 swag bags. Do I have that right, Didi? There's 15 of them, and each one has literally is it 10 different prizes in there from each of our sponsors. Really cool stuff. Speak of the devil, there's the mention from Stream Elements in Twitch chat. So make sure you check them out. I want to make sure that we thank one of our partners, Meshius, who had some has some information about their products they wanted me to share. Hang on, before I get to that, is the source code on GitHub? Is Ed's source code on GitHub? I'm Yes, he did link it there at the end of his session. You can go back and you'll see he provided a link to his source code. So, but our friends at Meshius wanted me to put a message together for them. So they have these words about their products that they asked me to share. Friends, Jeff Fritz here, and I want to talk to you about Meshius. Now, their award-winning .NET products provide enterprise software developers with the tools they need to overcome the challenges of modern software development. With over 40 years of experience, their experts anticipate the needs of the market and offer the industry's best support. They're thrilled to showcase their .NET products that can empower enterprise software developers to build modern .NET web applications. Let's start off with ActiveReports.net. Now, when you choose ActiveReports.net as your reporting tool, it offers a blend of flexibility, power, and developer-centric features that are not as pronounced as SSRS, which Microsoft has been phasing out over the last few years. ActiveReports.net is designed with the modern developer in mind. offering significant advantages over SSRS. For example, ActiveReports.net embeddable, user-friendly designers for both ASP.NET MVC and WinForms applications, as well as viewers for ASP.NET MVC, WinForms, WPF, and WebForms. Additionally, ActiveReports.net's API gives developers the power to dynamically manipulate reports at runtime, a feature that's limited in SSRS. Their tool includes a wide variety of visualization options, including charts, graphs, and other elements that surpass the capabilities of SSRS. And unlike SSRS, ActiveReports.net provides greater control over report layouts and styles, allowing for more complex and tailored report designs. Based on .NET Core, ActiveReports.net supports a variety of platforms, providing flexibility in deployment and usage. Meshius' commitment to enhancing the developer experience, coupled with their robust support and documentation, makes ActiveReports.net an ideal choice for your reporting needs. Transitioning from SSRS to ActiveReports.net not only opens up new possibilities for your reports, but also aligns you with the latest in reporting technology advancements. Now, Spread.net enables developers to create feature-rich, Excel-like user interfaces with an extensible set of classes, all created to incorporate spreadsheet functionality into .NET applications. Spread.net for Windows Forms comes equipped with a built-in ribbon bar control, offering Excel-like ribbon toolbar user interface. Now, this includes contextual behaviors, command execution, error handling, and full customization options that allow developers to easily and seamlessly offer a familiar look and feel directly from within their application interfaces. That ribbon control is only the start of what Spread.net has to offer enterprise software developers. With this .NET C# spreadsheet with over 500 Excel functions, developers can deliver a true Excel-like spreadsheet experience with zero dependencies. Integrating a .NET spreadsheet component into your applications allows you to customize your user's experience and provide them with that familiar spreadsheet functionality without referring them to some external program. Now, Component 1 provides a comprehensive set of tools and components that assist enterprise developers in building applications. Component 1 offers a wide range of user interface controls, including grids, charts, gauges, calendars, input controls, and so much more. These controls are highly customizable and provide rich functionality, enabling developers to create modern and interactive user interfaces. Component 1 provides a set of UI controls specifically designed for Blazor applications. These controls are built on top of Blazor's component model, ensuring seamless integration and efficient performance within their Blazor projects. By leveraging these tools and many others from Component 1, developers can enhance productivity, save time, and deliver high-quality web and Blazor applications to their users. Meshius Document Solutions product line includes 3 cross-platform JavaScript viewers: the Document Solutions PDF Viewer, the Document Solutions Data Viewer, and the Document Solutions Image Viewer. With support for modern front-end frameworks, these viewers empower you to take control of your documents. Document Solutions PDF Viewer allows you to read and optionally edit PDFs on the web. With this JavaScript-based PDF viewer, you can open and print across browsers and frameworks. Using the advanced features of Document Solutions PDF Viewer, you can streamline the process of integrating PDF viewing functionality into your web applications, providing a robust, customizable, and user-friendly experience for both developers and end users. The JavaScript Data Viewer, Document Solutions Data Viewer, allows you to open and view data documents like Excel, those XLSX files, and CSV files on the web. Similar to the Document Solutions PDF Viewer, you can also open and view documents across browsers and frameworks. By using the Document Solutions Data Viewer for front-end development, it'll provide developers with powerful tools to visualize and interact with data effectively, leading to enhanced user experiences and improved decision-making capabilities for end users. The Document Solutions Image Viewer lets you view and optionally edit images on the web. This JavaScript image viewer supports multiple image formats and works in all modern browsers and frameworks. It also includes plugin support to add or remove image editing tools and much, much more. With the Document Solutions Image Viewer, developers are provided with powerful tools to display, interact with, and manage images effectively, leading to enhanced user experiences and improved image-related workflows for end users. These products only scratch the surface of Meshius' full offerings. To learn more about their .NET products for modern web development, visit developer.mesh. Did that cut out right at the end? Did that video cut out? I think it. The interaction there with StreamYard wasn't great. Huh. Nevertheless, we're going to move on. So big thanks to our friends at Meshius for their support to help us get things up and running here. And we're going to have, it sounded like it did, yeah. So I'll be sharing that video afterwards so that folks can find and learn more about Meshius as well. So Jimmy kind of touched on this during his session up at the beginning, that there's this question of, well, how real is Blazor? What can we really do with it? How production ready is it? Gosh, am I really going to put this thing on the open web? And something that I've been going through and I've been experiencing is it is actually putting Blazor projects out on the web. And we did that with the ClipTalk application, and it worked great. But it used the older model of Blazor where everything was WebAssembly, and it took a little bit to download and install anytime that you wanted to do something with it. And that always felt clumsy, you know? So I've been going through and I've been trying to do more with the new versions of Blazor, the new capabilities out there. And I've been putting together and working on a session, and I wanted to debut it here. And I don't have formatting around this, but I wanted to talk more about how you get Blazor content ready for the open web. Like, there's a lot of folks that are highly critical about Blazor. Oh my gosh, all that WebAssembly stuff. I don't want that in my browser. Rah, rah, rah. It's so big. I have to download all that WebAssembly stuff. And do I really want .NET running in my browser? I don't know who you are and what you're allowed to do. Rah. And we heard Jimmy say that when you look at the size of the downloads that Facebook has, that YouTube has, that Twitch has, that the amount of JavaScript, the amount of content that's shipped down to run in your browser is like a dozen or more megabytes, 12, 15 megabytes to run those applications. And absolutely, those are big applications that are running in your browser. But when we unpack that a little bit and we look in a little bit further, and try and do that with Blazor only comes in at like 2 megabytes when we build just the simplest application. As we're layering things on top of that, it doesn't add significantly more to it. So when we combine the new server-side rendering capabilities with the ability to deliver WebAssembly at a smaller size, things start to get very interesting. So I wanted to talk a little bit about my experience building the website that we use for the C# and the Cards educational series, where I'm using Blazor server-side rendering, and I've learned a lot about how to make that website fast, responsive, and you don't even know that it's Blazor unless you've been listening to this guy talking about it. Have I ever used Dispose? I have. It's an interesting framework, and I find it at times to be a little clumsy. So let's talk about getting Blazor ready for the open web. So when I got in and started writing this, we get this feedback every now and again, and I hear this when we deliver the workshops. I say we, I mean Microsoft folks and influencer folks. We all know how to get started. You're going to go into Visual Studio and you're going to say File, New, Project, Blazor, and you're off and running. Or I'm going to go to the command line and I'm going to say .NET New, Blazor, and I'm going to get a Blazor application. That's great. You get those templates, and I saw there were some messages about, hey, we'd like to have a little bit more sophisticated templates out there. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, maybe there's something to that. Maybe we do need to include some more sophisticated templates in there. But once we get past the template, we're going to build components and pages and CSS and adding styles, and we're going to integrate with JavaScript, and it's going to be great. We're going to debug, we're going to run with hot reload and make sure that our application works great. And for me here on my desktop developing, and you watching out there on stream and connecting in, downloading some of my source code from GitHub, we can collaborate on that. And for us as developers, looks good. Works for me. And then what? I'm going to hand off that application so that my friends can connect in. I want to put it somewhere out there on the big public web. I want to put it on a nice fluffy blue cloud that folks can connect to and work with and do their favorite things. But then what? What do we do with it? My app on the open web. I want folks to be able to connect into it. I want to be able to tell Thindall. I want to be able to tell Eric, hey, there's an application out here that you can check out that's going to be a lot of fun, that or that's going to help solve a problem and whatever. So what can we do? And Eric's kind of touching on something there that we might get to as part of this. Probably more so when we get to Aspire later on in today's stream. But when I start thinking about deploying to the open web, that first comment that we had, that going back to Jimmy's session, page size is important. I don't want to be delivering these giant things. This was the knock against ASP.NET Web Forms, and people still who haven't revisited ASP.NET to this day still hold, gosh, you've got view state in there. There's a megabyte or two of just goo that I can't use. I'm not going to use ASP.NET because you're going to put this junk in there that nobody's going to use, and it's just hidden, and you're tracking me, privacy relation nonsense, blah, 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 blah. So what about page size? What can we do to make that smaller, better, more compelling, especially for folks who don't have a fat network connection to be able to connect in and work with our application? What about latency? Gosh, how long is it going to take to actually send this stuff over the wire? When I click a button, I want it to come back and do something immediately. What can I do to make that better? Oh, okay, yeah, that's absolutely something that we try and solve with WebAssembly, but I don't want to have to wait for that. I see some folks in Twitch chat are getting some ideas here. Yes. What about Fritz clicked on the wrong thing there? What about all those static file references, all those JavaScript files for the different libraries and things, or the CSS files from the various libraries? We're used to seeing folks bundling and combining and delivering that. How do we do that with a Blazor application? Like, do I really have to go and install some NPM tools or Webpack? Oh my gosh, Webpack. Do I have to do that? How about Gulp and Grunt? That used to be a thing, right? Got Eric pointing out, if I've got folks connecting on a 56K modem, they're not going to be able to get all that stuff. And there's going to be lag between when the HTML renders and they can actually do anything with the application. What can we do about that? Yeah, you're right. I want to get listed on search engines. I can tell my friends about my application. I can tell my friends about my website, but I want to get that stuff published and out there so that the folks on the Google, the folks on the Bing can find us. I want to do that too, so that it's not just me that's using my application, right? And the big problem I want to handle is if there's a rush of visitors, I don't want my application to fall over, because somebody's going to post a message on Reddit. Look at how bad Fritz's website is. Or send me a tweet, hey, loser, why can't you optimize your website? Why does it fall over so easily? Yeah, I want to be able to handle that. These are important. So what do I do? How do I go through that? I see folks talking about days when folks in chat talking about days when they had the dial-up modems, watching images arrive a few rows of pixels at a time. Yeah, that was a thing. So first thing I want to tell you to do is start off adding a sitemap. This is an easy thing to do to define some structure to your website. Sitemap is just a simple XML file with URLs, last modification dates that helps search engines identify content on your site. Now, there's a sitemap provider that you can install and set up inside of an ASP.NET website. But when you set that up, you end up maintaining an XML file that has the exact same content as what you're going to output in sitemap XML. It doesn't actually give you anything. So why do that when you want to just list your static content and your dynamic content out there? And for C# in the cards, and I'm going to reference that website a lot here, I generate that content with a minimal API. So it looks like this. This is the code that I wrote that generates that sitemap XML. It's just XML. So I created a string builder, and I'm reading in an XML raw. I'm sorry, a string raw literal, a raw string literal, a literally raw string, a literally string raw, straw ring, something like that. A raw string literal. So I've got the 3 quotes, and you see, I put the home page, the lesson search page, the about page. I hard code those. Like, I know when I wrote the about page, I wrote it in January. The lessons page, well, the lessons page shows the lists of all the lessons. So take all my posts and find the first one and just output that date as the last modification date. It's a real easy format to write. So just generate it yourself. And here's the thing, you see in the bottom half of this, because I have a separate page for each one of the posts, I just did a for each across each one of the posts and just add on to that string builder. Here's a URL for the next lesson, and the last modification date for it was the date I published it. Done. So I don't have to think about regenerating a sitemap. When I publish a new lesson, that goes into my data collection. It looks at the list of posts and recalculates it and adds it recalculates the date for the top level page to force that to be re-indexed. And then the list of posts means that it just picks up and shows the next post in the sitemap. Easy. How about using Razor? Sure, you could use Razor to do that, but why boot up and load all those things? If I load up and I use Blazor to render this, it means that I've got to do that visualization. I've got to do a little bit of that work in pre-rendering. You could do that. You absolutely could do it, but it's a simple set of strings here. So I just generate this string, return it, and set it as the return of type text XML. Done. Like, why over-engineer this? Let's do something simple, something that runs fast, and I put a long expiration date on it so that it gets cached and folks don't come back looking for it, except for maybe once a day. And I don't publish a new update to this website except for maybe once a week. So easy for me to set up, maintain, and deploy it. Exactly. .NET Ryan here in the Twitch chat, it hits it perfectly. It's the KISS principle. Just keep it simple. Just keep it simple. So let's do it. Should we add @page to the sitemap for search engine access? No, don't need to do that. This is just being returned from a minimal API that we've specified we're returning text from. So easy to do. It's just an XML document. The next thing that I want to recommend you take a look at is doing the static server-side rendering. Do this as much as you can. If you can render your homepage statically, you can really handle a lot of folks requesting your website. Static server-side rendering can scale very, very well. It allows you to update and present information. It does that magnificently. You can provide navigation from there, which makes perfect sense for a splash screen on a website, right? That landing page. You can build forms with it and interact with those very easily. It's not great for rich interactivity. Other event handlers, the on-click event handlers you might want to do, the on-change event handlers, the on-key press things, the static server-side rendering doesn't really work with that. And doesn't work with real-time updates. You don't want to be listening for something and pushing content into the browser, right? You're not going to be firing state has changed statements and getting that to work here. You want to keep this as static as possible, as simple as possible to render and deliver into the browser. Now, if you do want to do those bottom two things, we can add some interactive server or interactive WebAssembly. And I'll show you a little bit about that in a second here. So the way interactive server-side rendering works, and I think I actually showed this slide a little bit earlier. Our server-side rendering, when we do interactive server rendering, connects with WebSockets, and we have that WebSocket open the whole time on our server. And that could impact us if we have a lot of folks coming through to our website. WebAssembly is going to deliver the entire application in .NET down to the browser and run as WebAssembly. Well, there's a long download time that might happen there, and that could be a little bit dicey. But with my static server-side rendered website, runs all the .NET in the cloud, delivers just HTML into the browser, and because it's delivering just HTML, I can start to cache some of that. Now we're talking. And because it's Blazor, I can use the exact same components, the exact same pages, back and forth between my static rendered content and my other more interactive content. That's what we're talking about. That's reuse that's going to make us productive, that's going to make us happier, that we're not writing the same thing again and again. So once we have that content rendered by the server-side rendered stuff, we're going to wire up and use output cache. Output caching is so important in the scope of a Blazor application because it allows you to capture HTTP responses to frequently accessed pages, even not frequently accessed pages. Just capture the entire HTTP response. Now, by default, it's going to store that in an in-memory cache. So, right, the output of my C# in the cards homepage, we're going to load all that HTML into memory. That's easy to work with. But we can place it in other places like Redis if we'd like. By placing it in other services, when I start to replicate and have multiple servers in a web farm that are interacting and rendering content, well, instead of rendering the content that server 2 delivered over there, I can just pull it out of the output cache and send that down the wire. Gives us much, much greater speed because we're not having to generate and deliver all of that HTML. On individual pages, we can set up and declare that the page should be cached using the @attribute directive to reference the output cache attribute. You see it there. That this is right off of, I think this is the about page. I tell it to cache for 10 minutes. The about page hasn't changed at all. I could probably tell it to cache for 2 weeks. Doesn't matter. It doesn't get requested that much. Cache it for a long time. It's not a page that gets a lot of activity where it's going to need to think and reload it frequently. But there's more we can do with output cache because there's a bunch of different options available for us. Placing this little attribute on every page can be tedious and having to remember the various settings and things. So besides declaring, here's the duration I want you to cache, we can define policies that allow us to specify the configuration for that cache across various pages. Now we're talking. Now we're talking because when I want my cache to vary based on header or maybe query string keys, or in the case of my lessons that I have on the C# in the cards website, there's right now at the time of this recording, there's 11 different lessons out there. Well, when you come to visit the website and you go to /lesson/1, you shouldn't get the contents for episode 5, episode 9. So I need to vary by the route value. And that's what I did here in this policy. I defined a policy called lesson route. And that policy says vary by route value episode number. So while there's 11 episodes right now, I've defined one policy. I'm attaching it to one page. And that one page is actually going to generate up to 11 different cache entries, a cache entry for each of the different episodes. And each one of those is going to have the same expiration time of about 6 hours. So as long as I don't reset my server, that value will be sitting out there for 6 hours. And if you come back and visit within 6 hours of somebody else who requested the page, you get the exact same page that was generated for them. Pretty easy to follow, pretty intelligent to build. There's other options you can do here. This is just scratching the surface of working with output cache. Real easy to set up and add. And you see here, I added what, 6 lines of configuration, 10 if you include the separate lines with the curly braces, and an additional line on each page that I want to adhere to this policy. Let me follow up with a couple comments here. Warm Peas on Twitch says, interesting stuff. I've never looked into any of this. I got more for you there, friend. Wait till you see. Eric on Twitch asks, how smart are the caching technologies? What about caching people sessions where the users are in Asia versus Europe versus US as they work with the app coming online and offline? So that type of geographical caching is something that you're going to want to set on something like a front door or a CDN, where you're going to want to cache differently for different regions. You can there's a cache vary by header option there. So if something like front door or a CDN is managing a local instance, a local instance cache of your application, you can tell it to vary by header and receive that region that's coming in so that it caches appropriately. Hey, here's my my uh, Southeast Asia region. Here's my Northern Europe region. Here's my South American region. Here's my North American region, and have them cache appropriately, because there might be different content, and of course those headers can propagate back and cache on the CDN or the front door appropriately for those regions. There's lots of options for us, but this is directly referencing caching on your server. So some of those geographical things you may want to cache a little bit closer to the geographical cache. You're going to want to cache closer to the endpoint where folks are making that request. So, all right. Next thing that I want to talk about, something that everybody misses. We write our head elements that say, here's my CSS, here's my title. What about all those meta tags that you want to put in there, right? We want our website to look good when somebody requests it, shares a link to it from social media. They share a link on Twitter, they share a link on Facebook or in Discord or on Teams, and you want your website to look good over there. You want a nice image, a nice description to appear. There's elements that you can put in the header of your pages that will assist the search engines for a little bit of their discovery and indexing, and to assist social media. There's 2 validator tools that I want to call out to make sure that you check out and learn how to use. And I'm particularly calling them validator because in September, Twitter removed the preview capability from theirs. It's just a validator that shows here's what they've identified from the content when you send them a link. But it's still valuable to make sure that your header elements work. So make sure you take down these 2 URLs, cards-dash-dev.twitter.com/validator, and on Facebook, developersfacebook.com/tools/debug. This, and you see the image here, I put the address for C# in the cards in there, and it recognized the canonical URL, shows how many likes, shares, and comments. Oh, only 40. Gonna have to share that a little bit more. But you see the preview when I put that link into a Facebook post, it's going to look like this. It's got a nice copy of my banner image. It's got a nice description. Here's the URL, my title, and a description that goes with it that I've provided from my website. Well, what do those tags look like? This is something that isn't in the default templates. So I copied in some of this markup here to make it a little bit clearer to see. On every Blazor page that you write, you can use the head content element to define some content that you want injected into the head of your web page. And that's where our meta tags are going to appear. Let's define and place that content. Now, it's a good idea to have a canonical link, right? Hey, this was published and came from this location, so that when the search engine crawls, especially if somebody else copies your content, it knows this is the original place that content came from. Okay, I'm declaring that my content is original and comes from here. The title, description, keywords, and robots, those are for the search engine, and they're very clear and descriptive of what they are. It's a title, it's a little description explaining what they are, some keywords to help with search discovery, and robots index follow says, hey, robots, search engines, or social media bots, you're allowed to index this page and you're allowed to follow links that are on this page. Okay. Make sure you check out the next 4 links here, the next 4 elements. The OG colon. These look exactly the same. They do. But these are the ones for the open graph. These are the ones that Facebook and Discord and even Teams, I haven't tried Slack, but I'm willing to bet Slack uses these as well. These are the ones that they'll use to generate that card that you see that pops up on those services. Okay. So provide a good title, a nice description. There's where my banner image is located. So content, and it's the complete URL to the image. Don't include a relative reference. If you put that complete URL in there, it's going to help to make it a clear reference for the search engine or the bot that's presenting your content to find and share on their service. It is a little time for SEO. That's right. So URL, of course, is where's the base URL for this site, right? I'm specifying the canonical for this page. It's my about page, but the base URL for this, the root of this website is c#inthecards.com. And then you see the last 5 entries there. Those are appropriate for Twitter. What type of card format do they want? Do I want this to be presented as? Notice the Twitter site, and it's my handle. It's my screen name on Twitter, but there's an extra @ in front of it. Don't forget, this is Blazor markup on a Razor file. So the @ sign that you see there in front of the Twitter site, right, is going to be rendered and picked up, and it's going to think C# Fritz is a C# command. So we need to escape that. And the easy way to escape that, just throw another @ sign in front of it, and you're good to go. Nice little title, little description, and then the image that I want presented right there again. And in this case, the image for Twitter is exactly the same as the OG URL. So you could probably set up a little bit of a, you could probably turn this into a Blazor component itself so that you can pass in and have it look up different things and render and generate some appropriate content there. You can totally do that. Absolutely. Take a look. This is just scratching the surface of what you can do with this. So, cool. All right, I see a couple nice comments there. Thindoll says someone needs to open an issue to have C# Fritz be a C# keyword. No. Is there a rule of thumb for image sizes? Asks Eric on Twitch. You want to make it something that the search engine or the social media site can download quickly. So don't make it gigantic. I've been trying to keep them under 100K, and spoiler alert, this is going to get into one of my other tips here. Polka Pips with a follow-up question. So where is this head content placed? Great question. So this is present on my Blazor page, right? So places where I have a page on the website is where I'll have that content appear. So if I go into my application here, if I go over to the About page, so this is my About page, and you'll see down here, I put my head content up at the top so that it's easy for me to see. Here's the things that I'm configuring, and quite frankly, when I'm working on the rest of the page, I'll just collapse it up. I don't need to see that. And my lesson details page, where I generate some of that content a little bit more dynamically, because I'm loading this up for a specific episode number. I generate and place the title based on the content of this lesson, right? And same thing there, and same thing here. And the description comes out of this episode, right? And I believe I also pull the image. Yeah, I pull the image from the thumbnails for this lesson also. So I put all that data in one place. I load it once on this page, right? Because this is a page. So on my uninitialized, I go get that data about that post, assign it into this property, right? And I'm loading it into all that canonical information that I want the search engines and the social media sites to see. And it gives your site that polish so that when people share your links, it shows up and looks good where they're looking, and you want to make a good impression so that the next person that you share, that you or one of your visitors shares your website, right? It makes a good impression on the next person that sees it, right? It's one thing when I go and view my website. It's another thing when my friends and family goes and views my website. It's that third person when my friends and family share with their friends and their family, those folks that I want to make an impression on because I don't know them. They don't know how to come back to me and talk about my website. So important stuff for us to get right. Okay. All right. Let me head back over to the catching up here. There we go. Let me head back over to the slides. There it is. All right. So talking about images, let's start using WebP. This is an image format that Google was working on. It was made a stable release in September 2023. So at the time of this recording, it's only really been out there and available as a stable format, as something that's kind of recommended, and all the browsers, as well as any browser-based technology, knows how to serve. The WebP format supports lossy and lossless compression. It's intended as a replacement for GIFs and JPEGs and PNG, supporting animation and transparency. So look, this gorgeous man there, my goodness. Anyways, you see this picture? It's those are two different pictures. Okay, both 600 by 600. The one was a PNG on the left, and a little bit to what UNESCO is saying here, maybe a 1K target for some of these. 100K was what I was targeting. 100K I think downloads pretty quick for most folks. But as a PNG, that was 450K. I'm like, man, how do I make this thing smaller? And I started pulling back on the quality. And you know what? I started showing my age. It looked pretty bad. Taking that exact same image and just saying save as WebP, I got it down to 30K. So I serve the WebP version, and I got a 93% savings just by changing format. And take the Pepsi challenge. If I were to mix these two up, you wouldn't know the difference. You wouldn't know the difference. So I mean, I compressed them. I not compressed, wrong words. I resized them down a little bit smaller so they fit on the slide here, and you can see them side by side. You probably couldn't tell the difference. Even well, come on now. Internet Explorer was deprecated before WebP was released, so I don't think you're going to get a very good experience on Internet Explorer. We use WebP for some time now. What do I have to say about AVIF? I haven't tried AVIF yet. It's supposed to be better compression. It's supposed to be a little bit smaller. Haven't tried it yet. But definitely WebP. I think we've hit a critical point here where, yeah, let's start using WebP for more of our images. And .NET Ryan asks, what do I use to convert the image to WebP? You know what? I was using Paint.net. Oh my gosh, I'm using another .NET tool. Paint.net is that open source. Is it open source? It's definitely a freeware tool that allows you to edit images, and it's got all the filters and things that you might find in a very high-end drawing application like Photoshop. But you can save in WebP format easily. Of course, the professional tools, Photoshop and what have you, they can also save in WebP format. So can Canva and Figma and those types of things as well. Your main Paint program is Paint.net? It is. It's really good. Magic.net is great as well. You're right, Create Code Digital Design. Yes, it is. Great tools that are available out there that are going to help you format and make images for your websites. And this is from my experience and folks that visit my website and from the SEO reports that I get from Google and Bing, this has gone a long way for me to be able to deliver large images with a high amount of fidelity in them, and they look good inside viewers' browsers. Now, there are other things you can do to deliver higher quality images and have them scale. You know what? I don't find value in those right now. It does support animation also. Yep. It should be Oh, you're right. That should be kilobytes there. Typo on my part. So thank you. I'll 404. I'll clean that up. So like I said, this is the first time I'm delivering this. So happy to share this information with you and take some feedback on some of these. The next thing I want you to check out and make sure you do is start using memory cache. When you're working here on your local machine, no problem to get data out of the database or get data off of disk, load it up and present it because it's just you. But when it's more than just you, every time you read from disk or you reach across the network to a database or to a microservice, it takes time. It might take a couple dozen milliseconds. It might take 100 milliseconds. But then the rest of your website needs to work on that. Don't do that. Start using memory cache. Sprinkle that around. All you have to do is builder.services.add memory cache, and you can start to reference and put content, objects into memory cache, which will put it in memory on the local server so that you can fetch it immediately, like single digit milliseconds to retrieve that data and paint it inside your website so that folks can interact with it. And there's other places you can put your content also. So there is iDistributed cache interfaces available so that you can use other databases, other services like Redis or SQL Server, Encache, Cosmos DB. There's a ton of them out there. It's real easy to set up. And then when you've added that distributed cache, receive the iDistributed cache interface in your repository or your pages, get the data by key out of it, and output information after you've worked with it in your user interface. When you think about it, that means, going back to the web farm example from previously, you have the same configuration for distributed cache. Well, when you have 2 or 3 servers that are all trying to get the same data point, one of them will generate it, place it in the distributed cache, and the others will benefit and not have to go back to the database to query it. You're going to relieve pressure on your microservices, on your database, on your disk when you start using memory cache. Let it sit in memory in somebody else's database that's designed just to real quick retrieve that data and send it over to you. Okay? Really important to use. Andy says, I would think that SVG would be better than PNG and even WebP since you can scale without losing quality. Totally agree. Totally. You're absolutely right there, Andy. When we go back to the image discussion, SVG, because you can compress that down, it's just XML. You can compress that even further and scale appropriately. Totally agree. That doesn't work as well, though, for photos and other images that aren't vector graphics. For vector graphics, you're totally right. But for photos and other images where we want a high degree of detail, that's not going to work quite as well. So it's good to have options. So if you can SVG things, totally. But for photos and things like album art or thumbnails that aren't graphics, vector graphics, yeah, use something like WebP. All right. Next one I want to talk about, though, is Jimmy tried to bust this myth earlier. WebAssembly isn't slow or bad. We can pre-render WebAssembly content on the server for you and then take advantage of output caching, and it runs very, very fast. You can implement components on an SSR page with interactive WebAssembly. So just a part of the page is WebAssembly, not the entire thing. And then we can do some pre-rendering so that there's some initial content delivered after WebAssembly is available and running on the browser. We can then swap that out and you can interact with it, and it feels good in the browser. All right. So the lesson pager on the C# in the Cards website does this very, very nicely. Let me go to that page real quick. and bring that up so that you can see what that looks like. So let me grab this browser. There we go. So here's the C# in the cards website, and I'm going to refresh it, and you see it. Other than that image there, loads really quickly. I did a Control F5. If I just do an F5, it loads immediately. But down here, I have a recent lessons collection, and this is being dynamically generated and delivered as a WebAssembly component. And I can scroll around through it. There's only 11 episodes at this point, so there's only 2 pages. But I'm interacting with it, and this is all statically rendered and delivered. So it's WebAssembly. It's right. It's delivered. It's running. It's not having a problem, right? And certainly when I first came to this website, it was just there. I didn't have to wait for it to load. There was no little spinner. And when I come back additional times in the future, that WebAssembly component, not the data, the component is cached in my browser. Check it out. Let me go over to, I'll leave the, I'll have the network tab open. We'll come back to that. But I'm going to go into storage here, and I'm going to reach into cache storage. There's my .NET resources. You can see all the WASM things. I'm just going to go delete them all. Wipe it out there. And let's go into my, where is it? Network. Yes. Clear that, and I'm going to do a hard refresh of this. It's already there. It's available. You see it downloading the .NET content in the background, but I can interact with it now. It didn't take a long time. My entire website to download was 2.8 meg, and I've got this rich component that appears. This is a little bit of CSS trickery there, but all of this interaction, there's no additional content going back and forth from the server because it's all interactive here in the browser. Nice. WebAssembly does this for you, and by default, pre-rendering is turned on when you mark a component as interactive WebAssembly. You don't have to do anything else. So if I go back over to the code for this and we look at the home page for the website, there it is. There's my component. So it says recent lessons. That's my H2. That's just above it right here. And then my little component that pages through my collection of posts. I page through 6 of them, and it's interactive WebAssembly. That's it. It renders it, it delivers it, caches it, and we get a good experience with it. So don't be afraid of using WebAssembly inside your applications, especially for something where you need just a little bit to be interactive. Go ahead and do something like this, and you have a great experience, and the search engines won't complain about it. Okay? Let me go back to the slides. All right. Response compression. This is something that I made the mistake and I thought was enabled by default for us in the Kestrel web server. It's not. When you turn on and you publish and you say that I'm making my website available in release mode, right? And as .NET developers, we know that we can create and publish applications in either debug mode or in release mode configuration. And when you publish something in debug mode, right, it doesn't do any tree shaking, doesn't do any linking. You kind of get, right, you kind of get everything running so that you can debug and look at symbols and things. And when we put things into release mode, you expect it to do tree shaking, the linking, optimize it so that it runs faster when you deploy it out to production, right? Turn on response compression. It's not there by default. What? Yeah, turn it on. It's 1-2 lines that you add into your code. Builder services add response compression. That's all you have to do. But I want to note, when you do this, it makes .NET Watch and Hot Reload break because the response is compressed. It doesn't know how to inject and work with it, okay? But you can add this, and I actually have a if debug check around this, a compiled constraint, a conditional compilation statement around this. Exactly. There's a preprocessor directive around it. So if we're in debug mode, don't do this. But if we're in release mode, turn this on, and it adds Brotli compression. gzip, deflate, other providers if you want them. They are available. There's some options and extension methods that you can use to set them up. But according to OpenCPU, right, the far left column there, the red column in these column charts, you see the compression ratio. Brotli has the best compression for you. Compression time, the time to compress the output, Brotli is second worst. Okay, takes a little bit of time to compress, but the decompression time in the browser is the second fastest. All right. So check it out. Turn that on. Brotli is enabled by default and without any other statements there. There's documentation about how to configure this if you want to do some of the other configuration capabilities. So make sure you check out how to do this if you want to enable it. But literally, I'm telling you right now, for 90% of what you want to do, just drop these two lines. Make sure enable for HTTPS is in there so that you do get compression when you deliver using SSL connections. Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right. And there's a question there in chat. Is response caching enabled by default? It is not. And that's something else you may want to turn on. I think, is that one of the next ones? No. We'll get to a little bit about that in a second. Optimize your JavaScript and CSS. I mentioned earlier about bundling and minifying content. I don't want to install some series of npm tools to do that that are outside my wheelhouse, that don't use languages and things that I'm familiar with. There's a package out there from the Liger Shark organization. Spoiler alert, Liger Shark is Mads Christensen, the same guy who's one of the lead program managers for Visual Studio. The Web Optimizer package, you can find it at this GitHub address. So it's a NuGet package you can install, but it will bundle, minify, and optimize your CSS and JavaScript resources. So in my case, for the C# and the Cards website, I created a CSS bundle, and I stitched together the app CSS that I wrote, the Bootstrap CSS, some style CSS that came with the template that I used, some plugins, definition of color information, and some responsive formatting. I pull those all together, they get bundled. It removes the CSS comments and runs through nuglify. So it'll bundle and minify all of that. So I end up with one file called bundle CSS that I can reference in my header. And it has the contents of those 6 files, all compressed, minified as one file. Then it gets cached and you never request it again. I also minify my jQuery custom configuration here. There was a custom configuration for the website template that I used. So I said, you know what, just minify that thing and let it flow through. Real easy to do. So now when I request jQuery custom JS, I get my compressed, my minified version of that. I don't have to go and specify a different URL. When that is requested, you get the minified version. It puts that middleware in for us to be able to interact with. Yes, Mads is the king of Visual Studio extensions. SignalR, I do a lot of work with SignalR. You were looking at that the other week, but didn't deploy it due to a security issue around it in the Microsoft docs. I don't see any security issues with any of these things. I haven't had anything reported. So there have been a number of patches for security reasons. You should be okay going forward. Smab asks, will this PowerPoint deck be available later? This recording will be available later. I'll take a look this is a first version of this deck. I may hold it back, but I'll definitely share the links later if folks are interested. Create Code Digital Design says, good to know. We had issues with Cloudflare regarding compression of CSS, JavaScript, and HTML using Blazor. Maybe Cloudflare compression is not needed in this case. Yeah, I would suggest if you do your own compression here, you know what you're getting, and you should be a little bit more comfortable with how that delivers. I have one more slide, one more tip to share with you, and it's setting long cache control headers for static content. This is something that it doesn't do by default, and I feel like this is something that should be middleware that's just turned on for you. And I really brute forced this because the search engines, when you load stuff into the search engine console, the webmaster tips that it reports, it comes back on this all the time. Here's the deal. When CSS is requested or JavaScript or images, you want to deliver and put a cache control header on there with a max age that is like a year long. Okay? Real easy to do. And I just set up a little bit here where I set the context response header, add cache control with a max age of about a year. Some of the response, I think it's response caching, the response caching header only puts like a week on there, and I tried setting it for longer. I wanted to set it specifically for these files. Favicon another one that I missed. You're right. I should put favicon in there as well. But these things that are never changing, set them to last for a year, and it'll update appropriately. If the files change, the cache will know and download the latest. It should get it should have a different e tag and get the latest. Yes, it should do that. So that's about all I had for my recommendations here. I have a feeling there's a little bit more tuning I want to do specifically for this one, because I think there are some circumstances and things where you're going to want to go through and change rules at some point in the future. So let me recap here. And see, I need a list here, and I probably need a list of links out there so you can get to some of those things. These are those 10 tips that I listed for you, and I showed you how to implement in Blazor. Sitemap XML, static server rendering. Go use that as much as possible. You don't have to configure a thing to do it, but you're going to want to make sure you're not globally configured to be interactive. All right. No interactive WebAssembly, no interactive server, no interactive auto. Remove that and do it per page, per component, and you're going to get a static server rendering. Turn on that output caching. It's going to save you and your processor from running. Header elements for social media discovery. We spent a bit of time talking about that. I feel like there's a lot more that I can show you and do with that. So there's a number of things that you can do with that will really make your website shine when folks are just looking at that card that appears on those shared sites. It's time to start using WebP. The compression, the output from it is really, really good. Make sure you check that out, all right? Use memory cache for that frequently used data so you're not going and hitting your database or hitting your other resources again and again and again. Pre-render your WebAssembly content. It does it by default. So include a component, let it pre-render it, and it's going to work great for folks. Turn on response compression. It's going to make the request time to download your content from the server so much faster. Optimize your JavaScript and CSS with the web optimizer and turn on cache control headers for your static content. You're going to get appropriate cache control headers for your dynamic content, but for your static content, the JavaScript, the CSS, and whatnot, absolutely turn that on. So that's what I have to make sure that you get your Blazor applications ready for the open web. Check out that C# in the Cards website. There is so much good stuff that website does that I think just navigating around and seeing how it works, how the pages interact, it loads up quick. The images, well, I'm loading 11 images here. There's going to be more coming through soon. They load quickly. You're not waiting for it. The content, you don't have to wait for. When you're not saying discard caching, right? It works great, and it loads up content nicely and presents it really, really swiftly on the screen, and everybody likes that. Let me catch up with a couple more questions here in chat. Eric with a question: any gotchas when creating, updating Blazor apps that have driven me mad, only to find it was a simple change? Something that I've kind of requested as a feature in Visual Studio. Make sure you know where a page is rendering. Take a look at that render, right? That render mode for a page. Here it's specified as interactive WebAssembly. Make sure you know that. The number of times that I've looked at a page and there's no render mode up here, and I've just kind of assumed, oh, it's rendering server side. Oh, it's rendering interactive WebAssembly. And it wasn't. Oh, it's so painful. And you end up chasing and trying to track that down. Make sure you're aware of that. Make sure that you know. It's one of the first things that I've started checking with that amazing power to be able to specify the render mode. Check that first. All right. Matt on Twitch has another question here. What's the best way to add WebP images to a database because I just use PNGs? Do you change it to just a base 64 string and store that? If you're going to store a base 64 string, make sure you're storing the MIME type with it also. Now the MIME type should be in the first couple dozen characters. It should be there. If you're for some reason stripping that, you are going to want to store that next to your base 64 string. If, in a lot of databases, there is a binary storage format. Even if you're storing in that binary format, you're going to need to have that original file name somewhere so that you can force the browser to accept and know the appropriate MIME type, the appropriate image format type that goes with your binary content. So don't just swap out the base 64 type, but make sure that MIME type flows with that image where you've stored it. Of course, if you're storing that data in a blob somewhere on Azure Blob Storage or Amazon S3, those services know the MIME types with the file extension and will provide those appropriately when they're requested. But when you're in a database, and that's the gotcha that I'm hearing from you, Matt, make sure that you carry that information through so that when it is retrieved from the database and it is being presented, you do present it appropriately and the browser knows exactly what format you're presenting. Good question. Is it Elb Philharmony? Is my PowerPoint public public or the VOD rewatchable? All of the videos from today will be available over on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/C#Fritz. I'll break them up into a playlist and they'll be available for you to check out and watch later. The PowerPoint, this is the first time I'm presenting it. I am going to be updating, tuning, enhancing this in the future. And I'll share the links, but I'm going to hold back on the PowerPoint because I'm going to be doing more with it to enhance it for future events that I'm going to be presenting. All right. I am. Whew. We just about we close there and hit the appropriate time to finish and say that we're done with this session. So that's good. That's really good. Oh my gosh, I'm happy with that. We're gonna get ready for our next session. I want to make sure that I save time appropriately. He's supposed to there double. Let me double check the schedule here. Make sure I didn't miss anything. So we're expecting our next presenter in about 10 minutes. Yeah. Good. All right. I want to make sure that I go through and I've got another video from one of our sponsors. I want to bring up content from our friends at ABP Framework. So coming up next is Brian, and he's going to be talking to us about Copilot. So I want to make sure that I talk about ABP. They had some great stuff about their product that they wanted me to share and show because it's something that not a lot of folks are familiar with, and it's a cool framework and set of tools that allow you to build with some pre-completed modules that really are going to help your applications grow and be more maintainable and mean that you have to write less code. So let me go to that video and let's learn a little bit more from our sponsor, ABP. Friends, Jeff Fritz here, and I want to talk to you about the abp.io platform. Now, The ABP.io platform includes the open source ABP framework. That's a complete infrastructure for creating software solutions with modern architectures based on the ASP.NET Core platform. With the ABP commercial licenses that provide pre-built application modules, advanced startup templates, rapid application development tooling, professional UI themes, you can build your organization's next application and have amazing support from ABP. There's a couple of startup templates available for you that allow you to choose a solution template that meets your business's needs. Choose your UI framework, theme, database provider, and architecture that suits you and start your project right away. Build modular systems where each module can have its own entities, services, database integration, APIs, and UI components. With a modular solution, your teams can work separately to create highly scalable solutions. There's a complete multi-tenant infrastructure available to help you build software as a service solutions. Share your database and other resources between tenants with automatic data isolation features, or you can dedicate resources for specific customers. And you don't need to reinvent authorization, validation, caching, transaction management, validating user inputs, or dealing with exceptions. It's all done in the framework and modules for you to keep your code clean and focused. ABP separates the UI theme from the front-end code and offers a complete theming system. Check out their collection of pre-built themes like the Lepton X theme, or create your own. Now, the ABP suite allows you to build web pages in just a matter of minutes. You can create a new project, generate those CRUD pages for create, read, update, and delete interactions from your database and have them flow through automatically to the front end layer. Don't repeat yourself and let ABP automate those details for you. ABP is a time saver. The ABP framework follows domain-driven design's best practices and implements clean architecture patterns. So even if a developer doesn't know best practices or domain-driven design, well, they can build with clean code and follow those DDD rules using the ABP framework. The framework is designed to encourage developers to write clean and maintainable code. So when you create an application with ABP framework, you start with a great architecture and all of the common features like logging and database services configured on your behalf. It's an amazing tool set for rapid software application development. On the commercial side, ABP's pre-built modules are a significant time saver. There are many pre-built modules available so that developers can build their applications by merging existing modules. This helps developers get the job done while writing a minimal amount of code. There's also a collection of integrated and customizable Bootstrap professional themes to help you get started. If you're concerned about managing .NET versions and migrating between them, you can easily update your ABP-based software. To learn more about ABP, check it out at abp.io. And try out the live demo right over there to see how easy it is to work with ABP. There's links available on the site for demos on their YouTube channel and discussions with the community on their ABP Discord server. That just cut out again right at the end. StreamYard, what are you doing to me? Man, yeah, those sponsor spots are dropping frames like crazy. That feels like a StreamYard issue. I will have them posted and with the content after the event. Oh, that's a mess. Yeah, right at the end, it just cut off that last 5 seconds. Ugh, so frustrating. I am just getting some things ready to go. And yeah, I think that's right. Right? Yeah, we're good. All right. So glitch, yes, a little bit of a glitch there. So I want to make sure that I call out that I thank our various sponsors. We have a slide for them with their names. They've been getting the word out about today's event. Wow, that kind of took over the whole screen. There we go. Big thanks to these 10 organizations for helping out with getting word out about the event, for uh, providing stuff for the swag bag that you can check out. Make sure you click that link. It's just below in the About section on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, check out down below in the description. If you're watching this live, there's an entry there to click and enter your chance to win one of 15 swag bags that has, seriously, each one has about $1,000 worth of gift cards and product, and there's even tickets to a conference in there. Make sure you check that out, fill that out, and get in to be part of it. Ed's demo is now available if you want to look at the AI chat. Fantastic. Yeah, there you go. edweb.me/AI chat. So lots of great stuff that you can learn. And we've been learning all day today about AI. We've been learning about all the cool new things in .NET 8. I just talked about getting your Blazor application ready for search engines and social media sites and getting it on the public web. The things that you need to do before you hit publish to Azure or upload to your favorite cloud provider. Real easy to do. Simple set of 10 tips that'll get you in and get you productive. All right. Now, I'm really happy about that and getting that into play, and making sure that those tips are something that's available to you. And I thank you so much for the feedback on that session. Some of the things that are in there, we're going to add into Tags app and some of the other applications that we've been working on in the live streams, because let's face it, they're easy to write, they're easy to do. So when we want to share and make our applications more visible to other folks, do it. They're not included by default in the template, but there's something that we need to remember to add. And it would be great to put into components and things that make it easier for folks to interact with and reuse. So we saw a little bit from Jimmy Engstrom earlier in the day talking about all the great things that he's seeing from folks using Blazor in production spaces. It's not just a toy. So great stuff that you should be able to feel good about building, deploying, and using wherever you're comfortable making your application um, and making your next great application. All right. Now, we've been talking about doing AI as part of your application. Ed showed us how to bring OpenAI into our application so that we can do all the cool things with that you see on ChatGPT and in DALL-E to interact and deliver content. But let's face it, at some point, there's that productivity question that we want to be able to go through and be better, stronger, faster developers, right? You're working the 9 to 5. You're doing that daily set of tasks, and that's where like GitHub Copilot really helps and can make you a better developer. So I wanted to make sure we brought on Brian here to talk a little bit more about GitHub. You good to go, Brian? I'm looking for a hand wave or something. There we go. Yeah.
How you doing?
Hey, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us for today's event.
You're very welcome. You'll note I've been playing with my office, so you're getting the non-green screen. That's real crap behind me. But I did try and at least get Mona and my lovely Apollo plushies ready. And of course, I have Banana for scale.
Banana for scale. There we go.
There you
So
go.
we know exactly how big it is.
Yeah, and how big my head is. All right. So
hey, listen, I'm the same way. I've got a green screen behind me, and I've got another set behind that with cameras and microphones and other things that set up. And I'm like, you don't need to see this stuff.
So everything going good today?
Oh my gosh, yes. Right? We've learned a bit about adding AI into our apps. We've learned about making our Blazor apps production ready, getting them on the web, hearing that it is ready to go, and some of the cool new features in .NET 8. but we want to be better developers, don't we? I mean, it's not just getting cool new tools, right? There's cool techniques we can use, right?
Absolutely. And I think, that's where Copilot's really great, because I just, there was a time when I was a full-time developer, and now I play one on TV, right? I'm actually getting to write more code on a day-to-day basis as in my role in DevRel, because not only do I want to have good demos, but it turns out, you can relate to this. The cobbler's children have no shoes. And so I've been working on an app as well for the DevRel team to help us with some internal stuff. And it's a ASP.NET 8 website. It talks to Azure AD and Azure B2C and does some stuff with SQL Server. The canonical, intranet internet app, right?
Yeah.
So no Kubernetes, nothing crazy. I did think about Blazor, and I've actually got a Blazor app that I can pull up later that I can show you that I did as well. That's more of a demo, but this is a demo app that I'm going to show you that is related to exactly what I did here. In fact, I stole some code with clipboard inheritance from it to get set up, and then we're going to have Copilot help us. And that's the key thing, is I've been using Copilot to help me, which is fantastic.
The number of folks that I hear say, you know what, I only know a little bit about this framework, but I turned on Copilot and it helped me learn more. It helped me build features that I didn't know how to build.
It's true. And, going back to my thing, I started with .NET 1.0, and I still at times write code from that era. Like, I'm still not sold on just start with EF, because in my head, I can still just do SQL connection and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But Copilot helps me remember, because as you get older, you don't keep everything on the top of the stack. So I really like it for how it doesn't force me down a path. It'll say, oh, you're using SQL client. Okay, I'll help you do that. It doesn't say, oh, no, hold on. If you don't use EF7 and if you don't have this correct, or EF8, whatever the numbers, it's prescriptive, but it's not, what's the magic word we learned? It's not going to force you down a path. It's going to try and look at what you're doing and say, if that's the way you do things, more power to you.
Yeah.
Right.
And I want to make sure folks know we're not doing a hard sell here on Copilot. Like, this is something that we both use that is really cool, that we know folks who use Copilot can get more out of.
Yeah, and I think that's the key thing here. It is an additional awesome tool in your toolbox. When I talk to people, I say, would you give up IntelliSense? I talk to people that are huge fans of JetBrains ReSharper, and their response is very vocal that, no, you can take that from me if you stop making me a developer, make me a manager. And so with Copilot, I feel the same way. It is a tool in my toolbox that can help me in different situations, and sometimes it's wonky, it hallucinates, and you're just like, Copilot, let's try again. You're drunk, you need more coffee. And so I think that's a critical aspect. And so what I wanted today is just show you the different versions we have and talk about the things it can do, and let you make your own choice. And again, you may find that some pieces, like say Copilot Enterprise, you're not ready for it. It doesn't have enough for the money. Fine. Yeah. But the best part is you can try it for 30 days free on the individual plan. You can try it for free with your business. And if you want your enterprise to try, you can reach out to GitHub sales, and they'll set you up with all the pieces you need. But maybe we should do a screen share, and I'll put up a web page for people, and they can go look at all the things that we're going to talk about, and I'll kind of reference back and forth. But let's, maybe I just start playing with it as I try and finish this code I started writing while we were, before I got ready for this call.
Okay, sure. In Twitch, Junie Von Esch says, yes, it's clippy. It looks like you're writing a letter. Well, it's a little bit more.
No, it's
a little bit more impressive than clippy.
I personally think so. And again, you can try it. 30 days free. Yeah. Don't take our word for it, right? Yeah. Put it to the test. If it doesn't work for you, great. And again, come back in a year. Look at some of the other tools out there, right? We're not the only game in town. I'm a happy Copilot user, and so is Jeff. Oh, yeah. I believe in where we're going with the technology. It will not always be the perfect way to do it. Anti-lock brakes. Sometimes only the people that could afford the high-end cars, they had to learn how to do it, because with anti-lock brakes, the old cars, you would push and pump the brakes. That's not your job. Anti-lock does that.
Yep.
Well, now we're at the point you don't have to tell people that because they learned that they get to just slam it on a modern car. It's only if you actually go the other direction and you start driving maybe 69 Chevy or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no, I'm totally with that. I respect that. I mean, developers, we're cynical, right? We're always promised the wonders,
Mm-hmm.
So
all right.
Absolutely.
When you're ready to screen share, go ahead with the present button down there.
All right, present, share screen, and let me hopefully do a window. Perfect. Octobrian 1. And let me know if you can see my window. It should be showing Visual Studio.
Yep, got it. I'm going to add it to the stage here.
Okay, great.
There it is.
So let's just talk about what I'm working with here and be clear about what you need and what you don't need. First of all, I'm on Windows. If you don't want to be on Windows, that's great. You can use Copilot in VS Code. Our partners at JetBrains have it working in a bunch of their IDEs.
Okay.
NeoVim is another super popular one.
Wait a sec. Hang on. It's in Vim. Brian, I do a thing every March that I call Minimal March, okay?
Okay.
Where I show folks that you don't have to be in Visual Studio, and I'm coding at the command line, and I prefer using Vim. You're telling me I've been struggling with not being able to do code completion, any of that stuff, and Copilot's been available for me?
You better believe it. As you scroll down here in your choices, what you're going to see, let's go right to the IDE integration, okay?
Yeah.
And that IDE, so we'll just go over here and let's go Bing it and say, what IDEs does GitHub Copilot work in? And you'll notice, oh my God, there's scary things showing up like, Java and everything else. But if we go to the docs, see the JetBrains IDEs there?
Mm-hmm.
Keep going. And let's see. Did it just take me?
More shortcuts for Linux up there.
Oh, yeah. All sorts of crazy stuff here. Whoops. That was the feedback. So I'm on a Mac, so I pressed the wrong thing.
Yeah, our PC familiar.
There we go. Oh, right there. It's a tab right there. So here's how you go. Vim and NeoVim.
All right.
Ready to go.
All right, chat room, I'm going to need to set this up before my next stream.
Okay, now on that note, since I am not a NeoVim madman, I don't know if it actually just does chat or does the level 1. And I think that's a good place to start. Going back here, Copilot is available in a wide range of places. So number 1, in your IDE, in your code editing window, okay? And let's just, rather than just talk first, let's just go show each thing very quickly.
Okay.
So let's go over just to my solution. So my solution is the canonical web app with some testing and a database, SQL database.
Okay.
And, let's say, hey, I want to write a stored procedure that I can talk to that author's table. That's a good example. Okay. So let's add a new stored procedure. And we'll call this get authors. Okay. And there you go. It's going to give you this, and you're going to go, okay, does that work? I don't know. But as I type in here, yes, default template, I can type a comment and say, oh, wow, right there, freak out. That's Copilot. That grayed out text is a comment that it thinks, well, if you do this comment and then hit return, it's going to automatically start writing text. Now, I don't want it to do. Oh, wow.
Okay. Now it's inferring.
Yeah, it's just said, okay, let me take a look here. Make that a little bigger for our folks at home. Bring this over a bit. Okay. So it says you got a procedure called get authors, and you have these 2 parameters. So I'm going to assume you want to do that. Now, if I get rid of those parameters and, get rid of the where clause, that's actually what I want. Right? Yeah. Right there. So that is the most basic implementation of Copilot. That was there from the beginning. Can I use dark mode in VS? Of course you can. Would you like me to go dark, Brady? Would that make you happy? Let's go to tools, options, because I'm a giver. I am here for you. Boom. There you go. Oh, yes. There you go. All right. So that is the simplest form, and that is something that works in Visual Studio Code, whether it's on your desktop or in code spaces, as well as NeoVim, and like I said, the rich range of JetBrains IDEs. And again, I'm saying IDEs because they have so many. I don't know exactly which ones they've turned it all on. I do know it works in the IntelliJ, WebStorm. Those are working, and probably many of the others, or all of them by now. I mean, they've been a very active partner there. Okay, that is one of the simplest things you do. So if we go back to Visual Studio, that's just the very basic implementation, and that's down here under code completion when you're looking at the various bits of information on this GitHub page. Real-time code suggestions and comments to code. I just did both of those as I was doing it. And again, what's great about the working with our partners at JetBrains and the Visual Studio team with the GitHub team is we've evolved on our side IntelliSense. We've made it smarter to say, oh, when we're working with Copilot, we're going to play nice to each other. And that's another thing. If you looked at it 2 years ago, this is not your father's Copilot. So you really want to give it a chance. And so right there, at first it takes a little bit to get used to. And some people get annoyed because it's too chatty. It's too helpful. You know what? Sometimes you're in a groove and maybe you know what you're doing and you don't care. Fine. You can come over here to Copilot and you can turn it off. You can turn it off just for the SQL tools. You can turn it off for a particular solution or project. In other words, you choose how you want your Copilot to behave. And a key thing right there, the name says it all. It's not the pilot. It's an assistant. It is to help. You adjust it. Now, the other thing to be aware of, what makes Copilot smarter is context. So right here, I said get authors, and it was pretty straightforward. It said, well, get authors off, it just figured that out. However, if you open up additional files, it will use these to help make it smarter. Okay. So let's go create a new store procedure, one more. And it's put it in the wrong place. I'll probably move those around in a bit, but we'll just add another store procedure. And we'll say get author by display name. Okay, store procedure. Click add. Okay, and I'm going to change this parameter to be display name. And this is an in. Oh, look at that. Wow. Pause right there. Now, I want to point this out because if you go into the standard tools for designing tables, whether you do it inside Visual Studio or inside our wonderful SQL Server Management Studio, you'll know that that is not the default for a string. I had to change that. And let's go look over at our authors SQL right there. That right there is the happy thing. Let me go back. Let you zoom in. There you go, right there. See that invar car? And I'm sorry, unfortunately, this is one of those old school things. I think I got zoom in installed. Let's see. Nope. So we'll just run. Oh, I'm a bad monkey. So while I get this fixed, because I want to have zoom in here for a little extra love, I'm using a dev box. And this is fantastic. So this is a machine up in Azure, has all my stuff, makes it available anywhere. And what's great about it, Microsoft AT takes care of it. The core stuff is all patched, and it makes life wonderful for me. Okay, so let's open that file. Let's grab those zoom in EXEs. We'll paste those down. So, and that's the point about this VM. I don't use zoom in a lot because I'm normally using this just for me. Yeah. This is my little playground. So we'll paste those in there, fire up zoom it, tell it can have my firstborn child. There we go. All right, fantastic. So let's go back to Visual Studio because I just want to make sure everybody's clear. That is how it got so smart. That provided that little bit of extra context. So when you're local in your IDE, open those extra files, helps create the context window. Now, you told me you were talking about AI, so you probably talked about how when you use services like ChatGPT, like Bing, etc., how it creates a context window. Did you mention that?
We did a little bit, yes.
Okay, just to be clear,
Yeah.
the context window is the information that gets sent to the brains, and that's a key thing. Copilot does not work air-gapped. You must have an internet connection. It talks to our servers, and the way it works is it takes the question, and the question is contextual. So far, we're doing it just by inference, by typing the comments. So it looks before and after the cursor in the file you're in, and it looks at the open files, and it grabs some goo and it shoves it across the wire over SSL to the Copilot service.
Mhm.
We pass it off to our engine. It comes up with an answer and it brings it back. And that's how that works. So the more tabs you have open, the more context it can glean. Glean, not gleam, glean with an N. So that's how that was able to get smart there and say, well, that's what you want to do. And so now I get, whoops, I didn't let it finish. So there we go.
Look at that.
And
Now-
now select, again, we'll just do a comment. Perfect. I like that. And then now it's going to give me that extra tip to add that other comment. And now,
Yeah.
well, that looks, so mostly I'm just hitting tab and enter. That's what I've been reduced to here, Fritz.
Right.
Sorry, Jeff. I want to call you by your last
It's okay. It's good. We're all good. The folks in chat call me Fritz also.
name. Okay.
So the thing that, and actually, Marcus kind of chimes in with this also. So leaving too many tabs open sometimes can be a bad thing if you could confuse it. And I'm thinking of people like our friend John Galloway, who likes to have dozens of browser tabs open. He does similarly in Visual Studio, has lots of tabs open. You're giving a lot of information then to Copilot for it to be able to put together a little bit of reference here.
Exactly. Well, this part, so I'm working on SQL, so I'm going to have mostly the SQL tabs open. Now, where I will keep them open on a transition would be, I want to write that first bit of data access code, right?
Sure.
Because that'll give it some help. Now, once I got some of the data access code done, what'll happen is I won't need to do that because it'll pick up my local SQL code, particularly the style where I want to use store procedures, for example, as opposed to embedded SQL, which is more possible to do things like injection and screw up things. So again, that's what you want to do. Now, at this point right here, I've shown you some very basic stuff, and this is in all versions. Now, one thing I said I want to be clear on, because people are concerned, hey, is GitHub and Microsoft going to keep my stuff? Are they going to use it to make the model better? Well, yes and no. And let me explain. There's two particular things I want you to be aware of. We have been enhancing the product to store some information locally for 28 days to make sure that we can help provide better context windows when you're having conversations and let you have history to go back to conversations. Okay, that's one part. The other thing, though, is are you going to contribute to the models? Okay, depending on your plan, there are options for that. So the first thing to understand is if we go back to these plans, and we'll get rid of that tab. I will not channel Mr. Galloway here. And if you'll notice down here, down at the bottom, management and policies, public code filter. Okay, what does that mean? Well, public code filter means, do we look at public code as well as your code in doing the pre-flight to talk to the model? Now, if you think about this, you may have heard a term RAG, retrieval augmented generation. Well, that's the thing is we're not just making an API call directly to ChatGPT like you and I can do with our API key. Right? There's a lot of nuance into what's going on in the back-end Copilot engine. So one of the things we do is whether we want to provide answers from public code. If we do, we've been working on features, and I don't know where we're at on the release of this, but it's something we've announced. We'll provide you with information on where the public code was sourced for. Now, let me just add one little bit here. A lot of people tend to freak out about this. Oh, you're stealing it. I'm not going to get into that argument. What I do want people to be aware of is when we do pull public code in, sometimes that public code is the way to do it. And one of the things we found was around JavaScript. A lot of the JavaScript frameworks are open source. So you go out to look at them, they're there, and they'll have documentation. They'll say, this is how you initialize your context. I mean, EF core. Here's how you set up a database context.
Yeah.
And what you find is that 98% of the time, that's the way every app should do it. And so when that public code comes back and you say, sure, I can match that public code, it turns out you can find it in, 10,000 other repos.
Yeah.
And so that's one thing to be aware of. Now, footnote, that doesn't mean it won't give you back bad code or anything else if it has to generate, because there are some logical ways to do it. Hence the magic of Copilot when you don't use public code. And that's the thing I want you to be aware of. I'm not using public code because it's turned off on my GitHub profile, on my work one.
Mm.
So that was done at the management level by the company. Now, on my personal account, though, I can choose to have it on. And so if we come over here to a tab, I'm logged in. I have a couple different users. And if you don't know about this feature in GitHub, you have the ability to switch between multiple accounts. So Alex, which you can barely see there at the top, is my test account. This is my personal account that I had before joining GitHub. And this is my work account. So let's go look at my work account. And when I do that, I'm going to go over here to your Copilot. And when I do that, it's going to tell me who's giving me Copilot. And you see right there, you get access because of GitHub, and you can't modify the settings. Okay?
Yeah,
that's fine. Sense. By the way, notice these nice little buttons here that'll get you started. So Fritz, if you go check yours, click the magic button, baby.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm going to do is back out of here, and I'm going to switch users to my Brian Randell account. This is my personal account. Now, I get this error because Brian doesn't have access to this. So I'm just going to switch to my profile page. And when I do that, it lets me back in. Make sure I'm on Brian Randell. I am. And then I'll go to your Copilot. I'm paying for this Copilot. Disclaimer, I am probably not, because as a GitHub employee, we get free coupons. So I'm pretty sure I'm not paying for this, but this is my personal use. And notice suggestions matching public code. Can Copilot allow or block suggestion matching public code? See the documentation. We'll open up a link there. And we'll see there's a bunch of stuff that just tells you about this, gives you some more data. But the key point is I'm in control as an individual. So even if you don't want to, turn it off. Just click the drop down and we won't do that. And then here's the second bit. Product improvements. As you know, telemetry and data about how usage can help us improve the product. That said, depending upon what feature you're using, it may have more information than you want to have. Now, I've already shown you can turn off Copilot on and off in your IDE just so you can choose to hide the secret stuff. Fine, no problem. But you may say it's okay, you may not. It's up to you. We're not going to force you. That said, a lot of people keep it on because it just makes Copilot better, and they're not building the next great, crypto system. If you are and you're worried for any reason, uncheck the box. Yeah. So again, this is what you get for the personal account to choose. So if you give us your $10 a month or $100 a year, this is what you get. I showed you that the other one, GitHub had control at the organization level. Now, we can control that as an organization owner. So if we go back and switch out of here, change to my Octobrian account, and then we're going to come over here and we're going to go to your organizations. And the organization I'm working on is called DevRel Labs. You'll see it's part of an enterprise, but if we go into settings, there are Copilot settings. And you'll come up here, and first of all, who gets access? What are your policies? In this particular setup, I've said that people who don't have it blocked by their parent org can use public code. I can't. When I'm using Octobrian, I don't, because my org who pays for it overrides. However, that other user, Alex, that I'm going to show you later, does have access to public code. And so we try and manage it correctly based upon who pays for it, and then we flow that through regardless of where you're using it. And then you'll notice I have control around whether Copilot is available in github.com. That's an enterprise feature. So is this new feature with Bing. And then you'll see Copilot Chat and ID and CLI are all controllable at the organization level and at the enterprise level, which is where you normally set that up. So we try and give you lots of controls about how you and your team should be using Copilot. And it's probably one of the biggest things I would tell people. If you find it indispensable in your personal life, you'll probably want to get your work to buy it. On inverse, if your work's buying for it, you may want to use it personally, and you may need to actually have 2 accounts, one for work and one for play. That gives you a little more flexibility. But again, that's completely up to you and your arrangement with your management.
So let me just pull on that string a little bit, right? A lot of folks, I'm going to show my age here, Brian. When we were younger, back in the Y2K days, we were told, hey, you couldn't do personal business when you're at work. And somebody asked me a question the other day. Gosh, when I'm on my work PC, can they see what I'm doing when I go to my bank online? Yes, you're on your work PC. They can see that stuff. I feel like there's something similar here where if I'm working on Copilot, on working with my GitHub account with Copilot on a personal project at home, I may want to be on a different GitHub account so that I don't inadvertently get work things suggested to me in my personal code. And the other way around also, so that my personal things don't flow into work code.
That's an interesting point. So let's talk about that. We will not pick up any work-related stuff because we don't go from the client and go looking in the organizations yet. I'm going to put a yet there with a question mark around it. That is not a current thing. In the IDE, our context is focused inside what's in the IDE environment, and that's it.
There we go. Okay.
So you're okay there. That said, let's say you do want public suggestions personal, but your work says you can't have it.
Yeah.
Then you're not going to get it on your personal project. And again, this is where we're going to, as the product evolves, you might see more of a reason to have 2 accounts.
Yeah.
Today, for a lot of people, that's not enough, right? They're not willing to pay their own $10 if work's given it to them. They'll live with the work restrictions. Where you will run into the issue, though, is if you come in with Copilot and you see this little Copilot here in your IDE, that means you're getting features from work. Now, that will only show up in environments that are licensed for it. So typically, that means you won't see it in your own repos. Let's prove that point. I'm logged on as Octobrian. Let's go to my personal repos. Okay, and let's go into my projects. And so notice it shows up there. Okay, that's because I have an enterprise license. So if I started working on it here, I would have access to it because that's the way the license flows.
Okay.
However, if I don't have an enterprise license, so let's switch. Let's go out to Octobrian and watch what's going to happen when I switch to Brian Randell. I'm going to switch over here to the Brian Randell account. And notice it goes away because Brian Randell doesn't have access to an enterprise Copilot.
Okay.
And that's where we get into some of the nuances and the tiers. So Copilot in GitHub.com is an enterprise-only feature.
Okay.
That feature will follow you around as you work in different parts of GitHub, both in your company's org as well as other parts that you may use, like your personal repo.
Okay.
And it's here that you may need to consider things. That said, when you do a search, you have control over where Copilot Enterprise looks and the context. But if you want to be 100% sure, right? Because, people we forget sometimes. Sometimes we don't realize where we're at. And we go and ask a question, we pull an answer out, and maybe we shouldn't have done that. Then yes, the only way to be 100% sure would be to have a personal account that does not have any access to your work stuff. It's a very subtle thing today, but it's something to start thinking about as we start moving forward with these different tiered products.
So you have me thinking now about a second type of access Copilot interaction issue. And I'm glad that we're getting into some of the, we've seen a little bit of the code completion stuff in It Discovers, but that control over what it has access to, I know a lot of folks have had questions about. And I'm noticing here, because I was following along with what you were doing, and for you out there watching, check out some of the screens as you're watching Brian go through and show on GitHub, because you can do that with your GitHub account also while you're listening and he's talking about it. So
Yep.
I was doing that, and a project that I've been working on during my live stream, I put into an organization so that I had an open source organization around that project. So there's an organization I have called Fritz and Friends.
Okay.
So github.com/Fritz and Friends. And there's a project I put out there called Tags App, tags with a Z, APP. Now, when I did the same thing you had there, because my account's hooked up to my Microsoft credentials, and I click there, it shows me that Tags App is indexed for improved understanding and accuracy. So this is an open source project that isn't in a Microsoft organization. It's in another organization that my account manages. So my question then is, if other open source contributors to my project, if they have Copilot, do they get that same index for that organization, or do they get access to that index because my organization kind of sponsors it?
No, they only get access if they either have a Copilot Enterprise license from you,
Okay.
or they're bringing their own enterprise license with them.
Okay.
And that's the interesting thing. And part of that is because imagine an organization where you have developers, you have business users, you have your engineers that support your infrastructure, and maybe you have some pointy hair bosses.
Yeah.
Your company will probably balk at buying everyone the full price, we'll just call it $109 a month for all of the awesome features that is GitHub. They may only need access to look at the code and mark down docs and maybe issues and stuff.
Sure.
The retail price on that is $21 a month, or it could be as little, it could be less in volume, but let's just say $20. That's a big difference, right? So Copilot respects that. The people that pay $20 a month, they don't get all the Copilot goodness because they probably don't need it and probably don't want it. You then can just choose who has access on a per org basis to those enterprise features, and thus their Copilot will turn on and off depending upon who the user is in there.
Okay.
So there isn't we don't transfer the benefit to other people unless they have a license. However, we do today let you bring your license across orgs. So I'm getting the benefit not just in my GitHub account, in the GitHub enterprise, but in other enterprises.
Gotcha. So other folks that have a Copilot subscription can access Copilot indexing facilities that are in other open source repositories.
If it's exactly, if they bring that license, right?
Cool.
Now there's some fun stuff here in that you can add other external resources to your knowledge base. And I know we're kind of all over the place, folks. So this is the kind of discussion I wanted to have. I didn't want to try and do a typical demo because, a lot of people have seen some of the chat stuff and you know what to expect, but this is new hotness here. So let's go back up here. This is a fun one to look at. If we go over to Alex, and then let's go over to back to that DevRel Labs.
Actually, I think you're still in his Octo Brian.
You'll see
we're looking at the profile page. My bad.
Yep, there you go. And you'll see right there.
Okay.
I'm now Alex. Now, let's just cover a few things. Alex is a part of this and has access to these repos as a contributor. And this is that repo that I'm working on in Visual Studio. So just put a point of reference. Let's zoom down into the corner, right? You can see I'm on main, and there's the place I'm working on. Now, when you come over here and click Copilot, Copilot's ready to have a conversation. The very first time you click the button and you have the appropriate rights and licenses, if it's not already indexed, it'll ask if you want to index, and you want to say yes. Now, to be clear what that is doing, that is not fine-tuned models. That is a feature we have coming in the future.
Okay.
What this does, though, is it integrates all your code into the Blackbird index for Copilot. Now, Blackbird is our internal name for our search engine. And Having formerly been a part of the technical marketing team, we tried to come up with a better name, but we decided we weren't going to add a new product name at this point, since you don't buy it separately. It's just part of GitHub.
Sure.
But when you want to talk about it, we call it Blackbird. And there's some great stuff from GitHub Universe, some talks about the details, as well as some blog posts. So if you're a real nerd, we've done some really crazy stuff if you think about the scope of all the code on GitHub. Okay. But the point is, by doing that index and providing that to Copilot, it makes things faster, and it has contextual understanding of the code, because that's what Blackbird's all about. It's an index optimized for code and code level object relationships, right? Not just, typical search, lazy, regex, stuff like that. So I can ask a question here. And one of the things I can say is, what version of .NET does this app use? Now, here's the thing. Remember we talked about being inside Visual Studio and open up all the tabs?
Oh, yeah.
Now I get to do it just from here, and I don't have to open all the tabs because we have that index up on github.com.
Okay.
So it's able to look at it and say, what's going on? It says it uses .NET 8. This was mentioned in the README file. And if you click the references, it'll tell you different places it found that information. Okay, where it's pulling that data out. If you look at the README, we click that. It'll take me straight to the file, and you can see that bit of information. Okay. So that's pretty cool. Now,
I mean, it searched code. Can it also search and give you feedback if you wanted to go say, hey, we were working on this issue at some point. Can you rehash or go have it find stuff about issues or entries in GitHub Actions, those kinds of resources? The way you're smiling there, man, you're telling me
the future is very bright for Copilot on github.com. Okay, I'm not announcing any features. All I know is every team, it's like if you go back for the old farts. If you go back to the 90s and remember when Bill Gates wrote the internet paper that we need to embrace the internet, and that basically told every group at Microsoft you had to have internet-enabled versions of your app.
Mm-hmm.
At GitHub, it's Copilot all the time.
Yeah.
Every team is looking at how we can use Copilot to enhance the experience. So I have no features to announce, but you better believe we are looking how to make Copilot, this button, light up in all the places. So right now it doesn't look inside issues and projects. But I can go into my files, and you can say, well, how about we look at, I don't know, I've got a service here, a really silly one. And I can say, you know what? Explain this file to me. So I can give it context. And this is great because this is something that's really nice when you want to come look at code without enlisting in it on your workstation or other environment.
Yeah.
You can do this in your IDE, but that means you have to have the code downloaded and you have to do that. So again, this isn't a revolutionary feature in and of itself. It's about where does it help you do your work? And again, that's what we're trying to look. So it goes through and explains what's going on here and tells you, hey, it's kind of stupid, but it didn't say that, but I said that because this is just the beginnings of how we create an MVP, right? I've mocked up a in-memory database to start, and now the project's going to add SQL Server support. But I want to show you another thing here about this. Notice how there is a attached files, but there's also, and notice how it says symbols. Oh, I understand the concept of book service, tests, and startup, right? And that's that Blackbird engine bringing into play to understand context, because sometimes you don't know what file it is, right? You want to ask more about the details.
It's gone beyond just recognizing the text you're looking at, and it's actually parsing it as code and seeing the references.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's great. Now the other thing you'll notice is that I've asked some questions here, and this is letting me have a conversation. So I can take the conversation to the immersive level, and that takes us out to where we're just talking here on our own. Or the other thing I can do is, you'll notice when I'm doing this, there's this little bookmark. This lets you attach a knowledge base. Let me show you what it does, and I'll show you how I set it up. So I'm about to come in here, and you already saw me do it. I started adding some SQL objects in SQL Server.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if we have any naming conventions.
Sure. Good question.
Let- Now I'm going to do that. And Copilot's going to start looking. And what it's doing is it's going out and looking in my repo
Mhm.
and in the knowledge base. It's using those two things for source.
Okay.
And it's providing a bunch of information. You'll see it says chatting with internal docs, which is a knowledge base with one repository. And if we look at the references, it's going to tell you, again, the places it found this information.
Mm.
Most notably, naming SQL objects.md. So if I click that, it'll take me to that particular markdown file.
Okay.
Now, I want you to notice real quick the repo I'm in now. I'm in a completely different repo.
Private repository. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a private repository in my org that I chose to index. Well, Brian, how do I do that? I'm glad you asked. So if we go over to your Copilot, you'll see that Alex is in here.
Yeah.
And it's provided by the organization DevRel Labs. But Alex isn't an admin. So what we're going to do is go back over here. We're going to switch users and go to my Octobrian account. And now we'll come over here and go to settings. And if we click on the Copilot icon, whoops, I need to go up higher. This is actually an org setting, not an individual repo setting today. You notice we have this option called knowledge bases. Then I'm going to get Copilot out of the way there. I have one knowledge base called internal docs. Well, if we go edit it, which is what you would start out with new, you're able to give it a name, description, and you can specify where it should look for information. So I've told it to look in DevRel Labs Copilot coupons for any files that are MD and MDX. Those will be indexed. Now I can edit paths to what you only look, say, in docs folders, right? You may choose to separate different bits of information.
Yeah. What types of files can it crack there? I mean,
Only
right.
MD and MDX right now.
Okay.
Again,
Text files, I'm assuming.
what kind of files? I'm sorry?
Text, TXT files?
Not right now. It looks like we're being very focused on the markdown experience. Things that seem logical in the future based upon our larger support for indexing, TXT, doc, PDF. We can see a lot more types being added. Again, if enterprise isn't ready for you today, check in 6 months, right? We're gonna have a lot to give you.
Things are moving fast, and cracking those types of files, I know there's a bit more. Those are a little bit more processor intensive. I'm guessing out loud. I'm guessing those are premium features.
Well, it's going to be the work to do to crack those files. And yes, that's more GPU. The other thing is building on top of what we had. Blackbird is optimized for text. Markdown was one of the choices it made. Now, why we're not doing listing TXT explicitly could be an oversight. That's actually a great one to check. I hadn't thought about just TXT. But I know that, again, none of this stuff you're looking at is, this is not version 10. This is version 1.0, right?
Yeah.
So you can determine these knowledge bases, but here's the cool thing, right? I can come over here and go to my knowledge bases, and let's do a new knowledge base.
The mind is spinning over here. You're placing ideas here that can only mean bad things for chat.
So, hey, have you ever done any work with, say, TypeScript and you wanted a little help? Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll get some help on TypeScript. What's that little thing called ASP.NET?
It's under the .NET.
Oh, it's under .NET. That's right.
Yep.
So, yeah. Oh, how about some .NET Core help?
Yep,
EF Core. Oh,
second one down. Oh yeah, the docs. There you go.
Oh, and ASP. Those are some great ones. So how many times have you run to your browser and decided to Bing it or Google it?
Yeah.
Now you don't have to. You have now brought this as an available set of repos into your development experience in GitHub.com.
Okay.
So now when I go to get help from Copilot here, let me switch back to Alex. Whoops. No, I don't want your notifications, Alex. Let's do that. I can do a new conversation. Click over here, and I can say, let's look in the open source docs. By the way, I just guessed on this. I have no idea if it's going to provide a good answer.
But while it's searching, bring it back. Dear Lord, wow. While it's filling up the chat there, is this something that I can do with a personal account, or is this an enterprise feature?
I'm sorry, folks. This is an enterprise-only feature.
Okay.
And today it's enterprise and it's only in GitHub.com. We haven't brought this directly into any of the chat interfaces inside the IDE.
Gotcha.
Inside the IDE today is currently scoped to the project or solution structure based upon your IDE. Obviously, the notion of a solution is more of a Visual Studio-ism, but the set of files you have access to in your editor, basically.
And before we look at the result, when you were suggesting, hey, show me any kind of organization naming standards, that feels like something that I would want Copilot to be able to pull out of an organization knowledge base and help enforce while I'm writing code. I feel like you're tipping your hand here a little, my friend.
I think there's lots of stuff we could do to bring that experience. Now, what's interesting is as a markdown file, if that was in the repo that had Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio proper had access to, that question would be answered as well as that context. Okay. The key here is the scale, right? Where we're going to do stuff with GitHub is, these huge projects, you're bopping about, you may not have it all loaded in your IDE. And I have a mix. I've had customers that have had, solutions with over 300 projects in a single solution, in a giant mono repo. GitHub.com, giant mono repo, right? It's over 16 gigs if you try and pull it locally, or 17 gigs. It keeps growing.
Roslyn compiler, same thing, right? Looking at that.
Oh, that's a great example. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So again, we're looking to meet developers where they're at, as well as create new experiences for using it. You mentioned we want to look at issues and stuff. Absolutely. I mean, I don't think I'm announcing anything that someone in the projects and issues team is not thinking, where do we add Copilot juice to make this better? It's just we haven't announced a product yet. So let's be clear. I don't want to get in trouble, because now I'm not marketing. I'm in DevRel. So somehow I'm making stuff up. Hey, I think it'd be a great feature. Yes, ship it.
Our friends in Twitch DevRel used to use the leak, right? Have leak vegetables that they would put up on screen. Oh, you're leaking again. There you go. Telling folks. So, and somebody was suggesting yesterday, I'm one of those folks who doesn't clear out the warnings when you compile things, right? I'm one of those
people. Those people.
And especially the null warnings. They're like, wouldn't that be great if we could just say, Copilot, go fix these?
That would be awesome. Now, we do have the ability to ask Copilot to fix things. In fact, when you go into Visual Studio, right, you can find some code. Let's do something silly. Let's go over to our C#.
There we go. Our friend Marcus in chat is saying exactly that. Yeah, Copilot, go fix my warnings.
Well, first of all, let's see if I have any. Okay. Okay, so that's kind of bad here. Okay, so let's highlight this. Let's right-click and say Copilot.
I'm going to zoom in here. Just fix. Getting right to the point.
Yeah, I hope so. Okay, so it said, looks like you need to add a constructor that accepts the book service and saves it into the variable. I like that. That was kind of nice. Now, notice how I got this great experience. It's a little giant because, I zoomed this out. I'm going to zoom down a little. But notice I got right in the editor. This is one of the great things. We're getting the dividends that started back in 2010 when they rebuilt this in WPF. Is I get this great visual experience right inside the editor. Is give me a diff, tell me what it's going to do. I can look at it. I can decide it's okay. It gives me the warning. AI can be bonkers. Okay, but I think that's pretty cool. And I can click accept. And there's the fix for me right there. I mean, if that wasn't beautiful, I don't know what is. And that's available in all versions, right? That is, you can just get that with the cheap version. So that's fantastic. So lots of great stuff. Now I want to show you two last things because I know we're running out of time. One is, I've done all this work. Now I'm not done yet, but let's pretend I'm done. How many times have you dreaded this window right here? What is a good message?
Not just what is a good message, but what else did I do?
Thank you. I mean, you can see I've got 10 changes here, right?
Yeah.
And of course, I'm going to go YOLO and say, oh, they're all good. Yeah, save all the open files. Yeah. But you'll notice we got this nice little pencil here. Add AI generated commit message. This is available today in the latest versions of Visual Studio 2022, and I'm on 17.9.4. And of course, the latest extension, because Copilot gets shipped as an extension, so you'll need to make sure you're up latest on that. Right. As well, it's available in Visual Studio Code. You click the magic pencil and give it a second, and it's going to look at everything you did. Now, this is one of those things that as a consultant, if you got paid per word, you would pay for this right away because it's just going to make you money. But as developers, you're right. Maybe I worked a little too bit long on this bit of code. Maybe I should have factored it and done smaller commits. Maybe I should have done smaller pull requests, whatever. Copilot's got your back here, especially, unfortunately, sometimes you work more than a day on something, right? You get stuck into meetings. Oh my goodness. So let's look at all the stuff it did there. It's providing a huge list. Now I'm going to grab this out of here and just put it in to a bigger editor. So we'll use everybody's favorite product, Visual Notepad. And on Windows 11, it's actually quite nice. So here's what it did. It gave us what the most significant changes were. It gave us a list of changes, breaking it down into a numbered list, and added these extra comments so it'll show up nice when formatted in your environment of choice, wherever you're committing to, which I hope is GitHub.com. This is a feature that, by the way, works without GitHub.com. And I want to be clear. Copilot Business and Copilot for Individual works with any backend because we only focus on what's in your IDE. And again, that's the kind of the distinction as well when we think about enterprise versus the other two is you use Azure DevOps, party on, you're going to have a great experience here. You use other technologies out there like Bitbucket, which you got to watch out for that. They're getting rid of their servers. But GitLab, I don't know what else, other things,
hosted Git environment.
Just a hosted Git environment, your own personal host environment, Perforce. In other words, we don't care about the back end, right? As long as your IDE is happy, the IDE features will work, and this is one of those that will work. So that's another thing to be aware of. Now, the enterprise features, anything I showed you while I was at GitHub.com are only GitHub.com, so you will have to have your code in GitHub. Sure. And we have no plans to bring that to any other environments like Azure DevOps at this point. I'm just a staff developer advocate, to be very clear. That's what I've been told. Obviously, Julia doesn't report to me, and Scott Gu doesn't either. So that is the current talking points. If they change their mind at Ignite, that's not me talking. I didn't know. Okay. But I think we're pretty stuck with GitHub is the North Star. This is where we're going with this stuff. So if I click Insert AI Suggestion, it inserts it, and then I can come in and tweak it. The one thing I don't like, and I try to give some feedback to the team, but they haven't taken it yet, is when you're doing Git commit messages in particular, you like to have like an 80-character quick summary. Yeah. So when you're looking, right? So I might just something like here, add new SQL objects and integrate new or start new data access layer. And because if you look at what I did here is I've got a new SQL Server class, an iSQL Server interface. I had to hook them in with dependency injection in the startup file. By the way, this project's been upgraded from .NET Core 3.1 to 6, and now to 8. So if you're wondering why I only have a startup and why it's that way, it's because I'm trying to upgrade and not go crazy.
Migrated. Yeah.
So that's a commit message. Now, again, because it's a demo, I'm going to commit this. I'm not really normally happy with this, but I'm going to say, let's go for it because, and I completely screwed up. I needed to get on a branch and I didn't do that. So what I was going to show you is that we also give you help in pull requests, but that's an enterprise only feature. We're running out of time.
Yeah.
So
right.
The bottom line is take a look at the list of features. Look, Copilot Individual, start your own 30-day free trial. You want to do business or an enterprise trial, contact sales, they can set you up and really get things going. But at the end of the day, try it today, especially if you haven't tried in a while. I know people, when we first came with Copilot, like, it's not that good. Yeah, it took me a while. I used it in the previews as an MVP, and then I remember fast forwarding, I was doing a conference talk, and I had my epiphany. I got it to help me write some code just by it knowing the context of the code I had and what libraries I used. It helped me write some OctaKit code to talk to the GitHub API.
I had a situation, and folks on chat that watch my stream have seen this. So I've been building this application tags app, and I wanted to have just a little startup message that appears centered both vertically and horizontally on screen, that said something like, hey, you need to start through the wizard over here before you can process this. So I just put a comment, a to-do, literally, hey, I need to put a nice message in here and center it. I'll come back and do this later. Before I could look away after I pressed enter, it had generated and put the exact message I was looking for, properly centered, right below it, where I wanted it. And I was like, that looks good. Tab. And I let Hot Reload in Visual Studio repaint the screen, and it looked right. I'm like, okay.
No,
sold.
I'm totally with you. It's when it's awesome, it's amazing.
Yeah.
When it's hallucinates, you're annoyed, and I respect that. I am honest, once again, the one thing you can count on me in the last 25 years, no matter who I worked for, and particularly when I was an MVP, I call it like I see it. I would not use this if it didn't work. It's not perfect, just like ChatGPT and other things, but boy, it's really good. And it keeps getting better. And so, again, give it a try.
Yep.
Do the trials. If it doesn't work, come back and visit us again. We have tons of great stuff that I can't talk about that we're going to be announcing as we go through the year. Go figure, there's a couple of huge events for us, Microsoft Build and GitHub's fantastic event, GitHub Universe, at the end of the year. It's going to be our 10th anniversary. You better believe we have lots of great stuff in the works. The teams are working hard. So the only way to make this stuff more awesome is for you to try it and give us feedback. So yeah, I'm a believer, and I would pay my own $10, and I would definitely pay my $19. Now for enterprise, I'm still thinking about it. I'm being honest. If I was paying for a large team, I would have a small cohort who I would get it for. And particularly if I wasn't using GitHub Enterprise Cloud already, because that's a requirement. So, 100% honest, folks. I think we got some amazing stuff. It's going to be better for some orgs out of the box. For example, I've talked to a former customer of mine, and I know their code base. It's really large and stuff. And I'm thinking, you're going to benefit from the way it is now. And you may be a good candidate for what we call fine-tuned models in the future. Okay. But just understand, Copilot integration across GitHub.com and in the IDEs, it's a journey. It's not a destination. And so, just take a look at it. Do we have any questions before I go? I know we went long.
It's not a problem. I have 2 questions in here. The first one, excuse me, not really Copilot specific, but Eric says, well, it knows many languages like C#, but when I started looking at AI, Python seems to be the language of the land. Yeah, Python is really where a lot of AI and big data folks are working, Eric. And the fact is, because of the way folks make these things available as microservices and the like, you can use any language and interact with this stuff.
Yes. So a couple things. For Copilot specifically and how it understands language, because the way models are trained, the more data that we have, the better suggestions will be. So JavaScript, Python are the top two.
Sure.
Just you want the most help from the public out there. There you go. Beyond that, you start looking at C++, C#, Java. Okay. TypeScript is weird because it's more of a hybrid, but you're going to see that you start looking at SQL, right? You're going to see those things.
Sure.
You start getting into some more, like I have no idea how we deal with Haskell, honestly, right? How much COBOL do we have in the open source world, right? Those are going to, RPG. I did RPG in the 80s. Let's just leave that one alone. But the point is, I don't expect a wide range. Although there is visual RPG from ANSA, people still do their thing. So understand that that's going to affect the model on that direction. Now, for someone building things that talk to AI, I've got a loving thing, and maybe I'll come back, Fritz, and we'll talk about it some more if you haven't done it, is Semantic Kernel. It's a great tool from Microsoft that's optimized for building AI integrations either with Python or C#.
Yep.
So I just did a talk on that last month at VS Live, and it's some good stuff, folks. So
there's a bot that lingers in my stream during the week that it reaches out to OBS, takes pictures of my hat, analyzes this against the collection of images that are on customvision.ai, that Azure service, and it will recognize this based on the catalog that I've loaded. So
should I put on my hat real quick? Because I got my little
special
hat from VS Live because the Visual Studio team there was sponsoring. And if you can't read it, I'll put it a little closer. Is that good?
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So I got my VS logo on the side, and then the
Eat, sleep, code, repeat. Nice.
Yep. So, this is what we do here in GitHub land. And I just want to thank you for having me, Jeff. This is great.
Yeah.
Again, I like this. This was fun. I hope people like the free form as opposed to let's do the specific demo. But, reach out to me. I'm on Twitter, Brian Randell. And, you can just ping a message on my repo or whatever. But bottom line is I'm here to answer questions if you can't get them. But take a look at this. Oh, and the other thing is, as I mentioned, did I mention the Trust Center?
No.
Okay. For any of those people that have lawyers, management, people that are concerned about things, this is going to have all of our legally vetted answers. It talks about the indemnity stuff, how you can trust us. It talks about when we keep your code, when we don't. By the way, for the default business and enterprise subscriptions, for the context from IDs, we don't store in your code. It's only alive for that context, okay? You don't even have the same checkbox that you have on the personal one for training. So again, this is, don't believe FUD, because people say, well, I heard, Microsoft and GitHub did this. They're trying to, this is the best truth that you can have as far as the lawyers say, and then try it yourself. So that's what I ask. Give it a fair shake, and I think you'll like it. But again, maybe not.
All right. Thank you so much. We really appreciate having you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to try out Copilot. They see me using it during stream, and it's great to take a deeper dive and see some of those other things we can configure and do with it.
Yeah, maybe in a few months I'll come back and maybe we'll have some of those features that you asked for today. So I'll start pushing on it.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Brian. You have a good afternoon.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Take care.
All right. Love hearing all that about Copilot. So much we can do that's going to make us better developers. I love being able to see bringing in knowledge bases, having Copilot know more about our code, about some of those other things that it can research and bring up for us and help us be better developers. Really, really cool stuff. I want to make sure that I go back. I want to shout out to our sponsors. These folks have been helping get the word out about the event. All kinds of great stuff. Check out the links just below. There's in the About panel on Twitch, in the description on YouTube, there's a link to sign up for swag bags. There's 15 swag bags that we're giving away. Check them out. Sign up, fill out the form to participate with our sponsors, and you could win. Each one of those swag bags contains up to $1,000 worth of gift cards, product licenses, and even tickets to conferences. All right? Check it out. Big thanks to our sponsors, ABP Commercial, Meshius, Sync Fusion, Iron Software, Progress Telerik, Code Magazine, Growth Acceleration Partners, and Dev Express. Before I bring on our last speaker, and I this is this next session is the one that's going to blow my mind because I've been the combination of GitHub Copilot and .NET Aspire is making me like cloud architect on steroids, and I'm loving this. I can't wait to talk more about it. But before we get to that, our friends from Syncfusion have just a little bit of information that they wanted me to share with you. So I have another video that I'm just going to grab out here real quick. Let's see if this one streams a little bit better for us. But I want to thank our friends from Syncfusion, and we have a little video from them. Tired of constantly building the same features from scratch when building Blazor apps? Well, look no further. By using pre-built controls, you can supercharge your development process. Whether you're creating a data-rich dashboard, a dynamic chart, or a sleek loading spinner, third-party components can be your secret weapon. And speaking of seasoned players in the UI component game, Syncfusion has been leading the charge. Dive into their toolkit and unlock days worth of saved coding effort. Their suite of over 85 Blazor controls is designed to make your life easier and your applications more feature-rich. Whether you're building enterprise apps or smaller projects, Syncfusion's Blazor controls have got you covered. Imagine a table that's incredibly fast and powerful. It's like a wizard for managing data. This data grid component sorts, filters, selects, and customizes data effortlessly. Plus, it loads super quick and looks great on screens of any size. Moving on, let's look at the charts components. Whether you want to show basic data or make fancy charts, Syncfusion has what you need. They offer lots of different chart types, more than one axis, and plenty of ways to make your charts look just the way you want them to. Now, let's discuss this scheduler component. It's great for apps that need to handle appointments or calendars. With different ways to view things and easy-to-use scheduling tools, you can add strong calendar features to your Blazor apps without much trouble. And let's not forget about document processing libraries. Working with Word, Excel, PDF, and PowerPoint files are all part of life. But guess what? Syncfusion's got your back. Their document processing libraries let you create, edit, and convert files without relying on external dependencies like Microsoft Office or Adobe. And speaking of files, let me tell you about their PDF viewer component. It's like having a magic window to view and review PDFs right in your app. And get this, it doesn't just stop at viewing. You can add annotations, navigate with thumbnails and bookmarks, and even fill and print forms with acroforms. And another gem, the Syncfusion word processor, also known as the document editor. It's like having Microsoft Word right inside your Blazor app. This component lets you create, edit, view, and print Word documents with ease. From editing text to formatting content, resizing images and tables, finding and replacing text, and even adding bookmarks and tables of contents. It's got all the features you need for word processing. But wait, there's more. Whether you're a paying customer or you're using their community license, you'll receive world-class support from their dedicated team. With comprehensive documentation, demos, and a commitment to solving your issues, Syncfusion has your back every step of the way. So, if you're ready to supercharge your Blazor development and take your apps to the next level, look no further than Syncfusion. Be sure to check out their Blazor suite here and take advantage of their 30-day free trial. The link to the demos is right here. You see it up at the top of the page, and you can sign up for a live demo if you're looking for something specific. And they pretty much build features according to what. And it cut off again. I tell you, StreamYard, you're not living up for me here today. I don't know. Oh my gosh. And I could see Brady giggling there in the camera just off stage there. So big thanks to our friends from Syncfusion for their help for the event, promoting, letting folks know about the event here today, and providing some of the items for our swag bags. Really appreciate them. But let's come back around and let's get to the session that I wanted here at the end to kind of top everything off. We learned about building applications, adding AI into our applications, building better now with Copilot. But now I want to deploy. I want to get it out there. I want to manage my application. And notice I'm not saying .NET application. I want to manage my application. It doesn't matter what language it's built with. And .NET Aspire feels more and more like the right place for me to go. So I want to bring in our friend Brady Gaster here to talk a little bit more about .NET Aspire. How you doing there, my friend? I have you muted. Let me unmute you.
It's like a Teams call all over again.
Right?
Yeah.
Hello.
How's it going? Yeah, it's going pretty good. Sorry, I had to jump into the studio a little bit earlier. I was back there kind of asking Brian some questions and kind of tinkering around a little bit. And then I started pinging Fowler and saying, hey, this thing that I thought worked isn't working. And he helped me work through it. So that was kind of good.
Nice.
So I hope that I added to your stress level that things were going to go well while you were trying.
Me stressed? Do you see the sweat on my brow?
That's awesome. That's good stuff. I hope I sound okay. Is everything all right? Okay.
Sounds good.
Cool.
So this is the 4th preview we just saw released of .NET Aspire?
This is the 4th preview. What you'll be seeing me tinker with today is I'm living on the edge. Total Bon Jovi today. I'm going to be using preview 5, most of the features of which I haven't even really tinkered with yet. And then I'm going to be using an internal build of VS. So like, hey.
Okay. So
no clue what's going to happen.
So chat room. Don't tell anyone you're seeing nightly bits, fresh bits that haven't been published, that nobody's seen before. Breaking ground here with the Brady Gaster. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anyone. I don't want to see any messages out there on the Twitter or the Mastodon or the LinkedIn. Don't tell anyone what we're doing here, okay?
I don't think if as I look through the various VS windows that I have open, I mean, everybody knows about that product. Everybody knows about that product. I think all the stuff is new. Is not new. There's one thing that you might have seen my face when we were backstage. I did like a file new. I do this all the time. File new Aspire. It's like kind of boring at this point. And there was new stuff in the window, and I went, oh boy.
Ooh, look what's
it didn't totally work. So there's that, but we'll get to that. It's exciting.
So let me just make sure that I'm, before I ask you to start sharing your screen and we dig into this, let me make sure that I'm not speaking out of line here. When I talk about .NET Aspire, it's that distributed application framework that works for all applications, not just .NET. You bring your favorite stack to us, and Aspire will work with it.
Well, Aspire, that's definitely kind of a lofty goal. Up to now, we've had samples written, which I'll go ahead and share my screen.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and jump to the samples page. I won't go to that. So it's great that you asked about samples. I'll go ahead and start on our GitHub repo. You'll see. I don't know why it's doing that. That's kind of annoying. Let's do this. So it's just .NET/Aspire-samples. So what I would do is kind of point you there. Damien's in there a lot. We're all kind of in there a bunch. One thing you've probably seen us present a few times is this eShop Lite, not the big eShop, a little eShop. We've changed the name of that to Aspire Shop. So that's now called Aspire Shop. It's like a smaller version of a store.
It's not 7-Eleven, it's 5 and dime. Okay, I got you.
Right, yeah. But you can also see here that we've got, integrating Node.js. I've had Natalia kind of give some feedback on that, like kind of what that experience looks like. And it's been fun. We've been collaborating a little bit. In terms of other languages, you're not going to see anything show up right yet. We're just trying to get things like over the hump, get the release out the door. Now, what I would tell you is this will enable you, our goal for Aspire was to, we aspired to, was to, give you a way that you could do cloud, the main thing is cloud native .NET anywhere. That's kind of what we wanted to, get you to do. I'm going to caveat that and say not IIS, not IIS. Like if maybe one day later,
We're talking
way
about
later.
6 months of worth of work. Like that's it, and shipping. Like this is a big deal. And
It's a big deal. It's a huge
and when
deal.
I think about and I say that this is accessible to folks in other stacks, you
Yeah.
mentioned Node is one of the things that's getting some features to come in the stack. But if you build your app and you just put it in a container, Aspire can orchestrate and wire that up.
Yeah, and I'll show some of that later. That's actually a really good point. So to kind of go back to what I was saying earlier, like we're not going to necessarily orchestrate Java or Python code inside of the Aspire runtime. That's not necessarily what we're talking about. But if you have, say, an app written in Python that you could containerize and you can make calls to it, you could use that and reference that from within your Aspire apps as what you'll see us call a resource later on. Like I'm using Quadrant, which I called Qdrant improperly for quite some time, and was corrected by some of my friends in the ML community. And then you'll see that we use Redis and Postgres all over the place, and most of our samples, as well as some Azure resource types.
So, can I just pick on that container orchestration for just a second? So one of the big things that we know Aspire does is pass around information to collect telemetry, and it really enables the open telemetry capabilities.
Oh, definitely.
So if you have, let's say, a Rust or a Go application that already knows how to send open telemetry messages, you can pass configuration into those applications that might be living in a container and see those metrics and log information in the Aspire dashboard.
Yeah, totally. So just think about, the Aspire dashboard, which you'll see me kind of F5 into here in a second, is really, again, I do want to stress this primarily, for, getting .NET developers in the cloud. Absolutely. With those other componentized resources, containerized resources and so forth. But at the end of the day, yeah, you can do everything you're saying, or you'll be able to in the fullness of time. Really what we wanted to do with Aspire, and I'll flip over to one of my favorite doc pages right here, written by our good friend David Pine and some other folks, is it's an opinionated, that's the keyword, and an opinionated cloud-ready stack for building, like you were saying, observable and resilient applications that pretty much run in Kubernetes or any kind of cloud environment, containerized, orchestrated environment, if you will. And our idea that was kind of the goal there. And like if you think about the concept of, let's say, adding Redis, like if you want to start using Redis in your application, first and foremost, you need to learn how to use the Stack Exchange Redis APIs. At some point or another, you're going to be like, oops, I forgot to add resiliency, so I'll have to go add that. Oops, I forgot to add health checks, I got to go add that. So what we've done is we've really looked at the community and heard, like, one of my favorite quotes is like, you gave me a bunch of Lego, but you didn't give me any instructions. And you can cue an IKEA joke up. But the idea is here is that we've given everybody all these pieces, and like you still had to learn a bunch of stuff. So a lot of times we were looking in, people's projects and, talking to service teams here that were building things like, I don't know, different products at Microsoft that run in the cloud. And we would hear kind of the same things, like these different sets of ingredients would go into their application by the time they were, in production, all said and done. So we just said, well, let's just presume that's the right way to do it and do it that way. And you can turn things off. So you can turn off resiliency, or you could turn off observability. I don't know why you do that. Or you can turn, off some of the other stuff. So there's lots and lots and lots of levers, and we put them in there, and we do a pretty good job of documenting each section of it to kind of tell you how to turn things on and off. So that's good. It's kind of exciting. One thing I do want to point out is we have recently shifted to, rather than doing a blog post per preview, we're kind of putting them all in here so people kind of see what's going on each release. And we've already probably got a couple of issues filed on like things that we're going to need for preview 5 and no time soon. But
I'm really liking this approach to documenting the features, because they're right next to each other in that table of contents on the left side.
I totally do.
Instead of having to search back through a couple weeks worth of blog posts. Oh, there's the previous one.
That's cool.
Oh, there you go. And having to read. It's much more.
It's really, really good.
In the tone that I want as a developer. Just, hey, tell me what the feature is.
It's like in the docs. It's like looking at release notes in like a GitHub repository. I definitely applaud. I think James asked us to start. Was
Yeah.
it James' idea? It
So-
was a really good idea, James.
Chat room, help me out here. Drop a 1 in chat if you like this new format of how we're putting just preview notes in the docs like this, so that it's a little bit easier to see them all right next to each other.
Yeah. We'd really like to know how you feel about that. Thank you, Phil, too. Thank you, Aztec. So moving right along, I will scroll through here real quickly and kind of show you some stuff that, was really exciting that we kind of got to, changes to some of the database and stuff, some updates on the entity framework migration side, a lot of new container resources that we were adding. You're going to start to see some new language come out in preview 5. It'll be, kind of exciting. I think we might have some of it in here. Let me see here. Publish as. Here we go. This is a kind of a trippy change. So before you would have, and I talked to Damien about this, and I really like the way he articulated this. I was writing some code the other day, and I had like Azure Storage and Redis, and I said, I don't know how to ask this question, so let me just like do it as comments. Yeah, so I did like a pseudocode thing, and I said, when I do builder.add Redis, it's going to add a container. And then I can do publish as connection string or publish as Azure Redis or stuff like that. Ideas that we've got here. And that kind of talks about the difference between running locally and then when you publish once you're publishing into the cloud somewhere. But when I look at, let's say, Azure Storage, okay, like if I just hit F5 and I don't have run as emulator turned on, it will like want to go out and like expect that I have a live storage account. And I said, why does it default Redis to a container and default Azure Storage to not a container to a PaaS service? And he was like, it was really one of those Damien moments, a great point. He goes, it's kind of the natural state of those services. The natural state of developing against Azure Storage is developing against Azure Storage. The natural state about developing locally against Redis is to use a container. So things that you typically get as a container just run as a container. So we don't have run as container. So it was kind of neat, like thinking about that style. If you think about the way you use these services, that's kind of the difference between whether or not they have a run as of this or a publish as of that. So that was one thing that we kind of we talked about in the docs. Like we think we really kind of want to make a commentary on that and kind of make sure people understand like that's kind of the way it works. Because like a lot of these things, when you get started with them, they're started as containers, like you were saying, like Quadrant. You don't go install Quadrant, you just Docker run Quadrant. Yeah. So yeah, there's that. I mean, I'm sure everybody, there's definitely going to be some debate, but we're talking like kind of the gestalt here, the lower level.
I ran into this with Prometheus and Grafana the other day. I don't install it, just .NET run.
Right. Exactly. And like you talk about Docker, we've got Podman support now as well, and this was actually really exciting for me. I didn't even think about this, so I started doing some stuff. We were teaching like an internal class. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Some of the PMs are learning about Azure and Inspire together. So that was on me because you were busy. So we, I started, Jeremy and I put together some learning materials, and it was like, well, people aren't going to want to install all those bits. Let's use DevBox. And I was thinking, I was stoked to listen to Brian talking about DevBox earlier because I hadn't tried it yet. And I was like, oh, I'm probably going to have like nested virtualization problems again. And like, oh, it's going to be, who knows? Because it's never fun doing like container stuff on a VM. So It was so awesome. It just worked. But what was really exciting about it was I had right-click published, which you'll see me do today. I had right-click published an Aspire application up into Azure 4 or 5 times before I got to the point where I needed Docker locally. And it was cool because at one point I did like, I added Azure Storage and I said run as emulator, which pulls down Azure, right? And I hit F5 and it was like, hey, you don't have Docker installed. And I was like, that's like the best way I've ever been presented that message. Like I'm on day 2 of the content and I haven't needed Docker yet. That was kind of cool. So like, thank you to Chet and the rest of the team that did all that cool stuff.
I want to put a pin in that right-click publish because our dear friend Abel Wang always used to say, don't right-click publish. Friends don't let friends.
To production.
Let's talk more about that when we get there. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we will. So yeah, these are just some of the things that we've been doing recently. And if you look down below, we've also added Mongo support. But folks who kind of like this approach, we definitely like to see more. Like if you like the us kind of keeping up with the releases in here. And one thing I'll show you is we got this new thing called an Azure Bicep resource. Now this is where I get excited. One of the things that we had kind of embarked on when we began Aspire is to try to come up with, kind of a component per service we wanted people to party on.
Yeah.
that gets exhaustive really quickly. You know, like think about how many different ways there are to do Postgres. Think about how many ways there are to do Redis. Blah, blah, blah.
There's how many hundreds of services on
Yeah.
Azure and the
Yeah.
other clouds?
Yeah, forget about it. It's thousands, I'm sure.
Oh.
So you start to think about that, and that becomes a little heavy, you know. And it was like, we got to add OpenAI, then we got to add this, and we got to add that. And what ended up kind of becoming exciting was this whole Azure Bicep resource thing, which was, you know, like just give somebody a way to like jack into the IAC and write their own bicep if they want to. The experience that you'll kind of see me do here today, we did a lot of partnership between the Aspire team and the AZD team, which you know I'm a big fan of. And now you can kind of
hang on. Let's make sure.
Yeah, sure.
There's a little bit of Microsoft corporate speak there.
Yeah, it is. The Azure Developer CLI.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, the Azure Developer CLI.
So you're telling me that this Azure Bicep resource, I can specify a bicep file.
Yep.
That's the DSL, the domain specific language for creating Azure resources.
The IAC, the infrastructure as code layer.
Right. Oh dear Lord. Right. The TLAs, the 3-letter acronyms. Right. This is what happens when you get Microsoft folks talking.
Yeah. This is Nant, but it's JSON.
Yes. But this is like the escape hatch, so that, hey, I don't have a block of code that says go create a service bus topic for me, but here's a little bit of bicep that does it. Just go run that bicep.
Exactly. And the idea behind that is, like, as you'll see me do here in a second, if you just kind of do file, new project, Aspire, and you start adding, you know, component 1, component 2, you add Redis, you add Postgres, you add this, you add that. What you'll see is, for the most part, the integration that we've done between the Aspire team and the Azure Developer CLI or AZD team, it just kind of works. You would type AZD init, and that creates a new environment, and it goes, oh, you have an Aspire project. It looks like you have these components. Is that right? And you say yes, and then you say AZD up, and you're done. So what I'll do now is I'll kind of shift into code, and we'll make it.
Let's do it.
Fun. Okay, so what I've done here is I've done file, new, Aspire starter. And I've got the code zoomed in, so we won't have any problems there. Just a quick tour of what that looks like in code. You've got this app host project right here. And then we also add a program CS. Thank you, sir. We add like a program CS in that file. And essentially, this I've said this before. I keep saying it. This is my favorite part of Aspire, because I can look at this file and I see my whole app. All right, so right here, go ahead.
I see this, and all my nightmares of kubectl YAML files go away.
They go. It's great. It's yeah. So what this is your new builder. You know, it's just like the web application builder, but it's for distributed applications. Which, yes, we have support for Orleans now, so that's good. This is going to bring in just a Redis container and fire it up for me inside of the agent. And what I love about this, you see this add project, and you see it just kind of lists out. This is actually using, source gen to basically say, I want to add this API service project as like a reference. It's not a web reference. It doesn't do like an HTTP thing. I'll show you what it does in just a second. Okay. So it adds that project in, and that's basically my back end. And then I've kind of got my front end right here. Now, what you'll see here is that I've got this with reference, and I reference that Redis cache. And I've also got a second with reference here that references that API service.
Yep.
So what ends up happening is, if I do these with references, is it will Aspire DCP, the developer control plane. It's kind of an emulation layer for Kubernetes. It's not a Kubernetes emulator, but it's our runtime where you run Aspire apps. What it will basically do is inject environment variables into these applications whilst they're running, so that they know how to find one another. And I'll actually show you the good of that, and the essential of like a map hub, bad side of that in just a second. So,
okay. So yeah, I'm seeing some magic strings here. Can I like move those into constants so that I can reference and have that same name?
Yes.
reference
you can.
here and in. Oh, yes.
Yes, you can. I actually do that. Now, let me give you a piece of advice. When you do file new Aspire, like I said, you're going to get this app host project. You're going to get a backend API and a front end, and you're also going to get this service defaults right here. That's what you want to talk about next with observability. So I'll jump into that. I'm going to jump into that code, but before I do, I'm going to encourage you, don't put any what you would call shared code into this service defaults project. I mean, you can, it's the one shared project across everything, but it's not really for that. It's for, the Aspire extensions that kind of glue everything together for you.
Okay.
So
okay.
I would encourage you to have like a shared project and put those enums somewhere there. You'll see me do that in another project today. So
Cool.
exactly.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Yeah.
It's like we know what each other's talking about here.
Oh yeah, well, we've both been in this thing for a while. So really what you'll see here is in my program CS, this is where the kind of the topology of my app. But in the program CS for both the back end and the front end, you will see that we're calling add service defaults, and then down below we're actually calling, let me find it here, we're calling map default endpoints. Now, are there some things that are happening in there that I kind of want to walk through? It looks like we have a question first. Shared becomes a kitchen. Yes, it does. Be careful. But shared, you can have shared projects and still have microservices. Die on the hill for that one. So what I'll tell you here is we've got this add service defaults, which you saw me call from this one of my program CSs right here. And what that does, go ahead.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay. So that'll turn on open telemetry. If I go down here and I explore what configure open telemetry does, the first thing it does is it adds open telemetry and sets up the formatting, and then it goes ahead and presumes you're probably going to want HTTP client instrumentation, runtime instrumentation, and ASP.NET Core instrumentation, because as we've looked in people's code, we've seen that's what they do. So that's what people have told us they're turning on. And then we also turn on tracing, so you get all the tracing. And at this point, we're not sure if you have any gRPC in here, but we're going to go ahead and tell you uncomment this if you do, and we'll just turn on gRPC tracing for you as well. So that's kind of a good thing.
Okay, so when you do the add open telemetry with metrics there, right? And you're specifying
right here, where all this one,
45. Yeah. Right. So you're specifying some of those metrics. They kind of come with ASP.NET. They come with the platform.
Correct.
If I'm generating some of my own metrics,
correct,
it feels like I need to extend this method a little bit so that I can inject my own metrics that I want to instrument that have business value to me.
Yes, absolutely. And you could do those here. The one thing I would caution you on there is when you start to when you turn it on, it has to go somewhere. Okay. You're paying for that ingress, and you're paying for that storage. So what I would do is I would turn those things on and figure it out, and then kind of figure out what you need once you go to production, and really, really make some educated decisions there, because you're going to want to turn your logging down.
Oh yeah.
You're going to want to turn it down.
But my application insights bill taught me that very quickly.
Yeah, nothing against application insights. It's the same way anywhere, but it's expensive.
Do the same logging that you do in development in production, your wallet will scream.
It will. So I just want to call that out. Do you have any? You were asking some questions here, and you also see that we go ahead and we add the exporters, which we'll talk about down here. But I want to make sure I'm covering your metrics question first.
No, that absolutely right. I feel like I want to pass in almost an action or a I want to take in an input collection of delegates for things that I want to add as metrics, right?
Yep.
Similar, add whatever instrumentation that is appropriate for my for my application, and it's going to be different on each one of the applications and microservices that I'm using these service defaults with, because I don't have the same metrics being generated from a microservice versus my web application.
Right. The other thing you'll see here are these exporters. Now you'll see some commented out stuff. So obviously, most of the time you're going to have some sort of an exporter turned on.
Yep.
That might be, basically it's where you're going to get scraped from.
Yep.
So you could turn that on, and you can begin, if you wanted to pump this out to Prometheus, you could turn that on. If you're in Azure and you want to use Azure Monitor, you can turn that on, and this will just begin to pump to that area. So any of the open telemetry stuff that you turn on, you can really go into here and kind of turn on the two main output sources, Prometheus and Azure Monitor for those who use Azure, and then it'll start sending it over there. That's kind of a good thing.
Nice.
Health checks. We go ahead and turn that on. Now going back up to the main one. So that's all open telemetry we talked about. Then we do health checks. Then we turn on service discovery, which is the ability for one, like your front end to be able to find your back end. So, that's kind of how that works. And we've worked with both the ACA team and, a bunch of Kubernetes folks to figure out how to do that well in both of those.
The
ACA, Azure Container Apps.
Thank you.
Azure Container, sorry. And then moving right along, I want to get through this. And then map default endpoints, we turn on health checks and we turn on your liveness checks. So if you wanted to start doing health and liveness in Kubernetes, you could turn those on. And if you wanted to turn on the Prometheus scraping point because you're using Prometheus, you could turn that on here and it turns on that endpoint and Prometheus can start to pull.
Nice.
So that's pretty good. So that's good stuff. Now, all that said, let's F5 it. So now I'm going to F5 it and you'll see my console window will open over here. I'm going to click on this tab because I want that browser to be in operation. And now you'll see the handy dandy glorious, dashboard pop up. And what I'll do is I'll zoom in here real quick. You'll see that if you've been partying on it recently, you'll actually see we've got the HTTPS support now. So that's kind of good. They've got HTTPS all the way through. Now here we've got Redis. That's our Redis running. If I wanted to, I could actually click the logs and look at the logs for the cache. It's not going to be any until I hit the site. And I've got a URL directly to that back end and directly to that front end. So I'll go ahead and hit that front end and you'll see that it'll open up and then I can actually hit the weather and it'll pull the API back. Now, if I hit F5, you'll see that it's cached because I'm using Redis for output caching and now it's going to do a hit. So that hit's actually going to go through. And I can hit F5 a few more times. There's the cache hit. And now we're off and running. And if I flip back over here, drum roll, go here to traces. And what you can see all the way at the very top is each one of these front end hits. And then one of these front end hits that also had to go all the way through and hit that back end. You didn't have to even configure it. You just get that distributed tracing all the way through. So that's kind of good.
Oh, wait, that last entry there. Can you just go back one?
Yeah, which one was that? This one right here.
There. So there it is. Setting it in the cache, that last line on there. Okay.
Right. And you can kind of see how, I think you can see how they're different colors. So the API service is one color, the cache is one color. Actually, these two are the same. But yeah, you can see that whole process going all the way through. If I wanted to go to structure.
Browser link on that too. Wow.
Yeah, it is. It is totally. So let me actually show you that. So I'll show you this. This works for most things. There's a lot of things that it won't work on, but let's say I go here to home and I flip back over to file new Aspire because it's running, and I go directly in here to, come on, help me out. Where's the front end? Front end.
Yeah,
components,
open components,
pages, and then I go here to hey, and I'll just say, hey friends, hello friends, and I'll go back over here, hello world. I'll just hit this.
Boom.
So hot reload works from within Aspire ST. So that's pretty good.
So
you got all hot
I wasn't seeing hot reload work as well in previous versions.
It's going to have some challenges. There's going to be some moments.
There's layers there.
Yeah, there's caveats. So what I would also do here is I'm going to go and you see my front end web. You see how I've got this details. So I can click on details. Oh shoot, I didn't even show you this metrics. Let me hit the front end. You were asking about metrics. You've got all these front ends. So you can actually look at any of those metrics or those numbers that you wanted to see. You can just see them directly from here. Now, what I'll do here is I'll show you this front end. I want to click on details.
I love the performance of the dashboard here. It must have been written in React or something. It's just amazing.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I thought we did it in Blazor.
What? It is Blazor?
I thought it was Blazor.
Oh, I was only guessing that it was React. I didn't know.
I thought it was Blazor. It might have become React. I'm not sure.
I might be serving you up a meatball here to hit out of the park, my friend.
You know what I can do? I can totally validate this. Let me actually hit enter
and look at the source code.
I'll actually do this instead. I'll just move this over here and I'll hit this button. Yeah. Look at that.
It's Blazor.
It's Blazor. All right.
Nice.
So what I was getting to, you keep interrupting me with good questions. Sorry. So I'll hit F5 here. Did I hit F5? Did I hit F5? Use the right browser. There we go. All right. So if I go over here and I look at my details from my front end, scroll down and you'll see endpoints. Endpoint URL, environment variables, all my environment variables. If I keep going, look here. Services, API service, HTTP 0 and HTTPS 0. And if I were to look at those values, that's going to be the URL for that backend.
Yeah, sure.
Because I called it API service, right?
Right.
Okay. Which means when I go to my front end can hit my backend.
Right.
Right. Now, this is what I call like the, I would always forget to do, app.maphub always. This is the essential. This is like kind of the equivalent of that. So and I've done this a few times. So let me go into app host here and open up program CS. And what I will do is I will just put this line here and I'll do this. So what I've done is I've basically removed the reference to that backend project from that front end project. Now when I hit F5, sorry, I don't think that's one of the supported things. So if I go over here now, and I try to go to that front end, and I hit that back end, because it's kind of hanging because it doesn't want to go. So that's one thing that I would call out. Like if you end up getting into a situation where you've got like a bigger app that kind of looks like this, where you've got lots of different things going on, at some point you're going to want to, make sure that you've got all your with refs kind of set up. So
okay.
So let me show you. So I've shown you one of my favorite things, one of the things that I've always wanted, and that is the ability to not have to right-click my solution to set my startup project and I have to set the order because I never remember if it's top end or whatever. Yeah. So did you notice I didn't do that? I just hit F5. And not only did it start the two projects, but it also started a containerized resource and set up everything for me. So it's pretty hot. Now, let's say you have a web application. I'll go over here and I'll just say new project. I'll just say some other insert, some other API over here. And I'll just kind of hit next. And what you'll see is that I've got this enlist in .NET Aspire orchestration. I'm going to turn that off for now. Okay. And I'm going to hit create. So I'm just adding a project. So let's say you've got a project that you've just like added to an Aspire solution, or you've got an old API that wasn't Aspire-ified, and you want to do that. You can right click that project. You can go down here to add, and you can literally just say .NET Aspire Orchestrator Support. And you'll hit this and it will say, oh, I see that I've already got service defaults and app hosts. I know what I need to do. I'm going to go ahead and do it. And when I go back over here, look.
So it put it into app host.
Yeah.
Nice.
It put it into app host. And if I were to look at program CS for that, you can see that it's probably, I don't know if it's turned them on. I don't know if it turned everything on in there. It might not have, but I'd probably have to go in here and add references and whatnot. Probably added a reference. No, it didn't add the reference. So there's still work I would have to do, but it has added the orchestration to that project. And now, I think if I just hit F5 here, it might just be there. It's probably some additional work I would need to do. But you see, we're kind of giving you the way that you could enlist in that orchestration from other projects. Now I'm going to remove that for now. I wonder if it's going to do the same thing in reverse. No, it didn't. So I'll have to do this and should be able to compile at this point. Now, one last thing that I want to show you in this segment, I will go over if it's okay. One thing that I'll show you in this last segment is that when we just had the MVP summit, and one of the questions that we had in there,
I don't know how to talk about that. NDA, not
NDA.
me.
We had an internal event. And at that internal event, I was really proud of how many questions we had about testing. You guys are still testing, which is really nice to hear. So I said that I saw something new when I did File New Aspire Starter today. The thing that I saw that was new was that it asked me if I wanted to have a test project with it as well. So if I go into here, there's the test project that I removed to add a surprise for everybody. And now I've actually got, here's my distributed application builder, creates async. It goes ahead, wires everything up. It starts it. And then it gives me there's your string again. Sorry, your stringly typing. And then I can just do a call on it and I can assert whether or not it worked. Now it won't right now. I don't know why, because it's new. But I did try that earlier, but we've given you the ability for you to kind of start thinking about how to test your Aspire applications from within these unit tests too. So that was
Like
pretty exciting.
you've got visions of Playwright dancing in my head now.
Yeah, exactly. So that's pretty exciting. So the last thing I want to
Exciting. Yeah.
it's super hot. The last thing I want to show you on this before we get into like some of the wild stuff, okay,
Oh yeah.
is my other favorite thing. Now, in the past, I would right click this, I would go through the processor, I would write all my CI/CD stuff for myself,
Okay.
and then I would publish. But
Yeah.
today, I can just do this. I can right click, publish, and what it's going to do is it's going to go out and it's going to say, oh, that looks like this is a .NET Aspire app. I know what to do. I'm going to give you the opportunity to publish that out directly to your favorite region, West US, your favorite subscription. And I'll
East
just
US.
call this Live Show with Jeff. And I'll hit next. And now I love this part. This window is probably going to go away because we're going to add some of this stuff into the app host. And you would basically do run as public, not run as public. So you won't have to do this during publish. You'll do this in your app host later. But if I hit finish, that's basically going to go. He just told me he only wants the front end to have ingress and the back end to not have ingress. That means the back end is going to be secure. And it's going to spin for a second. And what it's doing now is literally using AZD under the covers to go and figure out like what it needs to do. And in a second, it's going to tell me what resources it would need to provision and that it hasn't provisioned any of them. And I'll let it finish doing its refresh for a second. And then I would just hit publish. And once that publish starts, you will actually see AZD output right here. So we won't wait for this whole thing to run, but what I will do is kind of show you my output here. And what you'll see is all of these begin to kind of pop up. There's my sub ID. It's going to create my deployment plan, create a deployment state, and eventually you'll start to see it laying down the provisioning phases. You'll see that a new ACR will get Azure Container Registry will get laid down. Then you'll see a log analytics workspace get laid down where all my logs go. Then an Azure Container Apps environment will get laid down, yada, 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 yada. So the whole thing will just happen right now magically. So not only did you get F5 to start at multiple projects, but you get right-click deploy for multiple projects to development, not to production. Cool, huh?
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
So that's out now. So that's pretty good. Now I'm going to minimize this because we have this other wacky experiment that will make its way into preview 5. And this code won't run. I don't have everything kind of dialed up yet, but I think it'll compile. But this is a more complicated app that I have a sample of out there called Augmenter. Like I said, I'm updating it to sample 5 right now, to preview 5 right now. But what you'll see is that we've got the ability for you to add OpenAI with deployments. That was like something I begged them to do, and they stole some bicep from me. This is a great example of how we're bringing in a non-simple, a pretty complicated vector database running in a container, and we're going to make calls to it because I'm using semantic kernel. This is essentially an application where I can do RAG on top of OpenAI with semantic kernel, inspired by Stephen Tobe's wonderful post on the topic. Now, another thing you'll see in here is this funky line of code: add Azure provisioning. Now, let's go through this.
Like, I thought the whole point was that it's separate. You had the AZD to do the thing.
Well, you have the AZD to publish, but like, let's think about the concept of partying with, Azure OpenAI. You have to provision before UF5. You have to have the OpenAI instance out there that you can talk to. You know what I mean?
Oh.
So you're going to want to do something like this at some point. Now, I want to make sure I've got this window open over here. I do. So what I'll do now is I'll just hit F5 on this, and you'll see the dashboard pop open in a second. Again, the app's not going to run. It's in a place where it's just in that state, like previews, guys. So at this point, it's going to pop open, and you'll see the dashboard go into a new state that I don't think you've seen yet. It is a failed to start state. If I go over here, and I click on view, it's going to say, set the Azure subscription ID configuration value. I'm missing some configuration. So I don't want to do that on camera. So I'm going to do that over here. But what I'm going to do is I'm open up my app config. I wouldn't recommend doing it in there. I'd recommend doing it in. I'd recommend doing it as a user secret instead. But what I'm going to do now is essentially provide my subscription ID and the location that I want this code to be deployed to, not deployed to, but where I want the stuff to get provisioned in that I want to party on locally. So what I'll do now is I'll just hit F5 again. Now I've got it's a node that looks like Azure, and then subscription ID, and then location. And I've just got it as East US. You can hear the accent. I hit F5 one more time. I'll go to my right browser. And what will happen now is that this will pop open, and what you'll see is that it'll say starting. And what's happening is it's actually going out and creating an Azure resource group and creating my OpenAI resources. And if I hadn't put run as emulator in my storage code, it would be creating an Azure storage account for me as well. And then bringing all those settings that I need down, storing them as local variables, and setting me up so that my code's ready to go and I can party on it. So that's pretty good. Now, this is definitely not something you want to do in production. This is something just for developers, for folks who are either like learning how to use Azure, for folks who have their own subscriptions that they can party in, or their own resource groups that they can party in. There's definitely a lot of opportunity to make this better for like the CI/CD scenarios and the platform engineering scenarios. But for developing, like I've just provisioned an Azure OpenAI resource and configured my app, and now my app will work.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. And again, you know, all the concerns and questions that everybody has about provisioning during dev, totally legitimate. I completely support those concerns, and we're working with our platform engineering friends to like make that experience a really, really great one. You'll see more on that in the future, but for now, we just published that whole app out to Azure.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So if I were to click on this,
and that's running on Azure.
and that's running on Azure.
Very cool.
So yeah. So again, dev test. I would not tell you as the right-click publish PM. I would not tell you to right-click publish to production. You know, you're going to break something. It's great if you're a startup, but you know people aren't startups for a really long time. So just be kind of cognizant of that. Again, I'll go ahead.
What I've been couching the don't right-click publish. What I've been couching that in is if you right-click publish, generate the GitHub action files.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
Go ahead. The user interface to go through and set up, here's where I want to publish things to, and write that out as a GitHub action file. For me, as somebody who is not an expert in GitHub action syntax, is a good first step to get me 80% there.
It really, really is.
That reproducible build that is really the reason why we say don't right-click publish.
Exactly.
Right-click publish the first time just to get me that action config file.
Yep. Speaking of GitHub Actions, this is a single Azure YAML file that I've not AZD, Azure YAML, YML, not YAML. And this essentially takes our AZD love, it logs me in first, logs me in with FedCred if I need to. Then it does AZD provision, and then it does AZD deploy. And I have copied this file across about a dozen Aspire repos, not changed the line of it, and it just worked because you can literally do AZD init and then like do your deployment.
Yeah.
And then you can do AZD pipeline config.
Okay.
And it will basically go out and put all the secrets that you need in your GitHub repository into your GitHub repository the way they need to be in there without you having to hunt back and do all this stuff. Or accidentally save a JSON file with a bunch of secrets somewhere and shouldn't have saved it to. Have done. You can avoid all of those hiccups just by using AZD pipeline config. And the great part is, like I showed you, is like the integration is just there. You can do AZD init from the command line, and it's like, oh, it's a Spire app. I know what to do.
So let me pause you for just a second because we have a couple questions that I want to make sure we get to.
Absolutely.
Code with Sean. Let me go to this first question from him. Comment I heard last week was about the logs. There's logs in the dashboard and in Azure Monitor?
That's a great question. There are logs in the dashboard when you're running locally. So like and the dashboard is really just your local running, being able to look at how everything can talk to everything else, look at your logs, kind of like if you were just looking at the command line, you know what I mean? Now, when you deploy, you're not going to have today. You're not going to have that dashboard. So you'd have to send your logs to a place. Like they have to go somewhere. Kind of like how you have to publish your container image to a registry before you deploy it to a pass. Like you have to send your logs somewhere so that you can then go look at them. The way you do that in Azure Container Apps, or for pretty much any other Azure thing, is Azure Monitor specifically log analytics workspaces. So you can go and write queries and kind of get nasty and everything that's happening at a low level. So,
All right.
Hopefully that answers your question. If not, ping me. I'll answer.
Next question is from Eric here. Do you think Aspire will allow you to help plan spin up, spin down resource planning in Azure? So when load hits and then backs down. So that allocation, I think we talked briefly about this offline.
We've talked about this. Now, if what you're talking about is like your application, having 5 of the back end and 4 of the front end and that kind of stuff, that's really the responsibility of the hosting provider. So that's really the responsibility of Kubernetes with Kata or with Azure Container Apps and Kata. Thank you, Tom and team. So the idea behind that is, you can basically set up different scaling rules. Now, the default Azure Container App scaling rules are they're a little bit lower than I would probably have imagined they would be for .NET. I think it's something like 10. I don't know if it's 10 simultaneous HTTP requests or 10 current. I can't remember what it is, but it'll scale. So you would want to change that because it doesn't. ASP.NET can scale better than that. There are some other very exciting things on which we are collaborating that I don't want to talk about quite yet. That's going to make it even better for you to, even better and even easier, even more secure for you to scale your ASP.NET Core apps out horizontally. Just some stuff that you and I've talked about on the phone that's going to be coming out soon around the same time as Aspire GA to make it a little bit easier for you to be assured that all the things are going to be done right. But what we're also going to have, we used to have like this with replicas thing where you could kind of specify how many of each you wanted to be. That got taken out. I liked it. I didn't win that conversation, but maybe one day we'll do that in the code again. I know you're not doing that in like the Aspire app host code today, like in preview 4 or 5. So
I've got 2 more questions here. Let me go to this one from Deflux, asking, maybe we've already covered this, but say I add Aspire to my project, the idea that I want to publish from my machine, or should I still be using GitHub Actions to publish to Azure?
I mean, I'm not going to tell you what you should do because that's not my call. I don't know where you work or what your rules are. I do both. I have an application that I'm working on for the team, and I think I'm right-click publishing and watching things happen in the tools, like because I'm testing the heck out of it right now. So I'm using the heck out of right-click publish, and I can't tell you how much I enjoy the experience. It's been really great, and I'm proud of the team and what they've been able to do. This is literally what I've always wanted. Like I want my whole solution, just publish the whole thing, and it just works. I've done it with eShop, big eShop. It worked. I couldn't believe it. I was so excited. Now, I would say the moment you kind of get to your V1, like once you're ready to start demoing it to folks, that's when I'd probably set up a second environment somewhere and only push to production using CI/CD. I'm like, maybe have even a backup production environment too. But then your dev environment, trash it.
Beat that thing up.
So, that's Brady's opinion. Like I've been wrong before. But I think dev environments are have fun in.
So speaking of the dev environment, the last question that I have here from Nicetro, can I adjust the resources provision to automatically use a cheap developer tier during development?
Yes, remember that bicep resource thing that you had? Absolutely. Today, the default experience, like if I were to go out to the portal, which I'm not going to do because I don't have the extension installed anymore. You know what I'm talking about. That hides all the secrets. It never worked for me for some reason. If I were to go out there, what you would see is that this thing that I just published has 3 container apps in it. It has the front end container app, the back end container app, and a Redis container app called Cache. Okay. That's literally just Redis, sucked into Redis. Sure. If I did that with Postgres, it'd be the same thing. You're going to have, remember when we looked at the publish as and run as kind of language, you're going to have things like publish as Azure Redis, publish as Cosmos DB, publish as managed
Mhm.
Postgres for whatever.
Yeah, the Redis
Um,
caching service.
yeah.
Redis cache.
So those will be there. So you'll have the concept of development mode and production mode, and you'll be able to if then inside of your Outpost project. If you look in the Aspire repo, if you look in the playground folder, like it's a playground.
There's crazy stuff in there.
It's crazy. If you look in the playground, you'll see folks doing like, if I'm in development, use containerized Redis. If I'm not, use this Redis. So she'll have that capability.
Awesome. All right.
We're definitely thinking that the GA timeframe is going to be just because of what we wanted Aspire to be. We always wanted Aspire to be more about having a good developer experience, like having a good experience locally, and like the deployment part. I'm the deployment guy. It wasn't the priority. Deploying it wasn't the priority. Being able to build it and enjoy doing so, that was the priority.
Yeah.
So we're really optimizing for the dev test experience for GA. That's what we want. We want you to enjoy it. We want you to look back on building cloud native apps and go, oh yeah, this is that much better. I feel that way every day, just from the ability to F5 into the dashboard and right click publish my whole kit and caboodle in one move. I think all that's great. I like the direction that we're going in. So
very cool. All right. Was there more you wanted to hit?
Sorry.
You said you had some wild. Was there other? I'm not sure how much further you wanted to go, and we're just about at time here.
Yeah, I'm pretty. I think I'm pretty much done. I can't think of anything else I would show you. I wanted to get Augmenter updated to 5, but I just ended it.
We go back. I know there was some mention in those release notes about adding PG admin, and I forget the Mongo web-based monitoring tool.
Oh yeah, okay.
And that you can turn those on automatically in Aspire.
Yeah, you can. So there's Podman. So if you're using Podman instead of Docker, you're good.
Yep.
Where was the? Oh, you can run the dashboard as standalone, which should kind of give you some clues. We're doing some fun stuff with that. This is cool. Dashboard keyboard shortcuts. Super hot.
I love the accessibility thinking and dialing that in.
It's really great. The team's done a great job. These enrich methods are going to be kind of cool. We'll be able to do like the migrations. Where is it?
I think
sorry to give everybody scrollage.
I think it might have been the previous preview.
3?
Yeah.
Oh, well, the Mongo I thought was in 4. Let me scroll. Oh, there it is. Isn't that one in 4? Database admin tools. Okay.
Yeah.
Preview 3.
And I think 2 might have had PG admin.
Can't remember where it was. Oracle with EF. MySQL. Cosmos DB. I was excited to see Cosmos DB.
Yeah, that's a big one.
That was cool. There it is. Is this it?
Yep, there we go.
There you go. Cool. I know you're using that, right?
Well, and I'm using Postgres. I don't use PG admin because I was like, well, where do I get this and how do I get this installed? But the fact that it's now like that easy to just turn on PG admin, I prefer using Azure Data Studio right now. Well, this is like, it's not even a line of code. It's 10 characters. Yes, add it.
Yeah, add it. It's pretty cool. I was really happy that this happened. We were actually having we had some conversation with the Dapper team about totally something unrelated. You know what I mean? And the guy was like, hey, since we're done early, so I've written a Dapper component for Aspire. And we were like, what? We were like, how did you, what? He just dove in and did it. It was pretty cool.
What is Dapper?
Dapper is the distributed application. Is that right? Distributed application platform runtime? Is that right? It's a Dapper.io, right? Distributed application runtime. This is the thing that we've collaborated with. I think it started in one of the incubation teams, but this is something that we use heavily inside of both Kubernetes, AKS, and other clouds. And really heavily inside of ACA. ACA has a lot of great container apps, a lot of great features for Dapper users Dapper kind of gives you abstractions around all kinds of things like messaging, components, again, et cetera, et cetera. But Dapper's definitely more polyglot. It's more of a polyglot type situation. It's for not just .NET. So
Yeah.
yep.
Fair.
And then Fendall is also right. It's distributed. It's an ARM or really well dressed.
Nice.
That's good. Pretty good.
So, all right. I'm now the challenge that I'm going to have here in April. I'm getting ready to publish right now. I want to talk about myself because if there's nothing that I'm not, it's selfish in talking about myself.
You're a celebrity, of course you are.
No, I'm not. So we've been building this application, Tags app. You've seen we used it for .NET Conf. We'd love to use it for .NET Conf this year. And some folks in the community helped put together connections for open telemetry using that. We aren't in Aspire yet, but it's using a Blazor application. It's a Blazor website with a Blazor WebAssembly library in it as well, so that we can do open telemetry, and we've got all the configuration to read and write from Prometheus. It feels like there's a migration story there that I'm going to hit when it comes time to convert over to use Aspire instead.
I would presume that folks will have some manual steps if you wanted to do it. Now, one thing I would say is, like, if you've got a front end app that has a couple of back end APIs,
Eventually.
That would be, probably a good place to start. One of the things that I did recently, last year, we did this cloud native session at Build. So literally true story that gives you any kind of concept as to how quickly we were able to kind of pull off Aspire. I was building this, and the other guys were in the room talking about what they wanted to build with Aspire. And then after Build, we all got together and were like, this is what we're doing. So it's really aggressive. It's been a fun year.
Yeah.
A very dynamic year. There is a PR. I don't remember if I did a PR or if I just did Aspire. Boom. So this shows you the entire process I went through in one PR to go from just normal cloud native .NET to an Aspire app. So you can kind of see like the state of the application right after build that day. And then, the state of the application following the changes. It was a lot of changes. There were some, it was easy until I got to the Postgres stuff. I was using not EF ORM, let me put it that way. And I switched to using the EF ORM. So there was a lot of changes there just because of that one decision that I made.
Now, I've seen that there's components that are specifically like the entity framework Postgres Aspire component.
Right.
What's the difference between what does that give me compared to just using entity framework with the NPG SQL library?
And that's an area that I honestly have not done a bunch of stuff. I've been doing more of the AI and some of the low, other stuff. Now, if you were to look in the database stuff, what you'll see is that we have the Postgres database component and then the EF component. The Postgres database component is what you want to use if you don't necessarily want to use EF. You're already connected to an existing database, et cetera, et cetera. What the EF one gives you is the ability for you to kind of think about it in the context of a data context object instead of it just being a Postgres, database connection. This is the way I think. If you're more of a data person and you've already got your database running and you're not using NORM or not using EF, this is probably where you want to go. This is like, I already have a database. I don't necessarily have or want EF. The other one is, I want to use EF. I use this one just because much everything I do is brand new. So, yeah. Okay. And also, you have SQL support as well. SQL database support is kind of the same thing. So you've got SQL and the EF SQL. So, yeah.
Cool.
I think the EF versions of the database components sit on top of the non-EF versions of the database components and use those underneath. So, and you also see that pop up in the Redis stuff as well. Real-time communication. We just added support for SignalR service. Messaging, we're going to have RabbitMQ, Kafka, Service Bus, and I'll say Redis again because it's a messaging layer, even though it's not durable. Azure Storage, So, but keep here. Keep looking at the preview page. It's weird that TOC just shows the preview stuff. That's kind of weird. The TOC gets a little wonky on this mode for some reason.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's fun.
Right.
I definitely want you to convert one of your projects. And Orleans is aspired. Janisky showed that earlier. I think I pulled up the Orleans section. Oracle, MySQL, Cosmos. It was underneath the Dapper section. Here it is. So we've actually got support for Orleans. I grabbed one of the Orleans samples, but I'm running preview 5, not 4. And what's in the samples repo is 4. We update it as we go. So
Nice.
So yeah, this is a lot easier way to set up a silo, like way easier. So,
Okay.
Yeah. So.
All right.
Yep.
Well,
if there's any other questions, folks can reach out anytime.
Yeah. Thank you so much, my friend.
No problem. Thanks for the opportunity. It's always fun to be together.
There's a lot that I want to do to get TagsApp into Aspire, but I have this first stopping point here where I'm taking TagsApp because it's now a Blazor application.
Yeah.
I'm going to stuff it into Blazor Hybrid so I can give other streamers a local install that they can run.
Oh, very cool.
And I'm going to steal your phrase and party on that.
Yeah.
As I go and start setting up Aspire to put the big monolithic software as a service version of TagsApp in the cloud.
Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be hot.
So
fun.
Very cool.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the opportunity, man. It was a good way to end a week. Cool.
Yeah, definitely great way to end it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna say goodbye, and we're gonna get ready to give away some stuff from Swag Bags here.
Cool. Have fun, everybody. Happy coding.
Right. Catch you later there, Brady.
See you, boss.
Alrighty, and I will remove him, and I'm gonna get. I need to grab our list of winners here. Because that's kind of important. You're going to want to see that, right? I don't know, chat room. Do you want to see that? So let me grab that list. No, show me that. There it is. Get this set up. I see. There we go. Just going to get the presentation loaded up here from my computer. Yeah. I know. Thanks. I need to upload a file. I'm working on it here. And then we'll get Sarah and Didi on to join us in just a second. Here come the slides. As it should be. If you're not in there, you call rigged. I don't know about that. I haven't even looked at them yet. I do not touch them. They're out there. They're the thing. It's still uploading. It's still. I don't know. We're having some fun with how slow this has been. So Sarah, can I let me get you added in here, and we can start talking about this. Hello, my friend. You're on mute.
Hello. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Oh my gosh. What an end to the week. We've been working on this for a little bit. I thought I gave Didi the link.
I can drop it to her if you need me to.
There we go. And we'll get her joined in here.
Yeah, man, this was some amazing content. Wow. I mean,
I love how we were able to cover a bunch of different things, from get your application into production, be confident about getting into production, get started, get ready for publishing on the web, get more productive, and now here's the future, how we're going to deploy and build things with Aspire.
Right. Yeah. Very exciting.
Oh my
and we've had a great people in chat all day long. I mean, yeah. You know what? We should have done this on a Monday though, Jeff.
On a Monday?
And then maybe we would have had the Friday feeling on a Monday, because this is awesome. It's been a great day.
But if we did it on a Monday, that means I have to go to work on a Tuesday.
So maybe we should just be doing this every day. All right.
Okay. Hang on. There's somebody else here who wants to say hello. Hello.
Hello.
So Thindall's eating cheese doodles at 10:15 p.m. I think you should be eating donuts if I read the room correctly here.
I think you're reading the room exactly correctly. Did you ever get the slides up? Because if you don't, I have it.
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
And I may or may not have consumed some ice cream during today's stream. Just an FYI.
I may or may not have.
Oh, of course you do.
Okay. Can we?
And wait, which way?
Oh, nice.
And
was that freeze-dried ice cream? What was that? And the other peeps. Wait, Rice Krispie treat peeps?
But wait, there's more.
there's a whole other bag out in the garage.
I've kept these here just for. I'm saving these for St. Jude fundraiser time. I have.
Oh.
And
have you had them before?
Not only have I not had them before, they're nice and firm because they've been here on my desk for a year, taunting me.
So
gently roasting by the CPU fan.
I think you should get like the actual hot tamales and the Peeps hot tamales, and then you could do like a comparison, a taste test. Yeah, because I'll even send you some, Jeff, if that's what you need. Or you could dress up like a hot tamale. There's that.
I mean, there's nothing to not like about that.
Who's giving them these ideas, chat room? Ice cream sponsors, says Frank. I don't know.
Yes.
About that. I like Eric's idea. Bottle of wine. Well, okay, bottle of wine sponsors. I would love to see, but bottle of wine time maybe tonight. It's going to be Miller time for Fritz later. Let me tell you. What a day! My goodness. Action redeemed, dressed like hot tamale, 100,000 Fritz bits. There are people with hundreds of thousands of channel points. My goodness. I love seeing all the contributions from our sponsors. So much. Gosh, Dee, I've been keeping an eye on Twitter and the chatter that's been going out there. Folks have been joining us throughout the day, tuning in. It sounds like we had a lot of folks participate in signing up for swag bags, and we're giving away a couple really good things as part of those, aren't we?
There's some sweet stuff out there. So, and I didn't put the prizes up there.
That's because in the spirit of everything, Dee, it's like a mystery pack.
It is a mystery pack. I'll just quickly run through. Let me find it. Or Jeff, you could. It's so my company, Growth Acceleration Partners, everybody gets a $50 Amazon gift card. Yes. Progress, you get a $50 Amazon gift card. Iron Software, $50 Amazon gift card. Code Magazine, you can pick between $100 off a code training class or a 3-year subscription.
Nice.
Dev Express, 15 Code Rush and .NET MAUI UI Suite licenses. Nice. And that's SUITE, not suite like SWEET. Although they're one and the same. Mm-hmm. ABP IO, 15 ABP .NET Comp 24 tickets.
So they're
awesome. I know. Sync Fusion, $50 digital gift cards, and Meshius. Did I say that right?
Yep.
Meshius, 15 product licenses.
Nice.
So that is a sweet gift bag. So you are getting some loot.
Doing some quick math. That's $200 in Amazon gift card for each of our 15 winners.
Yep.
A couple of different product licenses between Dev Express and Meshius, and training classes if you want them for $100 off, or 3 years of magazine subscriptions, as well as virtual conference tickets. Oh man,
it's a sweet gig. It's good stuff.
Should I put up the list?
Yep, go for it.
Let's put the list up here. Here it comes. There we go.
This is an example of the Excel random feature. So you could call it rigged. And that,
you know what we should have done, Dee? We probably should have either given away $42 gift cards or had 42 winners. Maybe next time.
Will. You're always thinking.
I am.
So
We will. You don't have to be present to win. I will be reaching out to you, and I apologize for the person at the bottom of the screen. Your name kind of looks a little cut off, but those are our winners. I have your emails, which I did not put on the slide because I figured that would be rude. But anyway, we will get back to you with the everything you need to do to get your prizes.
To claim it. Thank you so much. Yeah, really great stuff. It was great to have our 3 commercial sponsors this year for the event. It was great to the interactions. I love the chat interactions that we had today, and we were here in StreamYard. We ran into a couple of issues. I we'll get them cleaned up for next time. That's Fritz doesn't know how to run StreamYard because Fritz doesn't use StreamYard. What can I tell you, right? I feel like we're at that time of year where there's a barnyard animal costume.
Yes.
I think that we
what I have in my closet.
No.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
Is it a moth? Is it a moth costume?
Right
the MSN moth, the MSN butterfly.
Come on, we're all getting excited here.
I'm excited. Let me show you. I think
it's
time that somebody puts this children's caterpillar costume on. We could open it up and see what happens.
I think we've got a winner.
I do.
It kind of looks like a corn on the cob too.
Yeah. You think I can? Oh, I might be able to do this.
No, don't do that.
Oh yeah, I think that's. I mean, kids are bigger nowadays, so I think it'll fit one of us for sure. It'll fit Jeff.
I don't have any batteries on me, but I might be able to try this on right now as we're talking.
Oh my gosh! So
I don't even know how you get into this.
We were going to do an event 3 years ago now at this point, and there was a whole MSN angle to it, and MSN is butterflies. There's a butterfly logo. Gosh, Sarah decided to send me what was going to be a butterfly costume. There's just 2 problems. I use a green screen, and the costume is green. And it's baby's sized. It's not adult size. It's not child sized. It's like right, young child size. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're doing this, Sarah.
Is it going on, Sarah? Oh, there we go.
I'm putting it on.
All right.
Here's
give me a second. I'm gonna mute myself because it's loud. Hold on.
Sure. This costume has been lingering in my closet for the past 3 years with the other fine farm costumes, barnyard animal costumes, the squirrel, the donkey, the cow, the chicken.
How long ago did the squirrel happen?
I think it was 4 years? It was 2020. Yeah.
4 years ago. And that.
Yeah. Thank Michael Jolly for that suggestion.
Michael Jolly, he's to blame.
And we still haven't seen the flamingo one. The flamingo is still out here waiting to be redeemed to happen. And
do you have the flamingo?
I do. It's an inflatable one, and it's, oh my gosh, I can't believe.
All right, go Sarah.
So I'd been meaning to bring this at events where I know Sarah is going to be at, and I kept forgetting. I was going to give it to Sarah on camera in Bulgaria at DevReach, right? And it was going to be, I brought this all the way across the ocean from North America to give you, and I forgot it. Well, the next event was Dev Intersection in Orlando. And it made it back to Sarah.
When's the next physical get together? Is everybody going to Vegas?
So Dev Intersection in May. Yep. I can't believe you're going to try and get in there. You're literally, oh my gosh. And Sarah's not a small person. Like
Sarah's
she's not right, but I mean, she's not a small person. And I'm
She's
thinking small person like Peter Dinklage small. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow, this is great. Oh my god.
Okay, so
It doesn't
I'm
fit.
not sure where the eyes are. Oh, there we go.
I think I got. Wait a minute. I'm still getting.
Somebody
Hang on, I'm getting screen caps of this. Okay, sit there. Keep laughing, Fritz. All right, I got it.
So it'll be a lot better, by the way, when I have the batteries in
very
it.
seriously. Wait, did you have it on backwards?
Oh, it might be on backwards. Is that right?
Oh, that's even
yeah.
better.
I think it's the problem with it is that I don't have it inflated. So
Okay.
that was purely my problem. So
Well, I have to say this was a great day. Fritz, thank you for hosting this day. And everyone who's still on, we are going to do more of these because Fritz has agreed to
We'll do a couple more.
Be the concierge on all of these. And we've got lots of partners who will continue to sponsor it. So wait to hear more from us about this. But and the reason I'm saying this like I need to go is I kind of have to pee.
Hang on. Some of us here have been sitting here for 6 hours hosting and presented 2 sessions.
I just want you to know that I don't have as good a bladder control as you.
And I might be stuck in a caterpillar costume for the rest of the weekend. That's FYI.
Anyway, everybody have
So much,
a
friends.
good week.
Have a great weekend,
and-
friends. Yes.
See you guys soon. Stay tuned for more. Goodbye.
Absolutely. Goodbye.